everyone. How are you today? I'm really thankful to you for joining this conference. And to be honest, this is kind of such a special moment for me that you are here with us, that you decided to join us and support us on our way to our long-awaited victory. So, as your host, I'm honored to welcome all of our attendees today from around the world to this important event. And I really want to thank you for being a part of this. Your participation and support will make a difference in the lives of individuals and communities affected by the Russian aggression on Ukraine. And I'm sure it will help to promote peace and understanding through education. So, let us come together, share our knowledge and ideas, and inspire one another to make a positive difference in the world. Thank you for joining us, and let us begin the teacher's voice, teaching for peace. Yeah, and what I want you to know, let's talk about some ideas behind the conference. Yeah, first of all, I'd like to encourage you to stay active in the chat and feel free to ask any kind of questions that come up because you have this chance to ask our speakers and to get answers immediately. Also, please don't be passive, take pictures. You can film the conference, you can take those selfies and post on social media. Don't forget to tag the official account tsl.ua on Instagram, and surely I will repost everything as I promised before. And also, I'd like to ask you to support each other and to support our fundraising campaign. Because what we are trying to do, we are trying to collect some money to support those who are affected by the Russian aggression on Ukraine and who had to deal with occupation, and now they're actually free, and we'd like to provide some support in terms of medicine, food, and maybe someone will get their windows and new roof over their heads. So please do it. Yeah. Also, there is another thing that I'd like to mention, since we are such a nice teacher community. This time I have a person who decided to stretch her helping hand and support me. So this conference, you'll be in good hands with our fantastic chat moderator, and I'd like to invite her to the screen just for a couple of seconds for you to see that this time Maria will be managing our chat, and surely I will be keeping my eye on that as well. So please be active. We are trying to put all your comments on the screen. So let me introduce Maria. Hi, Maria.
Hello from Kyiv. Good morning. So I'm extremely happy that all of you have joined us today. This is a great chance for us as a teacher community all over the world that we can make this difference. That's all about teaching for peace. I'm absolutely sure that you'll get plenty of useful and practical information and you'll enjoy our conference. Yeah, today I'll be with you in chat. So ask questions, send any comments. We'll be glad to answer them. And yeah, so I'm very glad that you have joined us, and thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. So I'm hiding you and we continue with our program. Thank you so much, and thank you for being with us. Yeah, actually, I can see how many people we have now so far. I can see that we have people from participants from Ukraine. I can see like the whole map of Ukraine is here: Ivano-Frankivsk, Kharkiv, Kiev, Uman. So my condolences to Uman. Yeah, everyone knows what happened a couple of days ago. Yeah, I can see that we have people from Slovenia, which is nice. Zhytomyr, Ivano-Frankivsk, Lviv, Kharkiv, Germany. Thanks for joining us from Germany. Georgia, thank you so much for being so supporting and active. And I can see that we have representatives from different universities. I can see Mr. Mar from Batumi State, from Maritime Academy. Yeah, also I noticed that we had some more universities here. Yeah, Lithuania, thank you for joining us. Yeah, okay, guys. Let's continue. Yeah, Georgia, Croatia. Thank you for being with us. Yeah, and let's continue. So, and there is another thing that I'd like to mention today. Yeah, we have so many sad things to face, but anyway, we should find reasons uh, to still hope and be happy. And I want you to know that today, the click of hours, Yana from Ukraine, she's having her birthday, and you should know that she's with us in the chat. She's watching it. So she decided to dedicate the whole birthday to watching this conference. So happy birthday, Yana, and I hope it will be a good surprise for you to see your picture here in the screen, because what we do, we really support each other. And so, without further ado, I'd like to invite our first speaker. And I should tell you, I'm really honored to have this person with us. Those who know me more, you know that I'm kind of more into content and language integrated learning. And I'm so happy that we have Case Kelly who joined us on our way. Uh, I can say to our victory. Yeah, so let me tell you, Case is a teacher trainer, teacher trainer, author, a school owner who employs projects for developing English language skills in learning. He's a coordinator of the factworld.info website and journals, which showcase content and language integrated learning materials and methods. Case co-authored Putting CLIL into Practice, which was published by Oxford University Press, as well as he's an Eeltons winner for his work tictacworld.com CLIL. So let me join Case to the screen. Yeah.
Hi.
Case.
Hi, Eva. Nice to see you today.
Nice to see you as well, and thank you so much.
It's a real pleasure. Welcome everybody to the conference. It's great to be with you all.
So I'm adding your presentation to the screen.
Okay.
And yeah, and now actually I'm leaving you because I don't want to have any delays in our long run event. As far as you know, we will be having around like 21 speakers today. So we are trying to be on time as much as we can, but we will see how it will be. And here we go. So the floor is yours. I'm wishing you luck and thank you so much for being here.
Thanks very much, Eva. I'll put it full screen and I'll take it from here. So first of all, thank you to Eva and the organizers for inviting me. It's a real pleasure, very humbling to come and talk about classroom practice in circumstances that you find yourselves. But I hope it's very useful, very practical. And I've chosen something to speak about which I developed myself in my own classes, and that's investigations around the lives of the children I work with. You can see my email on the screen. Please feel free to write if you have any questions we don't deal with here. But one thing I should say is I prepared a 2-3 page document which goes in the folder that people will get access to who have registered and contributed to the conference, with links to everything that I show and talk about this morning. So you'll find all the resources in that document, in that folder. I'm largely going to talk about the world around us, you know, getting children to explore their own lives and the lives of their classmates, and collecting that information and preparing it and presenting it in a interactive visual way to share with other learners. It's a very ethnographic approach to the classroom, I think, and there's a lot of fruit to be had in communication, in getting children working in this way. I'll mention a few platforms, and as I say, you can access all of this stuff through the document that's available. In my own school in Bulgaria, we run CLIL training through Erasmus. I wanted to put this slide here and invite you all to come and visit Plovdiv, Bulgaria, a jewel in the whole of European cities. If you've never been here, you're very welcome. So where does this idea come from, the classroom investigations? Well, I was very lucky 20 years ago or so to be invited to work with Science Across the World. And Science Across the World was a program created to invite teachers all over the world with an interest in science themes to get their classes investigating locally and sharing globally. Now that program is no longer alive. It's archived within the UK STEM website, so you can still access all the materials. And it's those links that you can find on my website, FactWorld, and also in the document that I've put in the folder for the conference. So what I'd like to do is offer some examples as models, because if you're interested in getting your children investigating lives around them and their family, their behavior, their culture, their history, their geography, and sharing that, I think that this program offers a very nice blueprint for colleagues to explore this approach. These are the themes that are available through the former Science Across the World website. And all of these themes are still archived in my website and through the STEM archive in the UK. You can see it's a very rich collection of investigations. And it's not deep science either. It's kind of social and cultural science. So getting children looking at lifestyles related to these themes. Here's a good example. This is where children have a look at themselves, have a look at their genetic heredity in their bodies and in their features. And these particular children are exploring taste buds. They've colored their tongues with a food color. They've put a hole punch reinforcer to control the area. And in good light with a magnifying glass, they can actually count the number of taste buds on their tongue. And everybody's different. We all have a different number inherited in our DNA from our parents, grandparents, and so on. There are many things you can explore with your class. Height, of course, hair color, eye color, skin complexion, middle finger hair between the knuckle and the last joint. This is a genetic thing, not a gender thing. Earlobes, are they attached or loose? Can you roll your tongue? 10% of most populations can't, apparently. And there are many other things, shapes of parts of your face, shoe size. And all of these allow a teacher to create a survey within a population study, a class, a group, and collect that, present it visually, and share with other classes. You might use bar charts to show height, eye, and tongue rolling numbers in a class to compare with a group in another country. Here we've got Spain and the UK, you can see. You might use pie charts so that proportions can be shown in slices to represent hair color. Here we've got gray, fair, and dark. You can add colors to these, this pie and the sections. Eye color can also be represented in a pie within an image of an eye to show the proportions within the percentages within a group. Bar charts also work, of course, with height, here showing male, female, and the margins of centimeters along the bottom. Earlobes, we've got yes or no really here, and the numbers of loose and attached. Middle finger hair, again, bar charts to show yes and no, male and female. Tongue rolling, of a whole number, and within that number, how many can and can't. So genetic heredity is one area of research that you can do in a class with children. Food behavior is another topic within this program that offers really great material and rich resources for colleagues to explore. This chart shows the average consumption of liters of ice cream per person per year within Europe. The USA is there just for comparison. And again, this is outdated data, but the data for sugar consumption, ice cream consumption is available through various international data collecting organizations like Eurostat, for example, or your own National Statistics Office will also have data that you can explore with your children. The programs offer blank diary sheets, for example, so that the children can fill in their food and drink behavior for 1 day period, getting up in the morning and going to bed at night. Everything they eat and drink, snacks, meals, the times and the items are recorded and then brought back to the classroom to share with the rest of the class, so that you can do a relative study of your 25, 30 children and their food and drink habits. Cultural questions as well, you know, for example, who chooses and prepares the food differs from country to country. Traditional beliefs about diets, an apple a day keeps the doctor away is one that comes to mind. All of this is part of this investigation that you can get children doing and sharing with other groups. What do they think is a balanced diet? What are the aspects of a balanced diet that they believe keep us healthy? You know, that differs as well from region to region. Suggestions for making improvements, and all of that can be created in a visual of some form. My students created a newsletter with 3 pages where they had a poster for their 24-hour eating and drinking diary, and then they began to go through the questionnaire with different sections as they prepared the content, and we sent that to our Austrian partner. You might go further in if you want to go a little bit more deeply. How much sugar do your children consume in their snacks or in their drinks or in their daily food lifestyle? And again, that's interesting to look at specifically to compare with groups in other countries to do the same investigation. Like I say, beginning with a general theme, you can make choices to see how deep you want to go. Biodiversity is another theme which is very important today. For example, the forest fires that we continuously hear about around the world, or floods that we hear about around the world, and the issues affecting biodiversity are also very rich for communication in the classroom. And here you can see deforestation, construction, road building, hunting rare and wild animals, ecotourism, global warming, and a lot of this can be investigated locally with the children. Here we've got a group in Chile investigating a park area in their local area and creating a map with a key to go with the map to show the flora and fauna that's there within this this restricted area that they're investigating. Any element of wildlife, whether it's a small 2x2 square meter garden or a park, can be investigated to show what the local plants and animals are. Oh dear, I've just been cut off. Sugar. Am I still with you?
Yes, I can see you and hear you.
Listen, if it's okay, I'll continue for 5 minutes. Is that okay?
Yeah, it seems like okay. Yeah, right. Yes,
Okay,
please do.
sorry, I just got disconnected, so I'm glad to be back. Let me continue. So investigating local habitat areas. Hang on a second. My screen doesn't seem to be changing the slides now. Eva, I don't know if you can help me. I can't move the slides on.
Yeah, I can help you. Do you need the next slide?
It also tells me that only you can see me. I don't think I'm being broadcast now.
No, I can see you perfectly.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It says that I'm backstage. It says that I'm not being broadcast.
Yeah, I can see you perfectly.
But are you hiding me? Oh, you see me. Great. Okay, shoot, Eva, place the next slide, because I have no control over my slides here. Chemistry, chemistry in the kitchen, cleaning materials. How many of these aspects of our kitchen and bathroom behaviors are very local? It's quite common that people in Bulgaria, for example, explore herbs and plant life and bring that into their homes, whether it's for food or for cleaning purposes. So we can get children to explore, homemade materials that they use in the home that they get in the natural world. The next one. There are also resources in the Ukrainian language in the archive. And the activities you can see here, the children are asked to choose an everyday product, and they examine the component parts, the ingredients, where it comes from, the labeling, the history of this product. And it's all this kind of science on the surface of chemistry, not deep chemistry. It's the cultural and historical aspect, which creates very, very nice opportunities for communication. Eva, the next one. You can get children to look at all aspects of chemistry, including food and cleaning, as we've said, but personal care as well. My wife's just coloured her hair using henna this weekend. There are many natural products on the market here in Bulgaria that is a cultural aspect that can be shared with other groups in other countries. Hit the next one, Eva. And I'm gonna draw my slides to a close here, not least because of the technological issue that we've just met. By coming back to the link that you can see here, have a look at the Fact World website. If you're interested in any of the other themes, go into the conference folder to get the document with links to all of the projects, plus products from the children who've done them and sent us their resources. And write and ask if there's an area that you're interested in and you don't find something. I'd be glad to help find resources for your project area. So I'm going to call it a day there, Eva. Apologies for that. I got disconnected. I don't know why.
Yeah, I do understand. This is the day, it always happens. Yeah, it happens because we can't control technology. The same thing happened to our, for example, email sending. So the service I'm using, it sent emails without the access to our broadcasting, and now I'm getting tons of emails saying we can't join you. But it seems like they've just solved the issue and everyone got the emails. So,
excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, thank you so much. And yes, guys, I'd like to encourage you to join our fundraising campaign, and I'd like to encourage you to do that, because not only you will get the materials, but also you will be able to help people from the deoccupied territories in Ukraine. And actually, everything that Case has just presented is there in our participants folder. Thank you so much. Thank you. And we are moving.
Good luck, everybody.
Have a wonderful day. Yeah.
Bye-bye for now.
Yeah, and now we have to continue. So let me introduce our next presenter. Here we can see Jenny. Thanks for joining us, Evgenia Kostenko, and I want us to have a small talk because there is one thing I'd like us to discuss. Those who participated in the previous conference, you probably remember the last time I told you, hey guys, I'm going to share with you my story, which I wrote for this contest with Ken Wilson and the Royal Society of Arts. Mm-hmm. And later on, we decided to develop this idea, and I sent the story to Zhenya, and now we have this presentation because Zhenya uh, worked on that story and created an amazing lesson plan which you can use as part of your series of lessons, if I understand it correctly, or
That's right.
in terms of extensive reading. So, Jania, the floor is yours. Let us know how was it for you to work with that story, and then I will add your presentation to the screen, and we will go through what actually is
Sure.
behind the lesson plan.
Yeah, first of all, I'm really thankful for this opportunity, for creating this material, for getting through all these characters. And, like when you showed us your story and I read it, and like you told us the phrase, I vividly see the colors, I had to live through the colors. And that's what happened to me when I was reading it, because I vividly saw blue, yellow, blue, white, red, orange, and all these colors, and black, and oh my god, this was just like an incredible experience to me. It was actually like kind of not the first time, but probably like consciously and like fully like my first big time of this out of the blue thing for the extensive reading and for the readers side there. So yeah.
I'm really thankful that you decided to join this idea with the story, so now people can see part of the story actually. And again, all the lesson plans will be in our speakers folders. Yeah, thank you. So the floor is yours. Wishing you luck.
Thank you. So today I want us to talk a little bit about the like out of blue and yellow, reading for peace, why reading is so important. We will have a little bit of the intro to this, because to my mind, reading is very often overlooked, because it actually like shows that, oh, unfortunately it was the wrong slide, I think. Right, so but whatever. It shows that it is boring and difficult sometimes, and sometimes it might become more meaningful and fun for our students. We can create this on our own with different activities there. What I want to show you is that extensive reading might become not interesting for the students if it is like not like out of their comfort zone, not out of their interest zone. When they have no vocabulary to read through, when they don't understand what is it about, they don't understand the topic, they don't understand why are they doing that. So this is about the inadequate guidance there. Also, the time limits which are not there, the time limits that are, for example, like you have 30 minutes to read like the whole chapter, and the guy, like the slow reader, is sitting there like, oh my god, what do I do with this, because I don't want to do this in this way. Right, but the other way around, people can go with the like quicker or faster pace and stuff. Another thing is that a lot of students, and not only students, actually people, perceive reading as a passive activity. From my side, I want to share that I have never been an active reader. I also was a passive reader, and I didn't read as much until the war happened. And I will tell you the truth, this is one of the things that kept me in peace. I read different fiction, I read different stories there, and it gave me a lot of things there going. So what I meant by that is that we are working with the perception of reading not as a passive activity, but as an active activity, you could say. So when we're talking how we can join it, how we can understand the ideas, what would be the topic, and how to make it more meaningful to the students of ours. Another thing that is quite important is that we need to remember the challenges that are out there, that we might need to look for more appropriate reading materials. So like that's what we have there. So like there we have to choose the graded readers, or we might choose the appropriate topic, because it's actually really different. Because I have one case of students who are like level A2, but they are reading the original, not adapted biography of a person, but they are really interested in the person. They are not discouraged from reading, but because this is appropriate to their topic and everything like that. So if we're talking about the maintaining student motivation, it's quite important thing, because without motivation, they will not be reading. Even the small little thing during the lesson, you could say something like, "Oh, did you read that part that we had for discussion today? Oh, I didn't. Well, for Friday, it's a deadline. You have to read like these 3 pages. At least try it." So we have to work our way through. So like that's what it is. Also, as I told you again, realistic time limit. It's not just like 30 minutes or 3 minutes or something like that. You have to look at your students. You have to know what they do. You have to know what they are working with and what is up with that, as well as accountability for the reader. So the text must be relatable to the students. Otherwise, they will not be understanding what they're reading. For instance, remember the wonderful programs of Ukrainian English literature and everything there. It's not exactly the thing like that resonates with the souls of the people there. However, it's still out here. Here we go with the other kinds of thing that we have to remember that different students demand different readers. So I'm showing to you right now like 4 glimpses of what we were reading like after the different like with different students. With some we read the classic Dracula, with some we read the non-fictions, with some we read the rom-coms, and with some we read short stories. And by the way, this is my favorite way to read. That's why Out of the Blue and Yellow is one of my favorite lessons that like or sets of lessons that I have developed for this. And I will tell you the truth that this particular thing is quite important. We need to remember that one person might like Dracula, but the other person might hate it. One person might love Hypothesis, but the other person might hate it as well. So it's very different. It's a lot of things there. Please remember this when you're choosing the literature to read, when you're choosing the short story to read. One more thing that I highly recommend you to do when you're reading something for extensive reading out of the classroom and or in the classroom for discussion, for the book club, whatever, please follow the website booktriggerwarnings.com, where you enter the name of the book and you will see all the trigger warnings that might appear in this book. So for example, like we have the very simple love hypothesis, which is the easiest way to remember and everything. This is about the love between 2 scientists, but you still see how many triggers are there. So like in sexual harassment and terminal illnesses and everything. But please be aware, it's quite an important thing to do before you choose what you read, before you choose what you are doing or you are discussing with your students. Anyway, we still need as well to remember when we're choosing the topics to read or the text to read, to create something like pre-reading discussion or pre-reading interview. I have taken this one from the extensive reading activities book by Day and Bamford, and they suggest this set of questions. How much do you like reading in English? What do you find difficult about reading, etc., etc.? You don't usually have to write this way. You know your students, you know what's going on between them, you know what's going to be like around, and you know what are their interests. You might just, like find out whether they want to talk about this, whether you don't want to talk about this, whether they are triggered by the topic or not triggered by the topic. This is actually what I did before I was conducting the lessons on this, like Out of the Blue and Yellow with my students. Again, I want to repeat that these lessons are developed for like I would say older teenagers and young adults and adults, because of level B1, B2, because the topics are quite deep, and I'm not sure that all the teenagers, preteens and kids absolutely know. So they will not understand the topic. It will not be relevant to them. It will not be relatable to them at all. They will not be associating themselves in these stories there. So, but some of the ideas, yes, so that would be good. So for example, like as I told you, like what kinds of books do you like to read and everything, you find out about this not in the first lesson and not even in one lesson. It's throughout the thing. And you might say, aha, this person likes the classic literature, but they don't like novels. So let's try the short stories. Or vice versa, they like novels, but they hate short stories. It also might happen. So it really it depends on what is your outcome. For me, reading, like extensive reading, brings a lot of benefits, especially for the students, like that are right now there in their teenage years and everything, because it gives us a lot of like exposure to the language, even when they don't know how to like translate every single word or something. They will know what is it about, because this is what they are genuinely interested in. Another thing that is quite important these days is, you remember, critical thinking and analytical skills, to analyze what's going on, why is it so, what is the reason, what is the logic between these two events there. So in this case, this story, like Out of the Blue and Yellow, I think that this was the biggest focus of mine for creating critical thinking activities there, and analysis, and maybe some visualization of that as well. Another thing is there that we enhance their digital literacy. So like they are using the phones, they're using the readers, they're using a lot of things for reading, for understanding, maybe for Googling after they have read something. So just around that. Obviously, cultural awareness. So again, Out of the Blue and Yellow, we're taking the guy from Sweden and the woman from Ukraine and the current events there. So like, and we try to understand what's going on in these two countries, culture-wise as well, during the period of time there. And obviously, since we're the language teachers, it's improved language proficiency. We still work with the language, we still work with the words, we still work with some idioms, and with loads and loads and loads of other things there. In one of the sessions recently that I have visited, I have seen Katerina Patsenko saying that when we become better readers, we also become better communicators. And that's actually like one of the most important things there, because communicators, it's not only about speaking. Communication, it's also about conveying the words, conveying the phrases, conveying the emotions, conveying the messages, ideas, and everything. So please be aware of that we have to read, like even like with a small amount or with a bigger amount, wisely and relatably, so that the students could create more of these little connections and communications there. So let me introduce you to one of the, like not exactly the worksheets, but the part of the worksheet. We have got in this set for Out of the Blue and Yellow, two sets of tasks, two sets of lessons, you might say. One of them is for the book club discussion guide. So like, what is that? It's actually developed, it's eight questions developed prior to ChatGPT. It was developed in autumn, so it was genuinely created by the person. And there are 8 questions: analysis of the characters, analysis of the colors, as I told you, because this is a quite vivid thing. So there are a lot of things to discuss, and also quite an existential questions, like what is Ukrainian support to you? What would you do in order to support? If not, please explain. So we're trying to tolerate everything, or at least to understand what's the motivation between the people. And it's done like for the 3 pages, precisely for the book club. PDF file, separate, very nice one. So, and it's actually like not accenting at all on the how do I call this one? So like it's not accenting on the vocabulary or grammar. It's precisely on the comprehension. This is actually one of the mistakes that, like not mistakes, but I would say this is one of the concepts that us language teachers all often overlook. We want to see people use the language, we want people to see use the vocabulary, but sometimes we forget why we're reading that. So Out of the Blue and Yellow is giving us much more to think about in terms of comprehension, in terms of the ideas, in terms of everything. The second set can be used for 2, 3, 4 lessons, depends on the level of your students, depends on how autonomous they are, or you can use for asynchronous or synchronous studies. And this is the Out of the Blue and Yellow, a guide plus the lesson. So there you're discussing the pre-reading, you're reading together in parts, you're doing a lot of activities for the vocabulary, you're doing a lot of activities for grammar, for the narrative tenses. You try to continue what's going on like in the end, and you're trying to do the final discussion, like the huge one, like together with your students. You're trying to achieve the biggest amount, like not the biggest amount, like you're trying to achieve the deepest understanding of the story. So like that's just the other thing there. Unreadable slides, well, that's quite an unfortunate thing. Like probably there was some glitch, but you will have the presentation, you will have all the slides, you will have all the materials in the folder, like the one that Yellow will provide you with. But it's not the end. There are a lot of, like in this activity, in this slide, like I have included on the 3 pages, there will be 6 pages of different activities with QR codes, with clickable links, with questions, with discussions, with some creativity task, with the homework as well. So, and also there will be the teacher notes. I highly encourage you to look through the notes because they might give you some ideas. If we're remembering this particular way, this particular slide, this task is also there about Victor and Stefania, the voice, about Victor's mom, about the colors of the invaders and everything. And sometimes is there that students might struggle with understanding the colors, like, and with understanding what you have to do. Don't forget, like one of the main ideas, please show yourself first and then you complete it. For example, the voice, blue and yellow, it's in blue symbolizes the calmness, yellow symbolizes the life and energy that must be like run through you and stuff like that. Yes, it's quite literary explanation, but still it might be out there. Another thing, please remember, if we're talking about the communication, if they can read it, they can do it. If they can read it, they can communicate with that. So like, and does it work? Actually, I tried these worksheets like on majority of my adult students. I will tell you the truth, on all of my adult students. It worked in the groups, in pairs, individually, everywhere. Somewhere I needed to give more guidance. For example, if you're teaching the IT students, they might be struggling with the creative kind of thinking, right? So like if they are like a little bit of the lower level, for example, I gave like in the end of pre-intermediate level to this lesson to one of my individual students. She loved it and she enjoyed this very much. She wrote down a lot of words, like a lot of phrases, like we were talking about emotional intellect and etc. So it actually works. So please try and do this. Like, yes, it encourages a lot of students to read, to interact with this like skills of understanding. So here we have got blue, white, and red, and these are the bad colors somehow in this story. You have to read it yourself and you have to try it out yourself to understand what I'm talking about. So that's the thing. And when we are talking about this like extensive reading, it really actually works and it creates better, meaningful community, better, meaningful society in this case. When we are talking about the reading aesthetic, by the way, I have found this term and I was really surprised. It's not about, like putting up, lighting the candle, sitting in the blanket and everything. No, reading aesthetic is actually reading meaningfully. When you understand what is up with the story, when you understand what's going to be in the actual, I don't know, like plot line, you will, with the character, what's going to be the development, you kind of predict and then you try to see the symbolism behind. You try to understand where it goes here, where it will lead to, or you might think like where it will not lead to as well. And you will have the beautiful discussion. You can use it again, as I told you, in the book club, in the guide there. So like for the several lessons, as I told you, because there is the accent on vocabulary, there is an accent on the grammar, there are a lot of discussions, there is a lot of peer work. If you want, you can adapt it to the asynchronous learners for them to work on their own, which is quite nice there. Well, and what I want to emphasize in the end over here is that we are the teachers, and I'm really thankful again for this opportunity to speak up about these materials that we have developed back in the day. And the materials are quite good, like at least from my perspective. You might try it, but please remember as well that not all materials will be like 100% like working for the students. You have to look through, this activity is not going to work with my students, like swipe it away and etc. So please remember to teach them not only from the book, but teach them out of the book. Teach them kindness, teach them with the heart, teach them what they have to pay attention to, and teach them to be human and people and everyone who is there. So I would be gladly answering some of your questions if you have any. So please do.
Yeah. Thank you so much for this presentation. And surely for me, it was, it was so important to see what you actually have done with the story. And yes, I do remember all the moments now, how it was going on when I was writing a story. And actually, since we have this kind of semi-formal gathering, I can tell you that I was calling my friends saying, I'm not going to kill him. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
not going to kill him. I'm in the main character there. And then I sent the first draft to another friend, and he asked me like, and what happened? And I said, okay, read it again, and you will realize what happened in the end. Yeah, I'm so thankful to you for developing for this lesson plan and for this presentation. And actually, while listening to you, I was thinking about it's kind of important for me. I know that not everyone can afford to contribute to this materials, to that folder with materials. Yeah, but I really want people to read the story, and also I think it's kind of like a way for us to raise our voices. So what I can promise you right now, as soon as the conference is over, and I will be sending those follow-up emails to you, please be sure to open them, because one of them will contain the story. But if you'd like to get the lesson plan, then please join our initiative for fundraising. So yes, you will. Everyone will get the story to read it later on. Zhenya, thank you so much for this.
You're welcome.
And please,
Thank you so
if
much
you
for
have,
being here. Yes.
yeah, thank you. So I'm hiding you now, and if you can, please join us in the chat as soon as you can. Join us in the
Okay.
chat.
Thank you.
See
Thank you so much. See you soon.
you. See you. Yeah, and also, friends, I'd like to ask you, because I saw this particular comment that chat is still disconnected. If you have any troubles, because yes, it's happening now, and sometimes our accounts can be under attacks. So if it's happening, let me know on Instagram or somewhere else, or you can send me an email. At least I can see your comments coming. So if everything is okay, please put just plus in the chat for me to see that everything is okay. You can hear me clearly, you can see me well, and actually can read everything. Yeah, so I'll be following chat right now. And the next speaker I'd like to present, this is actually my hero, another person I really admire, because what she's doing is something incredible. Apart from leading a huge language school, she's also a volunteer supporting our defenders, and also she supports not only our defenders, but also she volunteered for medical stuff, where she translated lots of documents, she interpreted lots of meetings for our sorry, I'm having just goosebumps, for our defenders to learn from international professionals how to save lives on the front lines. So let me introduce Natalia Zaczynska. Hi, Natalia. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for organizing that. Eva, it's just a great honor to be here with everyone on the same floor, because the list really inspires. And I have goosebumps, really. Because again, while you presented me, I might say that this is the minimum of what you actually are doing. So please don't be shy. That's true. So you inspire us, and this is the reason why you actually gathered us all here together. You made the impossible possible. How many participants? More than 800 or 900, and still counting. Yes. Yeah, and that's inspiring. So I might say that everyone who's presenting here is doing an absolutely outstanding contribution of their time, their knowledge into saving Ukraine, to be honest. And the mission why we are all doing this is that teachers are not helpless. Actually, the language, our hearts, and in fact, our brain wisdom and our bravery, which is actually moving the country. And thank you so much that the whole globe can be here today, presented from different parts of the world. So thank you so much. And it's pretty tough to take the floor after everyone who's already been presenting. So it's amazing. The guru of Klil, Eugenia as well. So it's amazing. And I will try to share what I have and what actually I specialize in. I love exams, and it's true. At the same time, I hate those exams because rarely you cannot apply anything which you are taught at SALTA, Delta, TKT, all of the modules. And at the same time, develop all of these skills, right? And we all are talking about multimodality. We talk about developing soft skills. We talk about developing speaking and writing and different kind of lesson frameworks and how to combine uncombinable. And well, I'll try to show you what actually I do. Nelly, thank you so much. I saw the comment, and I love everyone who is here, and I'm really honored and really nervous. So what I'll be sharing today. This is what actually is absolutely multimodal, absolutely applicable to all kinds of levels, age group, categories, and at the same time, I would ask you to trace this line of lesson planning at the same time, how you can adapt it into your lesson, because the presentation will be there for you, the handout for the students as well, and also teacher guides for teaching, because again, it can be changed at the very moment when you see the presentation. But this is actually what I do with my students. Since we have to deal with speaking part of exam as well as writing part of exam, it's very difficult to devote a lesson only to one type of skill because it's really boring. So let's talk. Yes, let's speak about stress. And I will lead you through the lesson itself. At the same time, I will be asking you to participate a little bit, okay? Since we're a bit running out of time. And to be honest, being concise is not a very good trait of mine. I like to be very wordy, and it's a problem. So let's start. Well, the first thing, very easy. Speaking of stress, when we introduce this to our students, it's always very engaging, right? So this is everyone is under, and this is what we actually go through now. Everyone, regardless the place where you live. I'm not talking only about my motherland, which is Ukraine, but about everywhere in the world. And very easy. Picture elicitation, right? It's absolutely common for every lesson, but instead of this picture elicitation, you can have short video elicitation, you can write different words, you can create everything which actually you can elicit. But let's have a look, right? What is presented and why these pictures are here, right? We see a boy, we see a girl, we see different age categories. Remember that actually, yes, that actually everything which you present through the visuals should be appealing to your students. Again, we teach in different gender classrooms. We talk about different kinds of genders, in fact. So make sure that everyone is mentioned while you're even doing elicitation. So we see that emotions are really bad and depressing. Something is not really nice, but why we actually do this? It's a very simple activity, right? We elicit actually whether it appeals, whether the students are aware of the language which we want them to have by the end of the lesson, and actually are they into the conversation. You can do it in pairs, you can do it alone when you're doing an individual class, you can do it online, offline. In my language school, we practice blended learning, and when some of the students are online, some of those are offline, and everyone can write in the chat. That's really easy. They are all connected to stress. That's right. And we go further. And here, to be honest, this idea was taken from Eugenia because this beautiful GTV chat is amazing. And what I did, I asked my students, what stress is it? And they were mingling all around the classroom. 2 of the students were online, so they were talking together. And I asked them just to take a piece of paper, like in fact the handout, which you will find in the folder for the donate, and I asked them to write. I asked them to write the things, how they really imagine this, but not actually like some kind of scientific definition, because it's hard for them. They were 9th graders. And what happened? First, there were two signs. There were the way how they described themselves. Then I asked them to compare, right? Remember, so pair work. They are not afraid. And they are talking, remember? They are talking, they're sharing ideas. Already they have something on their handout, right? And what I presented to them. You see, take 1 minute of your time and look through that. And actually that was presented by what? Artificial intelligence, right? AI is there. So take a look. It's 13, 19, we have age, variety of stressors, transition from beautiful adulthood, adolescence, and then we have childhood, challenging, source of teenagers, right? Parents, teachers, peers. Yeah, since we are very pressed for time and I don't want to steal anyone's time because speakers are amazing, take a look. Actually, that is introducing them to a technology which is actually cutting edge now. The other thing, it's really interesting for them because, hey, the teacher was using something absolutely brand new. On the other hand, if you allow your students to use their phones, cell phones in the classroom, right? Yes, game changer. That's why. That's right, Eugenia. And after your session, my teachers got inspired. So thank you again. So what will happen? They compare their ideas. Remember the one which they were brainstorming and discussing with their peers. The other one which is already here. But let's go back and remember we are still a very picky teacher. In the classroom, we provide them with the language. So for those who was not in the mood, didn't have enough vocab, couldn't distinguish or decipher or whatever by some reason to provide any definition of stress, do they have no language? Just write yes or plus or no, it's not enough. For us, that's language. That's a lexical set and lexical field which is actually connected to stress. These are our keywords, blocking vocabulary, you can call it whatever you like. Beautiful, right? Divorce, separation, stress for some students, social media, right? So they already are provided with some of the language they will actually need to the end of their lesson. Again, remember, you as a teacher, like that magician who is standing behind the scenes and organizing and manipulating. Yes, I'm not afraid of that word. By the things your student is actually doing in the classroom, but again, silently, because they need to think that this is their own idea. Again, so now we have language, right? Now we go further. How often are you under the stress or under stress, and what you do or feel then? Again, make your students talk. Again, for the silent, for low levels, or for those who are not in the mood, do they actually have the language at least to talk? Go back. Yes, they at least can say mood swing, or I don't know, emotionally unstable, or I was in the conflict and I don't feel really nice. So you provided those with the language. For those ones who are fast finishers, are of a good level and like talk, they are more extroverts than introverts. Will they be talking? Sure, they will, at least with some of the phrases. So for the student, again, that's a talk. But the thing is, for you, you have to monitor and instruct them to put what they hear into what? Into their answer, into their spreadsheet. For example, that could be amazing when they do that. And you have this very easy, I think that every student, as a teacher knows this, like not find someone who, but ask someone how they feel. And they mingle all around the classroom and ask and write down, Ola feels depressed, Ola feels sad, Masha is not comfortable, Denise wants to eat a lot. So that's fine. Again, from their perspective, they are talking about stress or anything but not writing, because eventually at the end, you'll see what they have to do. Are they talking? Yes. Are they engaged? Yes. For online students, you always have chat forums. You always have Jamboard, Miro. You always had even ad forums, anything which can be applicable here, or just very simple Google document with the columns for the students, and they online just fill it in and fill it out, and they have language. Again, on our perspective, go back. So they talked what stress is it common? They gave the definition if they couldn't provide a definition, so they could actually get some language from the GPT chat definition. Then they are talking about their emotions and they are filling in the worksheet Should was the language, which you do really need this. And very simple words. Let's say you have always to make some feedback and you say, okay, so who feels depressed? And someone raises their hand. Who feels exhausted? Again, make them engaged, right? Make them feel that it's really okay to talk about this because it's a tentative topic as well. So misery, unconfident, sadness, all others. And for example, if they have this word, yay, you just write out all other adjectives or even short phrases, actually, which what? Yes, which actually they provided you with. As Nelly says, opinions, right? Different kinds of emojis. It depends, you know your classroom better, right? So now we go further. Let's talk about other things. What are the signs of stress? Yes, and it's a bit tough. Again, you may ask them to go to GPT chat. You may ask them to talk together. Yes, these questions are provided for them as well on the handout. So for me, for example, I start Ichi. Ichi is the word. You may provide this again with different kinds of words they need. Yes, they talk together again. They can talk with their peers. They can discuss it. They can go to online if they want. Yes, as Ludmila says, they can be difficult to discuss for those students who are under stress. If you see that, you may have the way out. You may present them with this picture and see if they were good at discussing that. Then look for these ideas, additional signs, additional ideas. If you see that it doesn't go smoothly as you're supposed to, just ask them, okay, let's see. You know that it's short term, long term. You again work with the language. See how much language is here, right? And you may see, okay, that would be absolutely brilliant if you could tick for yourself individually if it's good or not. Or maybe some of your friends, right? So take the focus from them and let them talk about some kind of imaginary friend. So it's not a problem. But again, for you as a teacher, you talk about the topic which is really engaging. The other thing, which is really important, the third, you provide them with necessary language, which is always a problem at speaking and writing, because they lack ideas, lack inspiration, and they think that, oh, I know nothing about the topic. So these controversial topics are really good to discuss. So we go further. Now we go to the roots. And again, remember, they already are like ice breaked. They are already seeing that you are not actually checking what they are doing by write something, but they are brainstorming the ideas and you guide them with the language they need for the future task, but they don't know it yet. Yes, for them that's talking. Okay, let's go further. So what are the reasons for stress? And for students, they will always say teachers. So you may have a joke, make a joke. They say like, okay, if it's teachers or school, you may put it right away as the first sign. I'm okay with that, because you say, also teaching makes me stressed. I'm too responsible for that. Share your own opinion on that. Just give them one idea, like, okay, for me, stress is this, and for you. So they see that, yes, you also deal with this. You also have problems with that, and that's okay. And now, again, see whether they were right or wrong. And here they can be different. Again, you see the language. Here you can what? Clarify the language if you see that something is missing. You can adapt their own ideas to this chat as well, to this graph as well. You may build, for example, then the scale. Okay, make individual scale for you. What stresses you the most? What stresses you out the list? That's also great. Again, think. For them, they are working on speaking, they are actually talking, and they discuss this absolutely not English lesson topic stress, right? But for you, they are working with language. They are working, if you go back to questions, with stages of writing. But again, this is the thing when you finally release yourself and try using different lesson frameworks and combining them by understanding what actually you can do with them. Not being restricted or framed, as they say, right? But you let you go. You use the elements of CLEAR here as well, because actually they are learning stress. Rather, they are talking about subjunctive mood, right? And we move further. This is very interesting thing. We always have girls and boys. Also, we have binomials. We have a lot of different representatives of different genders in the classroom, but actually the hormones levels, right, are still there. So for them, you can ask to do additional research, or you can highlight and show, see, what do you think? Is it the same level of stress or different? Other factors are the same and different, and talk about them, right? Talk about this. It's easy. And for example, say, okay, so being a woman, identifying myself as a woman, I'm always under stress when, for example, I am in public and I have no makeup on, or when I was a teenager, I was always worried. Yes, about what? About how I look like. And girls, raise your hand, or boys as well. So yes, mixed gender is also great, but they need to be heard. And when you do during the classroom through English, which is absolutely something like, something safe for them. And that's a lesson. It's easier for them to talk. And we go further and provide them with statistics. And if they have questions, ask them to research. Again, remember learners' autonomy. It can be definitely done during the lesson. And further discussion, sure, why not? You can ask them to do their own research, and that's a good thing for project-based learning or TBL or anything, right? You go further and further. So let's move further. Take a look. We talked about what stress, what are the reasons, how they feel. But then it's important, who can they talk to? And this is infographics, and I really like those pictures, again, because you can do the following. You can take those pictures and ask separate groups of the students, if you have a large classroom, to work what are the drawbacks and what are the benefits of talking to family members, to talk to their colleagues, to talk to their peers, to talk to a psychologist, or just talk to no one, and just what? Meditate, recall, refresh, have feedback on everything, right? So again, it's up to you how you actually use this picture, or just again make a poll and ask themselves who they actually talk, or have an open class feedback and shout out. But remember, when you have such kind of tentative topics, start with yourself. Always give them an example. So I talk, to be honest, to friends, then to my friend, to my partner, and then I go and talk to a psychologist. Yes. So again, you may tell them that there are a variety of those things, and do a journal of writing, beautiful, Mia, and you go further and further. Again, you are brainstorming ideas, and we go further. Again, that would be on the handout for them, and they can rank. You see, language is really easy. But in fact, there's nothing difficult or complicated in dealing with or coping with stress. Again, you may ask them to rank. You may ask them to add up ideas. You may ask them again to talk together. You may ask them to write what works best for you and what doesn't work for them as well. It always works. And we move further to other things, overcoming stress and avoiding stress. And you ask them only now to write 5 short notes. Very easy, 5 short notes, right? Bullet points. So, dear teachers, dear participants here, are they already able to do that? Do they have enough language? Because usually they say, oh, I don't know what to write. I have no ideas. After everything was they've done. Yay. So notes to be handed out to you, right? So they have a lot of things, right? They already have some ideas. They already talked about this. They have some language. For low-level students, for example, they will already have something noted down from stronger students. For stronger, they will be engaged because actually, oh, I know language. I can talk about not only books, only, for example, I don't know, TV, but I can talk about stress, and you move further. So they brainstorm ideas. And again, for those who have no ideas or say, I don't know what to write, you can actually, again, provide them with some tips. And they read, they skim, and they scan, right? Then they already have predicted some of the answers might be. And you say, okay, so tick whether there were those ideas, or maybe you would like to add something more. Again, you're like filling them in, stuffing them with language, with ideas, what to write, not to talk. And take a look. Here, finally, yes, here finally, what is there? The task itself, right? We have a problem of a 16-year-old Nona who is 11th grader and she's leaving the school. To be honest, again, I asked to design those questions by the chat. And then you may ask them, okay, so what would you advise to that person? So that's an advice letter, right? Or an article. So you will decide a bit later. That's beautiful. So, and now we go further. We may ask them, okay, so if you want to have a model, again, go and have it. So since the presentation mode here doesn't allow us to have like boop up, but you can ask them, so provide them first with this letter, with this pieces of advice, and then ask them, okay, so are they personalized or very generalized? Again, would you like to add something? Would you like to make it more personalized? And then the question, who gave it? And they will be shocked that that was the GPT chat, right? So it means that actually you can show them that, again, you can take ideas from there. On the other hand, you can start working on the model, right? And it can be smoothly the second lesson, right? You can go and integrate it into the lesson of writing. Or if you have a 90-minute lesson, you can continue with that. You work on the layout, register, you clarify. Again, you take language which is necessary. You take the strong sentence structures. And then again, you divide your students. I really like the table. I show it in all of my presentations because it actually works. You prepare for writing. Again, vocabulary, not a problem. Team B works for the vocabulary. Team A may work with grammar. And actually, you have already this model, right? You can give another model. You may take a model from a book. You can do it on your own, right? And show them with grammar, intro, linkers, anything. And then they work together again. So they can have collaborative writing as well. And then they write a letter to the editor. Here again, you may have the whole lesson devoted to them. You can have a continuation. You can have a guided lesson on writing. You can have a model lesson on writing. It's up to you, up to the level, but actually it's really logical. And you go down. One of the ways how you can actually do the feedback, gallery walk, and underlining what you like, don't like. If it's online, they can share everything they write and everyone is looking through. So underlining mistakes, if you want to make a focus on, for example, let it be grammar, or you were doing something on grammar and you can highlight it in their work. Remember, if it's exam prep, show them the criteria of assessment and ask them, okay, let's assess it together for content, for context, for content, for language, for organization and communicative achievement. Why not? It's up to you how you, again, make this lesson fit into your lesson framework. And the last thing, really, then everything, all of the ideas will be in the teaching guide. If you need, the presentation also will be there for you. And thank you so much. I will be running, and thank you again, and Slava Ukraini, and thank you so much. Thank you again. Eva, you are amazing.
For the heroes. Yeah, thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. It was like, wow, I had to follow everything bit by bit. So much information within this short period of time, but I'm pretty sure that was really, really useful for our participants. And I can see that people were reacting to what you were saying, yeah, like agreeing with you. And yes, let me remind you that you actually can get all the materials from the speakers. You should know that during this event, I will be like a broken record reminding you about it all the time. But anyway, if you'd like to get the folder with all the presenters' materials and also a certificate, then please join our fundraising campaign, because what we are doing, we are trying to share our knowledge as well as to fundraise some financial aid for people from the occupied territories and also for people who are in the front lines. Natalia, I know I'm taking your time, but here's the slides you can see. If you don't have a link, just please scan QR code and then you will go to the payment page. The payment is just a fixed one. You shouldn't think how much you should donate, whether it's enough or not enough. Everything is enough, and actually go there and check. And I should tell you that we've already fundraised more than 40,000 Ukrainian hryvnias so far. So thank you so
That's
much.
amazing. I can
Yeah,
tell you how many tourniquets is that.
yeah, thank you so much.
Tourniquets, occlusive crossings, and so on and so forth. Thank you so
Also,
much.
those who have contributed to this initiative up before the midnight, because I have my limits. So those people will get their certificates and and access to the materials 1 hour after the event. So the certificates are ready. Those who paid like after midnight, I have to sleep sometimes. So that's why I couldn't make these certificates happen. But anyway, you will get them within 24 hours. So as soon as you make the payment, I can see it, and I can see that now payments are coming. I just can't react and I can't send you confirmations. But anyway, I can see. Thank you so much, and you will get your certificates and access within 24 hours, because if every certificate has your own name and your not your but its number, so you have just your unique number. And sometimes I'm thinking when our grandkids will be asking us later on when learning something from history, like, okay, my lovely granny, do you remember what was happening during that moment? And actually, we have something to say. Yeah, we
They
have
will
some.
be absolutely proud.
Thank you
Definitely.
so much, Natalia, for this amazing
Thank you.
presentation. Thank you for joining us. And we should continue, but please, if you have time, willingness, chance, please join us in the chat. I'm pretty sure there will be lots of comments and you can interact. To all the attendees now, I'd like to encourage you to be active. Ask questions. You have the chance to ask. We haven't had any Q&A yet, so please arrange something. Yeah, see you. And we have to go to the next presenter. Yeah. And this is the moment, because I can see in the chat that we have lots of Georgian educators. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. I can see so many universities. Some of you I know, some of you I can see I see for the first time, but I'm pretty sure that we will be friends because we have some kind of special vibe with Georgia. Thank you for being so supportive. And now let me introduce our next presenter, who Rusudan. She's the head of the Foreign Languages Department and National Assessment and Examination Center in Tbilisi, Georgia. She is also one of the founders of the English Teachers Association of Georgia, ETAG. She teaches English philology MA students at Tbilisi State University. She has developed a number of ELT materials, including textbooks and tests for English learners. So she has worked several years at the British Council Georgia office as an ELT development manager. So guys, I know I can't hear that, but you can do it on the backstage. So let's welcome Rusudan. Hey, I'm really
Hello. I've been looking to forward to this moment for 2 weeks, and I'm a bit nervous. But Eva, congratulations with this conference. And when I first emailed Eva, I called her a hero, and not Eva is a hero, but all of you, dear English teachers from Ukraine, are heroes. And your country is a heroic country which changes history and will change history dramatically to the good. Welcome to this hero soldiers fighting for peace and giving their lives to the better life in future. So thank you for this, Eva. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Well,
thank you.
yeah.
Thank you for
Thank you for everything.
Yeah.
I decided to build my presentation on the materials which I prepared on the book, actually, which I published several months ago, which is Enjoy Doing Tests. And I now see that I was correct to do that because it echoes very well my colleagues' presentations, which was on reading and testing. My official job is for development of the English language national tests. And then when the students in Georgia hear national tests, they are nervous, anxious, they are stressful. And I thought, why should the words test create a kind of stress and unpleasant feeling, why not make it more enjoyable, fun, which students and, well, at any age enjoy to do, and self-assess, and teachers self-develop tests? Why not look at this from the different angle? And so I started to collect this material, to do this book on testing. And here I am presenting 3 chapters from that, of the A2 plus level, which is pre-intermediate, although the book has 17 tests of pre-intermediate level plus B1 or intermediate level. Yeah. To speak about the structure of the book, and the structure of the material we'll be receiving is just 1 test. You will be receiving 3 tests altogether, but I will be speaking in detail about the first one because the structure, all of them are the same, more or less. And so you can be using them in the classroom with your students or with any purpose and aims. The first part of the first task of the test is on reading, how to test reading skills. We here have the selective reading, which is 2 texts are given and the questions follow, and the student has to find the adequate answer in the text, which is A or B, which this kind of open-ended question stimulates reading, gives chance to the student not to only go through the text, but go into details of the text and find the adequate answer, correct answer, either in A or in B. This is actually a closed text because the student does not write anything. He or she just finds the answer and writes in the key next to the answer down there. I said in the beginning that I was trying to. I was very happy to hear the presentation by Ukrainian colleague about reading, where she said, I noted down, you have to have time limit, you have to have interest stories, you have to have motivation, and you have to have a text which stimulate reading. Well, all is here. The text is stimulating, interesting for teenagers. It has time limit altogether. The test has the test has time limit, of course. There are interesting stories, and the motivation is there. The next part of the task, actually, of the test is again reading, but from different angle. It's more detailed reading, where the student has to fill in the gap with the appropriate word from the text. It's a more detailed reading because the student is stimulated to go to search into the text with the appropriate and look for the concrete appropriate information, 1 or 2 words. It's in the task, and write the answer in the item. These stimulate students. Again, the texts are interesting from everyday life or from, some interesting topics, challenging topics from students appropriate to the age and interest of that for the teenagers, because this is mostly for teenagers, as I understand. Though no age limit, of course. The main thing is here that this is A2 plus level to my mind, because we work a lot on leveling of the materials here in our organization, and I think and I hope that's very close to the level. The next one goes to grammar. It's an open-ended question. The student here practices mostly question writing, how to formulate a question, how to transform the initial or stem sentence into the question, and he or she is guided by the initial word. This is very close to the task which is very often tested in the Cambridge exams. And when I said that the second presenter, excellent presenter, who was talking about the reading and different methodology for learning and teaching English, mentioned the Cambridge exams, because I'm also the examiner for the Cambridge exam, and I know that this kind of items very much help students to systematize their knowledge in grammar and to make grammar more activated in real life situations. The next task out of 7 tasks within a test is vocabulary. Vocabulary, I call this section, as well as the previous section, language in use, which is actually, we know, grammar and vocabulary in use, in practical use and in everyday situations. This is a kind of already traditional vocabulary activity, but it's very important that students understand the content, the situation, the context, actually. So this is not just whether he or she knows the word, because these synonyms are very much close to each other, but it's very important that the student understand the context. So I call anyway this kind of exercise or task vocabulary through reading. The students usually like this activity. On the other hand, this is the close type of task where students insert, they do not write anything, because I wanted to incorporate, to put together not only closed type of tasks like tick, tick, tick exercises or tasks, but also open ones, and we will see that following this one or the next one. The test unites one more text, which is the also gap filling, but with phraseology or set phrases. You know that set phrases, phrasal verbs, phraseology plays a huge role in English, in any language actually, but in English especially. This is a very important part of the language. And so I decided to put together the phrases, good everyday useful phrases and structures, grammatical as well as lexical structures and phrasal verbs from the text, which is different in format. It's a text, of course, but it's a letter, it's a message, either email or a letter, depending on the level. And so this checks or assesses students' ability to understand phraseology, phrasal verbs in context again. So again, through context, one of these above given phrases are inserted into the text. The sixth task you see from that book and from that test is, well, I love this one most of all, because as I know, that checks language competence best. It's gap. With nothing given, you know, the learner has to understand, and not to understand, but to guess what to insert there. Well, mostly it's grammatical. So you insert either preposition or article, or, you know, some grammar word, but not only. Conjunctions are very much important in English. So this is something which very well, gap filling, open, gap filling without any data given. Yeah, very well checks the overall language competence of the learner. And I love this task most, frankly speaking. Each out of these items or tasks, every item is marked 1 point. And altogether here, in this part of the test, the maximum number of points is 50, as you understand, because its number of items is 50 altogether. But here we go to the task, which is the writing task. We know that very often textbooks or just teachers avoid this kind of task because it's difficult to check, it's difficult to mark, difficult for students to do. It needs special skills. Writing is a very difficult skill. We also see from our national exams that the most difficult part of the test and how they perform in the test is writing. But I again try to add this part to my tests, which is very close to either CAT or PET tests, writing part, one of the writing parts, and which has a kind of incorporates imagination as well, some imagination, and of course some writing skills appropriate to the level, with some guidance given there. So you have to write an email to somebody and say this, and this. So the guidance is there. This part, writing, is marked 5 points. So altogether, you see, and I see this as a very important part of the test, that students know how many marks are awarded. So what is the achievement level? How is he collecting the marks for himself? Because to my mind, self-assessment in this case is very much important. Either assessment from the side of the student, self-assessment, and assessment from the side of the teacher is important. Achievement levels are easier to say and to consider for future. What is the weakest point? Reading, writing, use of English vocabulary. What is the weak point, and what should I achieve, and should I practice better for in future to make progress in what I've learned? So here is the end of test 1. Now this I will be showing you the second one, which has the exactly the same structure. So you see the same reading tasks, the same grammar transformation, which is excellent for systematic, for practicing the system of language, grammatical system of language. Here is the vocabulary again, different tasks. All the texts, I think, are very interesting for teenagers especially. And here are the writing, different writing, with again self-assessment element down there, maximum 55 points. And out of my 17 tests which I publish in this book, I've published in this book, I've given here for you, well, just 3. We go through very quickly to the third one again. American culture, British culture, other cultural element, Georgian culture is there, you know. It's a kind of mixture of cultural elements in the text, which I very much appreciate really in other textbooks as well. But in the end, let me see a very important part, how to mark either your student or yourself. Answer key is absolutely important and essential for marking. Straightforward answer key, which means that I, as a teacher, I'm not marking anything. Here is a document which is marking your answers. And down there you will see mark scheme for writing task to make the marking standardized, common for everybody, and the approach more or less common, because standardization is a very problematic thing in assessment. Here I'm giving the 5-band mark scheme for marking that short letter which I put in the end of each test. Well, that was what I wanted to tell you, to share with you a bit of small experience, and I hope that will be useful for your classrooms and for your teaching process.
Thank you so much, Rosanna. It was quite important for us to see everything, and I'm sure and I have a couple of questions. What I've noticed, because I'm trying to compare what we have in Ukraine, and maybe it would be nice if you're from another country, not from Ukraine and not from Georgia, to let us know what you have for your exams. We also had the idea of writing emails to our friends, but sometimes behind the scenes teachers can discuss the idea like, it's a bit out of dated. We do not write emails to friends, and we actually expect that one day it will be possible to change into writing something different for our students. What do you think about it? As I can understand, you have the same idea in Georgia, to write emails to your friend. as a part of your writing exam, right?
We do, especially not close friends, not informal emails. Informal emails are very rare, but formally, when you are working together, for example, in some office or sharing some project or working on something, you of course write an email. But I want to say one thing, Eva. What I presented is not the national exam format. Not at all. In the national exams, we have a totally different
No,
format.
I mean, everything is
Yeah.
amazing.
We
Yeah,
in the
I was
national
just
exams, we are
asking, do you
testing
have to
essay
send
writing. Yeah, email I think is important because teenagers write emails to each other here in Georgia. I think in Ukraine as well. Uh, Testing is of course a kind of formal thing, and textbooks also give something which is not sometimes very practical. But this is a practice thing. You practice so that you go into your real life and then adapt it to real life situations. But you are learning something, you are developing yourself. So I think emails and even messages sometimes can be a good task.
Yeah. And this is, I really like this comment. And also, I'd like to highlight, yeah, since it's not a secret, I'm an official refugee nowadays, and dealing with new culture and the way how business um, operates and how they communicate here, I can see that writing is a crucial skill in this case, because actually everything what we are doing, how we communicate, we do through emails, having, and this is kind of important to teach our students whom we prepare to their future lives, yeah, knowing how to deal with the sequence of emails, how to open emails, close, how to be formal or semi-formal, yeah, when you're talking about business.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so
Absolutely. Yeah, writing is not only difficult to learn, it's difficult to teach. And teachers very often avoid that part, do not pay much attention to that part, to teaching writing and developing writing skills. But, oh, yes, I agree, Eva, absolutely. It's the most difficult part to learn and to teach. Yeah. No.
yeah, and looking at it from this perspective, I think if we take it like writing emails to our friends or people we know, let's say, yeah, it's a good first step to develop writing skills in terms of writing emails, different kind of emails. And also, I'm really thankful for all the tests and for mentioning this writing part as well. What I'd like our teachers to pay attention to, this is really relevant to nowadays life. Also, it would be nice if we could work on how to write the cover letters. Yeah, because
Absolutely.
they get.
Depending on the level, motivation letters, CVs, and A1 is not appropriate for that, but for the advanced
Yeah.
levels, I agree absolutely. These very motivation letters are very much important. Yeah.
So your presentation just inspired me to think more about
Oh,
material
thank you.
development.
You
Thank
inspire me a
you.
lot. Yeah.
Yes, thank you
Thank you
so
so much
much.
for this
And
chance.
if you have the chance, please join us in the chat. Yeah, and we have to
Thank you.
yeah. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. And we should continue. And now I'd like to invite to this virtual stage a person who, for some of you, just an impressive discovery. But Ukrainians, for sure, they know this person. And I want to read a couple of words about her. I'm really honored to have this person here. And I know how it is to be a material writer. But listen to this. So this person is a founder and a material writer at esl.laboratory, which you can find on Instagram. Again, esl.laboratory, a platform that provides teachers with innovative and effective lesson plans to help them engage their students and create meaningful learning experiences. Additionally, this person has worked on the development of an English language learning app that has received over, and here's ta-da-da-da moment, that has received over 1 million downloads, helping people around the world improve their language skills and achieve their goals. So let me introduce our next presenter, amazing Tatiana Kirilenko. Hi.
Hi. I'm very excited and a bit nervous to be speaking to you here today. Thank you for this amazing introduction. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and I know how it is. Uh, I understand that actually she has her debut here in our Teachers' Voice Conference because we have some speakers who have already presented, and this is your first time. And that is why I'd like to ask all the attendees, please support, because, okay, just imagine you are now in front of more than 100 people listening to you. So I'd like you to put some effort and to support Tatiana while she's presenting. And what I should tell you, I've seen the presentation, and we discussed about the topic, a lot about the topic, and I really like it. And I'm sure that everyone will be able to reflect on it and will be able to relate. And actually, it brought me to my first years of my teaching career. So this is it. Intrigue. I'm adding your presentation. Yeah,
Yep.
like
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, hi, everyone, once again. As I said, I'm very honored and excited to be speaking to you today. And before I dive into the topic, I'd like to tell you a bit about myself and basically why you should listen to me. So, I'm a certified English teacher. I've got more than 4 years of experience teaching English for adults and teenagers. And I also, as Eva said, I also worked as a content creator and methodologist for an app called Tongo. At the moment when we were developing it, we had more than 1 million of downloads from over the world, and which was a great experience at the time. And I created the lesson plans, I chose the content for the app. But probably what I'm most proud of is my work as a founder and author of ESL Lab. This is a space that equips teachers with thought-provoking yet effective lesson plans for English teachers, right? We've got more than 8,000 subscribers on Instagram. We've got our subscription option where you can get all the lesson plans on a monthly basis, and more than 400 teachers are using our lesson plans daily. We've got more than 100 ready-to-use lesson plans. We work with authentic materials only. And yeah, and the lesson plan I'm going to be talking today was basically created for ESL Lab. So if you're interested in this one, you will find a lot of similar ones on our platform, right, on Instagram. I'm going to be talking about youngism, and I'd like to start with saying why I believe it's important to explore such topics in a classroom. So, as a society, we've made great progress in breaking down some stereotypes that once held us back. So we no longer believe that women can't wear pants. We no longer believe that women can't work outside the house. And for some of us, it may seem that we live in a great place, right? We're in a great place as a society at the moment, right? Because we've broken down a lot of stereotypes. But in fact, the 21st century has brought in a new set of stereotypes and prejudice and biases that are just as harmful as those of the past, right? One of them is youngism. So this is a belief that younger people are lazy, are entitled. They lack work ethic, they lack skills, they lack knowledge. Right, the list can go on and on. But it's simply false. Right, it's not like that, and it's also harmful and damaging because it can limit young people's opportunities in life. So I believe that engaging in these discussions can encourage students to think critically about the world around them. It can inspire them to become more open-minded individuals. On a different note, I also believe that it's both important and beneficial to talk about this topic for adults and teenagers. So, for adults, it can promote empathy and personal reflection. It can encourage adults to become more open minded and accepting. It can help them recognize and challenge any biases or stereotypes that they may hold towards younger people. For teenagers, on the other hand, it can make them realize the ways in which society might discriminate against them. It can inspire them to become agents of change in creating a more inclusive and more equitable society. And it can also prevent them from becoming ageists or youngists themselves, right? Now that they know the roots of this age based discrimination. So, So while I'm confident that these topics should be addressed and must be addressed in a classroom, I also believe that I also have a problem with such classes, and the problem is, are we going to learn some English in this class? Because as much as I believe it's important to tackle such thought-provoking and social issues in the classroom, I believe it shouldn't be at the expense of language learning. So we as English teachers at first should make sure that the lesson aims are met while still providing students with some thought-provoking and meaningful conversations. So in this lesson, I've tried to strike this balance between a topic and English learning, and I'll show you how I approached it. So in the first part of this class, we're going to take a look at a couple of statements. Students will read them and they will say if they agree, disagree, or partially agree with these ones, and they will also need to explain their opinion. If you take a closer look at these phrases, at these statements, you will see that we're using quite strong vocabulary, right? The words like not mature, not capable, disrespectful, lazy, not informed, right? So these are quite strong words to use. And in reality, in real life, we tend to sugarcoat what we actually would like to say with some softer words. For instance, we could say something like, you're still young, you'll figure it out eventually, it seems like it's a harmless statement to say, right? There is nothing wrong with this one. But what we're actually trying to say, trying to do here is we're dismissing someone's ideas, someone's opinions just because they are still young, which means that they are not old enough to figure something out, right? And this is a great example of youngism, which looks like a normal statement. And a lot of people don't realize that they have this hidden prejudice, right? That they subconsciously might discriminate younger people just because they don't put their opinions in these strong terms. So the key to this exercise is the strong vocabulary that will be able to give your students a chance to notice that they may have got some hidden prejudice. In the next step, we're going to talk about some examples of the stereotypes or some situations that older or younger workers can face at work. And after that, we will discuss if we find the stereotypes surprising. What we're going to do next, we're going to read an article that will basically back students' ideas, students' guesses, right, with some viable and with some reliable data. It seems like just a standard task that you can do in any classroom, but the magic happens with the questions themselves that we are going to ask the students. So in my experience, students are always able to come up with a number of stereotypes of behaviors, of situations that older and younger workers can face, right? But when I ask them, do you find that it's surprising? They would probably say, no, it's not surprising. It's whatever. It's just the way it is. No, it's not surprising at all. And if you combine these two questions, it can provoke some powerful insights into the topic, because isn't it strange that you have a lot of examples of some behaviors that shouldn't exist, right? But at the same time, you don't even find them surprising. So again, it can provoke some cool insights. The next step is all about this balance between topic and vocabulary. Students will need to match the phrases in the bold from the article with their definitions, and then they will need to complete the questions with the phrases from the previous exercise. And after that, so it's a simple controlled practice exercise. And after that, they will need to discuss these questions. You might be thinking something like, more questions? Haven't we got enough of questions in the previous steps? But trust me, the questions are completely different. So in the first part of the lesson, we were talking mostly about stereotypes in general, the way stereotypes in general and the society in general. But in this part, we're talking about our own experience with the topic, right, with youngism, with discrimination. The reason why I did it is because our brains are wired to resist change, and our brains are wired to to block everything negative out, we tend to believe that everything's all rainbows and unicorns. And if I just ask you straight away, would you say that you're an ageist or youngist? You would say something like, no, of course not. I'm a great, perfect human being. I don't discriminate against anyone. But if I ask you the same question about the society in general and about if this stereotype, if this problem exists, you would probably say that yes, it does, and you can provide a number of examples proving that. So yeah, so I built these tasks to slowly guide students from talking about something in general to talking about the problem in general, for them to easier share their personalized personal experiences. Yeah, after that, we're going to move to the second part of the class, which is pretty similar in its structure to the first one. So I'll give you a brief rundown. We're going to brainstorm ideas about why ageism exists and what we can do to fix it. We can read then we will read the article to compare the answers, to get some inspiration from the article, to back our ideas and our opinions. And after that, we will again work with the vocabulary. So we will match the phrases with their definitions, and we will do a controlled practice task. Right, so you see that the structure is pretty much similar. And then we're going to the last part of this class, where students will need to work on their vocabulary, right? And they will also need to remember everything they've read and everything they've learned from the article in this class. So they will need to summarize and analyze everything they've learned using the new vocabulary. So here I'd like to point out that the aim in terms of the topic in this class is not to make your students say something like, okay, I do realize that I was an ageist or youngist. I do realize that it was wrong, and from now on I won't be an ageist, youngist anymore. I won't discriminate against anyone. So we need to realize that these changes, they don't happen overnight. It's not possible to change your mindset in just a 60-minute class, right? So what I believe is the aim in terms of the topic in this class is to highlight the problem, to show your students that this problem exists, and to provide them with some reliable data, with some opinions, with some arguments, to show them the roots of the problem, to show them the possible consequences that they might face if we don't deal with this problem, right? And just leave them with these thoughts, with this new information. And after that, they will be able to to find some additional information or just to think about that. So, and this exercise is a great way to do that, because in this one, we don't just read, we have to say everything out loud. And when we're speaking, we don't only mentally process the information that we are speaking, we're also using our vocal cords. And when we're using our vocal cords, it helps us solidify the information, it helps us solidify the memory, both about new vocabulary and about the topic itself. It gives us a chance to kind of taste the way these arguments, the way these ideas, these new ideas sound, right, when we are pronouncing them, which can also lead to some new insights and to some new perspectives. On the other hand, while speaking, we can also notice any gaps or any inconsistencies in our understanding of this new information, and it can it can inspire students to take a look at them, to find something new, to find some additional information after the class. So you see, in this task, we're giving students once again a great way to revise the vocabulary. And on the other hand, we're trying to solidify this information that we've just learned about the topic itself. So yeah, this is the way we would finish the class. We would give students some tangible results and some food for thought. As a conclusion, I would like to say that please don't hesitate to include thought-provoking topics in the classroom, because a classroom is a great place to do that. But at the same time, please don't try to focus on English as well. Don't forget about English in these classrooms. And this combination will will ensure that you're having both enjoyable and effective lesson plans. So, okay, so thank you so much for listening to me. I hope it was great to hear that. And let's keep in touch. You can also always find me on Instagram and text me if you feel like doing that. Yep.
Thank
That
you
was
so
it.
much, Tanya. It was so informative and good food for thought. And I'm pretty, yeah, we can see people are saying thank you to you. It was really good. And I'm really thankful to you for donating this lesson plan to our folder with all the materials. And yes, I'd like to encourage you guys. You can find ESL Laboratory on Instagram and follow. Even if you are not ready to join the community yet with all the lesson plans, you can have a look, and from time to time I know Tanya gives some free lessons for you to
Yeah.
have a taste of what's going on behind the scenes. Yeah, also you can read all the feedback and everything. You can see what other teachers are saying about all those lesson plans. And I really like this topic. And in yeah, thanks a million. Amazing. That's true. That's amazing. I really like this topic because, as usual, we do not discuss it, but I'm pretty sure it's really important to discuss it with our students, because as soon as they graduate from their institutions and they go to their adult lives,
Mhm.
then they can face this ageism, and somehow they need to be ready for that, or maybe to do something in order to prevent it. Yeah, thank you so much. And if you have time, please join us in the chat. It would be nice. And to all the attendees, if you have any questions, please put them in the chat. Please, please do. This is the chance to ask questions and to get answers. And also, what you can do, you can share your opinions as well. So it's not only about getting answers from our speakers, but also about communication. And please use this chance to establish connections and maybe even to launch some kind of new projects, international ones. Yeah. Thank you, Tanya, and see you later. And thank you so much. Sending you hugs and kisses.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you.
Bye bye. I'm removing from the screen. It's so sad because I really like this topic. And yes, I have something to say. And probably I want to say that. So again, you can see the screen with the QR code, which you can scan, and it will redirect you to the payment page where you can. Okay, we call it like you can donate, but what it means, as soon as you pay, within 24 hours, you will get access to all the speakers' materials as well as your certificate with your name and with your number, where it will state like 8 hours of uh, professional development. And this is the moment. I want you to know that officially, so far, we have just crossed 50,000 Ukrainian hryvnias. Thank you so much for being so generous, and thank you for supporting us. And can you imagine what it means? It means that some people will get their food, medicine, and the main thing is that they will feel cared and not abandoned. Thank you so much. Yeah, sending you love. And I want to I'm sorry, I'm just ruling everything here. So I want to present our next speaker. Do you have so wonderful colors? This is actually my partner in crime. If you remember, we started this conference, I mean, the conference under the circumstances last spring, and everyone who got the agenda, you could follow the history of everything what was happening. And Yana joined us, just stepped in and said, I'd like to participate and I'd like to contribute, because at that moment we were fundraising for our defenders. And this is where our story started. And after that, we had one more teacher's voice, and also we had a fantastic course, Ever English, which was organized as our collaboration of Ever, uh, Jana's company, Ever English, and Tatar Lab. Yeah. And Jana, I'm giving you the floor because, yeah, I want you to start inspiring us because your topic is actually what made me think, and made me feel like how it was for me when I was not a teenager. I was 10 years old when I started learning English, and to be honest, grammar was the most difficult part for me, because at that moment what we had the grammar translation method, and everything was in tables, and for me it was kind of difficult to comprehend that it's not only about past, present, future, but in English we have more. So that was like a difficult thing for me. Like, how I say, it's like the whole paradigm had to be shifted. Yeah.
Thank you so
So,
much, Eva, for
the floor
such
is yours.
Yes, thank you so much for such beautiful introduction. And there is a common wish, many happy returns. So I would say that's the happiest return of this year so far. Thank you so much for having me here today. And thank you so much to all colleagues who joined us. What an honor and what a joy to be here in our community and to make changes with English word. So, today, I'd like to share something that that is very important to me, because for my learners, it changed their English life without any exaggeration. So I hope that things that that worked well for me, you will also benefit from it. And here we start. You are the 5th language school I've tried in my life. I've tried them all. If you can help me actually speak the language and not just lecture me on grammar all the time, then send me the invoice and let's get started. These words of despair are not uncommon. Learners' attitudes towards grammar are often far from being enthusiastic. That's true. And today I invite you to explore a new way of presenting grammar tenses, one that focuses on perception rather than theory. And by shifting our perspective, we can make grammar more accessible and engaging for our learners. When it comes to grammar tenses, there are typically 2 concepts that we consider. Meaning, which is what we communicate when we use a particular tense. And formula, which means how we construct the tense. And course books often adopt an approach that teaches one tense at a time. And that's the way I was taught when I was in school. And that's the way it worked with me. But dividing the process of acquiring tenses into at least 12 classes, corresponding the number of grammar tenses in English, might look slightly complicated to our learners. And that's something that, in my experience, causes the biggest disencouragement for them to deal with grammar, despite the fact that we do it, of course, in context, and we deduce it from authentic sources many times. But the fact that there are 12 formulas on their mind, it is something that keeps them away and disenchanted from dealing with such an exciting thing as grammar tenses in English. Eventually, we ended up with the grammar table of 12 separate formulas, hard to be remembered, as they are normally drilled separately. One day, I decided to make an experiment, and I presented my learners with this type of grammar table. And I asked them if it looks any simpler to them than the one that we worked with before. And they said they liked it. They liked it, and they've never seen it before. And it looked much simpler to them. Well, LOL. When I talk about my teaching philosophy, when presenting a new material, I believe in guided discovery. And I believe that the biggest treasure in my and our teaching practice is to be there for them and to be there with them. And the biggest treasure for me is to share the journey with my learners, all from starting from the simplest to the perfect continuous tenses. That's what we did. And in examining each group of grammar tenses, we identified specific traits inherent to each. So that's what I mean. We start from meaning. When we analyzed all simple tenses, we discussed what is the word that is associated with all of them. I mean, the cases of using it. They said, it looks like it's all about fact. It's something that is either continuous, and then I asked them, okay, can you show me where when this action is happening? And they said, that's kind of a normal thing. That's a common thing. And I said, okay, so let's describe with one word, how do you feel about all simple tenses, your association? And they said, they are uncertain, they are somewhat foggy, and they are general, and they are kind of like a fact. I go to work, I will go to work, I went to work. So that's something that is like a fact in my biography. And I said, okay, I buy it. So let's take it and let's name all simple tenses a fact one. So the meaning for them is to present a fact with no really precision and no particular time reference. They said, okay, great. And we marked it with this star, spinning star. Like it always exists or it never exists, but that's still, again, the foggy, the uncertain case. What we did next, and let's brainstorm it with you now. What about continuous tenses? What attribute can we give to all continuous tenses? I know there is a slight delay in our messages here, so I will help you with that. Duration. So when we discuss if an action lasts, there is always a particular time when it's happening. And progress, thank you. Duration, progress, so there is a particular time. And the indicator of duration is ing, of course. So continuous tenses are about two things: particular time and duration. That's what we marked here. Thank you so much for your answers. I can see them all. So now, what is the password for perfect tenses? I'm sure we're going to be on the same page for that and pretty close in our answers. So result. And it doesn't really matter if you have learned English for 5 years or you have arrived somewhere. There is a particular, the core concept is a result or its absence, of course. Thank you, result, yes. So result, once we finished an action, we have a result or its absence, like what I said. That's why result, that's our password for all perfect tenses. And the last one, I'm sure our answers will be just the same. So result plus duration, because continuous, that's about duration. Perfect, it's about result. Perfect continuous, it's about result plus duration. And what is really important to remember in this context, we are done with the basic understanding of what each group, not separate formula, but each group of tenses, what it refers to. So the first thing when our learners start talking and making their choice about grammar tense, they will not be thinking, they will not be focused on 1 out of 12 formulas on their mind, but they will be thinking about the concept. What am I talking about? The fact or duration or result, or result plus duration. So if it's still going on, and you can see this emoji, well, not emojis, but just, yeah, I guess emojis, to put them here to make the visual association of, okay, here's about time, here's about completion and complete, or result and duration, like this things coming up. So the thing is that what they mentioned afterwards, that it's much easier for them to hit the right formula and to hit the right dimension where we are, and then we transfer to formulas. Now that we're done with the meaning, I mean, the last touch, I would say, it's the formula. And of course, we will do it in just as dynamic way, going through all of the grammar tenses at once. Again, I'm not talking about presenting all the system of grammar tenses in one class, what I do sometimes with higher levels, and when I'm positive that there is the need to brush their knowledge, not to introduce them from scratch. So again, we have to grade it according to the level, but the approach can be split in less number of classes than when we do 12 classes for each separate formula. Each grammar tense has a particular key word. What is really important for us to understand, that all simple tenses, they have the category to be, and I marked them with pink color. All future tenses have an auxiliary will. So once we take a look at future, I mean, whenever we're talking about future, there is no future without will, and that's what my learners clearly know and remember. All continuous tenses have to be plus ing, because the progress and duration, that's all about ing. It's about lasting. All perfect tenses are about have plus third form or ed, and that's also the keyword that gets hit once they need to use this particular grammar tense. If it's perfect plus continuous, then we combine the constituents of perfect tenses have plus third form and ed, and continuous to be plus ing. So what is important about this approach to teaching tenses, to presenting the system of grammar tenses, is that the issue of grammar tenses gives learners purely technical approach to mastering the logics behind the tenses. They're not looking at the system as the 12 separate formulas, but as a solid functioning system. And rather than drilling formulas separately, they get a helicopter view on the meaning and technical understanding of how to deduce them by the keywords. And by providing this broader perspective to our learners, they are better equipped with understanding the essence behind the meaning behind the tenses, rather than simply memorizing formulas like I did it when I was when I was at the outset of my language learning experience, and that worked really great for me. But this aspect, I mean, this approach works much better, and it gives a much complex vision of how it works, and grammar doesn't look as scary anymore. And one of my yes, that was about the good news the good news about this comprehensive approach to grammar tenses. One of my learners compared it to first driving a manual transmission and then later shifting to an automatic one. The manual, because you are in control of every single action before you start moving the car. And technically, you understand how things work. That's when they are deducing formulas from future. If it's future, it's will. If it's perfect, it's have plus third form. Okay, then if I'm going to have a result in the future, that's when will and have plus third form comes. So we are talking about the manual approach to driving the English grammar. And once they understand how it all works, it will be much easier for them to shift to the automated one later on, because you have a helicopter view of where you are, what message you are conveying, and the tools you need, the formulas you need to convey it. And what is also extremely important, once we have passed the full journey of presenting, I mean, all grammar tenses, the final relief that I make for my learners is introducing them to the most rarely used tenses. And things start to look much better for them, because once they can substitute more complicated tenses like future perfect continuous with a simpler one like future continuous or future simple even, they realize that the mission is possible, and they realize that they don't really need to focus on all 12 formulas at this particular stage, as long as they're not going to take academic tests and to work in the academic field. And as a final stage of introducing them and practicing the tenses is reviewing them all on a timeline using the same symbols from the table, like the stick and the clock, because they're already familiar to what they mean. And once we visualize the whole process of how they change and what actions they communicate, it is, I would say, the final touch for them to see how they all work in this like perspective from the past till the future. And of course, this approach is just a stepping stone to the point when you can offer your learners a variety of engaging activities that demonstrate how the stances work in real life situations. This is not a substitution for freer, semi-freer, and controlled practice in many cases. But I don't want to give away all of the secrets and to continue with the activities that come after this introductory stage, because I want to give something for my third marathon next year and don't want to be a spoiler today. So in summary, when our learners have exhausted all their options and come to us as a last resort, it's important to approach things in a completely different way, to be the change they are looking for, and to broaden their perspective on common concepts. And I invite you to join us on our edutainment channel, where you can expand your vision of 24/7 learning and have fun doing it. And the last statement I'd like to say is, may your present be simple, future be perfect, and educational journey be continuous and enjoyable. And I'm really excited to be in the community of like-minded colleagues, to empower each other. And when I think about the challenging times we are living in Ukraine now, the phrase that always comes to my mind that I learned back in my times in the US, when the 9/11 happened, the phrase and the word that kept them strong, kept the American people strong, was united we stand, divided we fall. And as long as we stay united, as long as we use the English word as a weapon, as long as we know how to fight with it, we are invincible. We are the people of the civilized world. And I'm honored and proud to be here in the community of change makers and the soldiers who know how to fight and how to stand for the truth with the word. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jana. That was so inspiring and motivating. And actually, what you made me think, like I used to say that my present is neither simple and nor perfect, Yeah, but now I'm thinking about it.
As long as we work together on just one mission, to make people speak English and stand for the truth. English is our weapon.
Yeah, that's true. And you can see this comment. I would add, and life continues. which is true. Thank you so much for this amazing presentation. Yeah, and we have to continue, so that is why please join us in the comment section. And guys, if you have any questions, please feel free to answer. Yeah, actually, you can ask and answer. That's okay. And yeah, I will join you. And if you have any questions, you will be able to answer a little bit there. And also, you saw this QR code, which leads you to your Telegram channel. Am I right?
That's right. And it's very beneficial for both learners and teachers because they can share the videos, short videos that we make and the activities that we produce. So it's universal for both learners.
This is how I start my morning. That's my morning routine because I started with your channel. What I do, I just go through those short videos and those nice video clips and extracts from movies and all those multiple choice questions, which I really like. And I do like that you follow the structure because in that channel, you do not only give the material, but also what you do. You have a revision section. You kind of talk to your followers saying, like, let's guys revise what we've learned. And this is really cool. So in case you'd like to have some kind of fun with English language, please join the channel. And you can find Jana on Instagram, and there you will find the link how to join the channel. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I should set you free. Thank you.
Not too much, yes, but giving the floor to other amazing colleagues. Thank you so much for being here with us. Have a lovely day ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, right. And now let me invite our next presenter. And Natalia, I'm joining you straight away because I can see that we are running out of time. And first of all, hello and thank you for joining us. I can't hear you, unfortunately. And as far as you know, we had a webinar with Natalia like a couple of weeks ago, and it was a huge success. And the webinar was devoted to language coaching because while Natalia is setting everything, I'd like you to know who you're going to listen to now. Natalia is a certified and accredited language coach and pronunciation trainer. So she works in a number of language-related roles, and then she decided to fully focus on teaching, and this led her to language coaching. So now Natalia works with non-native English users to help them reach their language goals, improve communication skills, and grow confidence as speakers of English. And she also works with ESL teachers and promotes language coaching in Ukraine and beyond. And actually, that's what our webinar was about because Natalia shared they are really nice and useful tools and techniques that we can use in English language teaching, but they came from language coaching. Yeah, and it seems like I can hear you now.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for introducing me. And I was just saying that it's a great honor to be here together with amazing colleagues and with the amazing people who want to learn more, who want to expand their horizons and at the same time support Ukraine. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm trying to open my presentation.
Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, and, I'd like to ask you in the chat if you had the chance to participate in Natalia's, so she disappeared for a moment. If you had the chance to participate in Natalia's presentation, I mean Natalia's webinar, please let me know in the chat box. It would be nice. Yeah, and we can see how many of you, because we shared lots of materials as well. And also Karen McKinnon from ILCA, she joined us on the way last time, and she is going to present today a little bit later. So please stay tuned. Yeah.
Okay, I'll try again. For some reason, I couldn't open it. No, it won't let me. I'm sorry.
That's okay. So no worries. Because you haven't uploaded it yet. You remember your present slides and your computer.
Okay. Right. Just a moment. Just a moment.
Yeah, that's okay. No
Today I
worries.
will be talking about
And
mistakes.
just if you'd like to, I can use materials you sent.
Yeah. Is it working now? Please let me know.
This is it. You've done
Yeah.
it.
Yay.
Yeah.
Sorry for these technical
Absolutely no
issues.
worries. Life is
Right.
life. It is what it is. Right.
Yeah.
So I'm giving you
Fantastic.
the floor. Please.
Thank you. Thank you Eva, so
Yeah.
much. Yes, finally. So I'm going to talk about mistakes today, but in a slightly different way, from a different perspective. As teachers, you have definitely heard, you definitely know about error correction, and you know when to correct on the spot and when to use delayed error corrections. You definitely know that. But there's one more thing that I find is often overlooked, but incredibly important. It's crucial, and that is the permission to make mistakes. Um, and before we begin, I just want to ask you these questions. The first one, you, as people, as teachers, as learners of other languages, how often do you make mistakes in language, in any language? How do you feel when you make them? Your answers, just yours. What is your attitude to your mistakes? Right? Do you like them? Do you hate them? Are you okay with them? What's your relationship with your mistakes? And how do your mistakes influence your attitude toward yourself? Do you like yourself less when you make mistakes? Or do you feel empathetic, if I can say feeling empathy towards oneself, right? What is happening to your attitude? It's important to start with this because we'll be talking about permission to make mistakes. And as a teacher, I think you will only be ready to accept mistakes of your students when you are able to accept your own mistakes that you make when you're speaking, when you're learning. By the way, this presentation might contain some typos, and you might hear some slips of the tongue that I make, or incorrect usage of certain words. That might happen. I might make mistakes, but this will definitely not make me less competent or a worse person. At least I believe in this. Now, if your mistakes could talk, what would they say? One thing: nobody loves me, everyone wants to get rid of me, people hate me, and so on. But in fact, a mistake could also say, I'm here to help you. I mean no harm. I want to show you where there is room for growth. Please be kind to me. Everybody hates mistakes, or at least most people. And quite often, people come to a language learning classroom, to a course, and I mean adult people, and they come with some experiences from the past when they were scolded for making mistakes, when they were judged. And on some very deep level, they realize that, yeah, it's okay, it's a part of growth, but they still feel ashamed, feel uncomfortable when they make a mistake. People often say, my English is so bad whenever they make a mistake. I hear that a lot. And students might say, oh, gosh, I made this mistake again. I said he have. Oh, my English is so bad. What I tend to do, I try to change it, shift it a little. And I usually say, your English is not bad. Maybe it's just young. And when someone is young, they make so many mistakes and they make a big mess. Young English is always messy. And even teenage English is quite messy because that is part of being young. Mistakes are important. They are an essential part of learning. Moreover, neuroscience says that when we make mistakes, the neurons are still firing, they're still making connections. Mistakes can be seen as milestones. I mean, if you make a mistake in present perfect continuous, that already means that you've heard about this tense, that you've tried learning this, that you are aware of this existence. Now, mistakes are important. Mistakes show that you are trying, and they are also road signs on a language learning journey. And if you help your students, your learners, see the mistakes as road signs and change their attitude, everything might change. What is a road sign? A road sign, it just tells you where to go or where to stop. If a student makes a mistake, it only means that this is a road sign. It tells you, stop here, pay more attention to this word, to its pronunciation, to its usage, to the shade of meaning. And that's it. Some people say that they are perfectionists, and that's why they don't want to make mistakes and they feel bad when they make them. But there is also another view. There is an opinion that perfectionism is just another form of fear. I sometimes discuss this with my learners. I just mentioned the quote. Have you heard that people say perfectionism is just another form of fear? Do you consider yourself a perfectionist? If so, then you might have some fear. What are you afraid of? What might happen when you make a mistake? Imagine a situation. How will you deal with the consequences? And again, what might be the consequences? Are they deadly or maybe not so deadly? What effect will this mistake have on your communication? And what does this mistake say about you as a person? Again, this is not methodology. This goes beyond methodology and even beyond language as a subject. These are already more like coaching questions, but I find them very important and very insightful. There are no right or wrong answers. There are only answers that show you, that reveal you something about your student, and not only to you as a teacher. The answers will be a revelation for the students themselves. This discussion might lead you to something new, unexpected. Another thing that I tend to do, I usually discuss perfection versus connection. And I ask my students, what is your goal? If the goal is to pass an exam or even to have a very specific grade, then yes, we might work more on perfecting the language. But if the goal is usage, if it's connection, then the attitude to mistakes need to change a little. We discuss mistakes students make, and we discuss them from this perspective. Does this particular mistake threaten connection? Is your message still clear if you make this particular mistake? If it's not clear, then what can be done to fix the situation? And we can even play it out. Asking for clarification, for repetition, for rewording. We can do all that in the classroom with any level, practically any level that has some English already. Then again, another thing, looking at mistakes from the perspective of language one, from the first language. Do you make mistakes in your first language? Of course I do. We all do, right? And then you ask your student, okay, do you ever have situations when there is misunderstanding or miscommunication in your first language? What do you do then? How do you fix it? What can be done if you're communicating in your foreign language, right? Your L2, and you have a misunderstanding or a miscommunication? Can you use the lessons that you learned from the misunderstandings that you had in your first language? Having this discussion can also be very helpful and show their students that they actually have power to explain themselves and to be very clear, even if they make a mistake, that they have the power to fix the mistake, or maybe not even to fix the mistake, but to fix the situation, which is more important. A couple of activities that I will run through, what you can do to change the attitude to mistakes and to help your students give themselves the permission to make mistakes and be okay with it. I really like this activity, planning for mistakes. So I ask a learner, how many mistakes are you planning to make today when we do this particular activity or when you do your homework? Not expect, but plan, right? So I'm planning to make 10 mistakes. Okay, student plans 10 mistakes. They do the activity and you ask, okay, let's see, how many mistakes have you actually made? What is the difference? Okay, have you made more mistakes than you planned or have you made less? And then discuss this difference, discuss this number, and try to find out what that number tells your student about themselves, their learning, and their second language. Again, no right or wrong answers, just a discussion, just a way to reconcile the student with their mistakes. Another activity, language garden. Again, it's just a metaphor. You could give this as a text to your students. You could read it to them. You could just have it on the screen, any way you find useful. But what you do, you basically compare language to a garden. And you tell your students they are the gardeners in their language garden. What happens when a plant is not feeling very well in the garden? Right? Does it mean that the garden is bad? Does it mean that the gardener is very bad? Not necessarily. It might only mean that this particular plant needs more attention. And then when you explain this to your student, when you show them this metaphor, you can again have a very nice discussion and try to help them find ways to reconcile with the mistakes and see them as just plants in their garden that need help. And then ask, how can you help this particular plant? Okay, you have some issues with present perfect. This poor plant needs more attention, more fertilizer, more water, or more sunshine. How can you give your present perfect flower more sunshine? Okay. Now, changing the attitude. Again, this is all about discussion, and the way you structure this discussion and how much of it you have in your classroom is up to you. You can have a separate lesson devoted to a conversation with your students, or you can have just a couple of minutes here and there. Here, several ideas how to change the attitude to mistakes. Seeing mistakes as partners. Ask your students, what happens if you see mistakes not as enemies but as partners? Then ask them, what does this phrase mean to you? I make mistakes, but I am not made of mistakes. Okay. And the third phrase, I like changing the phrase practice makes perfect to practice will take me where I want to be. Not everybody needs to be perfect And what is the meaning of perfection? Again, a lot of room for discussion here, right? I also show students this picture, or a similar picture that you can find online. At the top, that's the plan, that's the journey we want. And at the bottom is the reality. And you can again ask them, what does it mean for you in the context of your language learning? And have a very nice discussion and see the attitude of your students to their mistakes and the learning journey as such. And that will be it. I tried to be very, very quick. So that I leave more time for other students, teachers, and everyone who's here to have more conversation. Yep. So
Yeah.
sorry if I rush through, but you'll have all the materials there. And I am in touch if you have any further questions.
Yes, thank you. And also, I'd like to remind you that if you are a teacher from Ukraine, Natalia has a Telegram channel as well, where those who are interested in knowing more about language coaching, they can join and participate in different meaningful conversations. Also, she announces different kind of events there, so you can join and learn more about language coaching and actually how you can incorporate some of the language coaching instruments into our teaching. So if you're curious, please contact Natalia and she will guide you through the process. Participation in that channel is completely free, so why not? Why not to give it a try? Yeah, Natalia, thank you so much for your presentation. If you have the chance, please join the chat and answer the questions if people have them. I can see that so far we don't have any questions. And also, if you'd like to, you can go on our channel and find the webinar we had with Natalia about some really nice language coaching tools that you can implement in your teaching. Thank you, Natalia.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Invite you now, and we should. Yeah, thank you. And we should continue. And as usual, as soon as we have some kind of a remarkable result, so what I'd like to announce that. So again, okay. Yeah, as you can see now here, this is the QR code which you can use in order to donate or join our fundraising campaign. So you scan the QR code and you will be redirected to the payment page. You shouldn't think about how much you'd like to donate. There is a concrete sum of money, which is, I think, quite affordable. What you will get after that, within 24 hours, you will get access to the speaker's materials folder, as well as your certificate of attendance, and how you can help us with that. Actually, we are fundraising to support people from the deoccupied territories and those territories which are still our front lines. And every single bit of help matters, because you can imagine how much they had to go through. And now this is within our power, actually, to stretch helping hands and give them the chance to feel supported and cared and not being abandoned. And so far, I'd like to let you know that we have hit the number of 55,000 Ukrainian hryvnias. Thank you so much for contributing. And let me introduce our next presenter. I'm looking forward to this presentation. I'm pretty sure it's the same about you, because what I can tell you, the first day we met online, it was our first meeting, I was really impressed with the enthusiasm and this kind of positivity. I'm pretty sure that you will get this portion of positivity right now as well. So I'd like to invite to this virtual stage a person, an amazing educator. Selena, she has worked in ELT for more than 20 years. She taught English in school and companies in Argentina and Spanish at a university in the USA. So currently she lives in Spain and teaches adults online. And here, ta-da-da-dum, please pay attention. So she also creates and shares free lesson plans on her website. Free lesson plans on her website, eflcreativeideas.com. And I hope she will share that as well with you. So let me invite this amazing speaker, Silvina. Here you are. Hi, really
Hey,
happy.
morning. Hi, everyone. An honor to be here with all of you for this great cause. Thank you, Eva, so much for the invitation. Thank you for the initiative, you and your team of amazing educators working together for this great initiative. So I feel really good to be here, helping everyone online, offline, the ones watching later. So I want to contribute somehow to this cause from my expertise and knowledge, and I want to learn from all the rest of speakers as well, who are brilliant. Natalia's presentation about mistakes was brilliant too. Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. So I'm giving you the floor, adding your presentation to the screen.
Oh, great. So you have it. Good.
So we have
Good.
it, presenting with confidence. And I'm all ears because this is exactly what I need right now. Yeah.
I need to learn from it as well. So what I do here, I'm a teacher and a material writer. As Eva said before, I run my website, eflcreativeideas.com. I've been writing my own materials for my classes for about 2 years. So I write materials for my students and then I share them with the world, with teachers from worldwide, so that they can make use of them, they can adapt them to their context, they can do whatever they need. But this serves as a springboard for discussion, for learning, and for anything you want to do with my materials. They are free for all of you. In this case, I prepared this special material for this presentation, for this event. It's about presenting with confidence. It's really appropriate for what we are doing today with all the other speakers. So I want to walk you through the material. I want to tell you what I did from the material writing point of view, because this is good for you too when you make your own materials. All teachers are material writers, so there is always room for improvement. And when you study other teachers' materials, you learn from them. So this is my grain here, my addition, my contribution today. So this is a video-based lesson plan. I took the video from Harvard Business Review channel, which is great for business English lessons. And this is the springboard for my lesson plan today. I usually divide the lesson plans into before, while, and after. In this case, watching, because it's a video. It can be before, while, after reading or listening. So what I do, the very first thing we have to do is to engage our students, to catch their attention. Imagine if we start our lesson plan with a gap filling grammar exercise. That wouldn't be that appealing for them. So in this case, what I did is to make a mind map in which students start talking about their experiences. We want to activate prior knowledge about the topic. We want to engage them into the topic. And we want also to use visuals to attract their attention. So this mind map provides that in this case. We are contextualizing the topic. I added a very small visual there in the middle. And then they start asking and answering questions that I provide them with, but they can also add their follow-up questions as well about the topic. So here we have the mind map to promote engagement, to hook them into the topic like a magnet. And I also want to personalize the topic from the very beginning of the lesson. I want students to feel related to the topic. So that's why I start asking about their own experiences. As for number 2, I added a quote from the internet, because now I'm going to narrow down the topic to what the video is about. The video is about presenting, but it's especially about body language. It's about nonverbal communication. So exercise number 2 starts asking what is nonverbal communication and whether they use it or not in their presentations. As for number 3, I love using visuals. I think that they are a great magnet to attract our students' attention. So I ask them to predict what the video is about. I give them the name of the video, 6 ways to look more confident during a presentation. And then I want them to tell the teacher, in what ways they think these images are connected to the ideas mentioned in the video. At this stage of the prediction stage, there is no right or wrong answer. I mean, we won't correct them because we want them to express themselves freely. We want them to activate the language that they need for discussion. And then when they watch in the next stage, which is while watching, they will check if their predictions are right or wrong. From the material writing point of view, it's important that every time you ask for prediction at one point of your lesson plan, then you add a follow-up question about where are your predictions correct? Where are they similar or different to your ideas before watching, before listening, before reading? Because otherwise there are some loose ends there, and we don't get them to compare and contrast, which is a critical thinking activity. So which works really well in our context too. So the while watching activity, what I do, at first we check the predictions and we pay attention to the general idea of the video. So either you can include some, what is the purpose of the video, or what is the speaker talking about, what are the main ideas. We don't want to get into detail at first. We want to know what students understand in a general way, let's say. So my first activity there is watching, checking the predictions based on the images, and then matching those images in part 3 with the different kinds of positions, body positions that the video presents in part 4. As we continue, so then we go from gist to detail. This is nothing new for teachers. We usually do that. But what I usually do, especially with lower levels or with videos or listenings or readings that are lengthy or difficult to digest in terms of language or of information, I chunk them like a cake. So I usually ask them to watch it all at first, but then I start cutting some slices like a cake and making some smaller units, smaller exercises for them to focus on. So this is the detailed part of the listening comprehension activity. This can be, in this case, I have a true, false, doesn't say, a very traditional activity. Then I included continue watching until seconds and complete the sentences with one word. And I provided them with the first letter in the first 2 sentences. And in the third one, number 7, finish watching and answer the questions. What I did here is like a scaffolded activity. Because if we ask students to complete whole sentences, whole lines from the very beginning, we are depriving those students who need more assistance, who need more support, more scaffolding. They won't be able to do anything. So by doing so, going from general to detail, going from no production at all in a true or false to a more production in questions, answering the questions, we are giving opportunities to all our students in a mixed ability class or even in a one-to-one class. When they find it difficult to understand, okay, now focus on true or false. Now focus on one word, and here you have the first letter. Now you can answer the questions. Or we are going to provide scaffolding as the lesson progresses. If we see that they don't understand, we will slow down the pace of the video. We will provide them with subtitles, or eventually we will provide them with a script of the video. By the way, in my teacher's notes here, I included the script of the video for teachers to check the answers, and also for those students who really need extra support. This is important to take into account. We don't want students to feel frustrated when listening, which is something that happens or has happened to all of us when learning a language, right? And then as for the after watching stage, I ask students to connect the ideas they listened to before, they watched before, to their own experiences. We want students to feel represented by the material. We won't talk about something completely unfamiliar to them. We want to make connections between what they bring to the class, what they need to learn, and what they need and what they will take with them, those takeaways. So the after watching is kind of a connection between the material and their own business, in this case, contexts and experiences. Some questions to express reaction to the video, to the topic, to express feelings and opinion. And then also you can include some critical thinking questions. Then what I do sometimes is I focus on lexis. I follow a lexical approach and a communicative approach in my materials. So in this case, I wanted to focus on adjectives because the video mentions a lot of positive and negative adjectives of what to do, on what not to do when presenting. So here they will watch again if they want, and they will classify the adjectives from the box in number 9. And finally, I want them to use this language. That is the purpose of our classes, right? To put the language in motion. So then they will take or choose 1, 2 adjectives and ask and answer questions with their classmates. So that is about the after, the focus on lexis. Sometimes I focus on pronunciation. Sometimes I focus on language, on some grammar points. So this is completely up to you if you want to fully exploit the video or not, right? My advice is less is more. So usually we want, as teachers, we want to exploit everything. We want to use the phrasal verbs, the idioms, the everything in a video, but our students need some space. They need some time to think. So in an hour class, we cannot deal with everything. Less is more. We need to avoid cognitive overload. So if you want next class, you can use the same video and focus on a different thing. But let's try to use something at times, right? Not all together. And as the follow-up task, I want my students to put into practice what they have been working on throughout the lesson. So what I do here is in this case, I want them to prepare a short presentation. Perhaps it cannot be done in the same class because of time, but they can prepare it in their houses, and they have to put into practice some of the positions, the body language they saw in the video. So here we have use of language, use of nonverbal communication, and I want them to speak about something meaningful to them. I won't give them the topic. If it's not business related, it's fine. They can choose something they like, some hobby they have, but the idea is to put into practice what they have been working on before. That's the thing. So we have to make sure when we make materials that all the stages that we elaborate, that we make, the before, the while, the after, and the focus on grammar, lexis, whatever, lead students to the follow-up task. We are providing them with some scaffolding, with some support, with the language they need in order to carry out the activation stage. Because that is the purpose of the follow-up task, like a task-based learning approach. We want them to be able to have the tools, the linguistic tools, to manage and to succeed in their production, even if it's an utterance, if it's a paragraph, if it's a sentence, if it's a role play, whatever. But they need to feel confident, and we have to provide them with those tools to feel confident, right? So last but not least, consistency is important when you write materials. As you can see, I use the same font. I use the numbering to organize my ideas. I use bold type for the instructions, and then regular font for the rest of the activities, especially for students with learning disabilities. They need to find the different stages clear. They need to find some space in the page. I use a white background and then dark font. So those tips are really important when we are dealing with students with learning disabilities, and even for all of our students. A clean page is a clear mind. So if we fill the page with images and everything, it's overwhelming for everyone. So there is no clear reasoning, there is no clear thinking. So if you make your own materials, make sure that you use this white background, this dark font, you use some space in between the characters, between the sentences, you use some charts, you vary the tasks. You know, here you have different variety of tasks to make the class more engaging and more dynamic, both for students and for teachers, because we want to have fun too. And if we see them enjoying, that is the best reward for us in our classes, right? So, well, this is mainly my presentation today for all of you.
Thank you so much. Because it's kind of getting popular here to develop our own materials, and we have reasons for that. Yeah, and like tons of reasons why. And what is more, when it comes to Ukrainian teachers, and when you open course books, lots of topics can't be discussed yet. I mean, for example, your home, houses,
Absolutely.
families. So we are trying to avoid that. That is why we should be more focused on developing our own materials, taking into consideration our students' needs. So these pieces of advice are really precious. Thank you so much for contributing. And I'd like to remind you guys that Silvina, she has contributed like good lesson plan, which you can get by donating and then getting access to the materials which speakers put into the folder. Thank you
Right.
so much.
My
Yeah,
pleasure. Keep enjoying this great event. And well, thank you, Eva, again for this invitation. It means a lot to me. Hope to see you again for future conferences, events, or any kind of initiative.
thank you. Thank you so much.
Bye,
Okay,
everyone.
have a wonderful day.
You
Yeah.
too. Bye bye.
Um, yeah, and now I'd like to invite our next speaker. And actually, I think I need uh, to ask for to forgive me because I mixed up something and she knows what I'm talking about, and then just later I realized what kind of mistake I made. So, but as our previous speaker said, I make mistakes, but I'm not made of mistakes. So let me introduce to this virtual stage Tamar Lolishvili. And again, we have this sunny, amazing, hospitable Georgia with us. Tamar is a teacher trainer at American Councils for International Education Georgia, and she is an international project manager, a teacher of English language and critical thinking at a private school, AIIGESS, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I'm sorry if I'm not. She's a PhD of linguistics and a winner of Fulbright program 2023. So, rounds of applause. Applaud, Tamar, you are with us. Thank you for joining us, and please forgive me for my mistake.
You are welcome, my dear.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. How's everything? How are you? I know you had to wait a little bit longer than anybody else now. I'm sorry. Yeah.
You are
So,
welcome.
I'm adding your presentation to the screen. And as soon as you need my assistance, I would be really glad to help you. Just let me know I'm here behind the screen and listen to you attentively. And the topic is really, really important, and especially in terms of what we have to go through right now. So this is kind of a healing thing for us. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Eve. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, my fellow educators. My name is Tamar Lodishvili, and I'm really honored to be here today to speak with you about my experience as a teacher and to support Ukrainian people. Yes, I'm a teacher of critical thinking at Gymnasium IAGES. Critical thinking is an essential skill that is increasingly important in today's rapidly changing world. The educational system of Georgia provides for the introduction of critical thinking in the curriculum of each subject. However, this subject plus critical thinking approach is not enough, which is obvious. So we have in our school critical thinking plus subject. In this case, I have integrated with English language. Critical thinking subject covers a variety of topics and skills, but some key areas that are taught at my class include, and here I have several of them. Introduction to critical thinking. For example, students learn the concepts. So not only do they use critical thinking in their everyday life, but they learn the concepts, the definition of critical thinking and its importance. They get to know the principles of logical reasoning and argument analysis. They get to know how to identify and evaluate arguments, how to recognize common logical fallacies, And we also pay attention, a close attention to information analysis. For this, I use close reading strategy. I like to think of close reading as a process with the two major steps, plus a bonus, in this case, step. If you are using the process to write a paper, in this case, the first step is to read and observe. These observations would include the specific textual evidence, concrete things you can point to in the text. Direct observations are pretty much the defining the element that makes close reading close reading. Usually, students read the text multiple times to make notes of as many observations as possible. And speaking of making notes, close reading usually involves some form of note taking, some forms of note taking, which might be annotating in the margins or collecting observations in a notebook or a computer file. In my case, I use Google Apps. And the second step is to interpret whatever they have noticed. And then later on to look for patterns in the observations and ask questions, why questions, what questions, and how questions. Here we have a problem-solving course. We work on identifying and defining problems, generating and evaluating possible solutions, and selecting the best course of action. Which is followed by decision-making course, where students are given case studies where they weigh different options and evaluate potential consequences. They also recognize and avoid common decision-making biases. And I have to mention that a great deal of time is dedicated to cognitive biases at my lessons. As biases are mental shortcuts that our brains use to make quick decisions, but they can lead to errors in judgment and decision making. And due to its importance, we practice them through different activities. I apply creative thinking to problem solving and decision making in order to overcome barriers to creativity. And finally, I have to mention that COVID-19 has proved the importance of the skill of communication. We practice communication skill by means of the activity, so which Aristotle triangle offers us. Aristotle triangle, with its pathos, ethos, and logos, helps students structure and organize arguments. And one of the most important key characteristics of a critical thinker is a growth mindset. Here I would like to say a couple of words about the person who coined the concept of the growth and fixed mindset, about Carol Dweck. People with a growth mindset feel comfortable questioning information that does not make sense to them. And here I would like to share one more slide. Yes, here I have a comparison between two mindsets, growth and fixed mindsets. So Eva has mentioned that I'm a winner of Fulbright T scholarship program, but I would like to bring this as an example in order to highlight, and I always bring this as an example with my students and people around me, to highlight the importance of a failure. And at the same time, I try to be an example to my students, which indicates another benefit of teaching. I work also to working. I mean, working over ourselves. I participated in the Fulbright scholarship program 4 times. 4 times I was rejected. After receiving a rejection, I discussed the possible reasons for the failure with my students. And we are teaching how honest conversations and how admitting the mistake is important to overcome the problem. In the fifth year, it was in the fifth year when I won, but I did not win it alone. My students and I won together. As my students begin to understand the fixed and growth mindsets, they see exactly how one thing leads to another, how a belief that their qualities are carved in stone leads to a host of thoughts and actions, and how a belief that their qualities can be cultivated leads to a host of different thoughts and actions. Sure, people with fixed mindset have read the books that say success is about being your best self, or not about being better than others, or failure is an opportunity, not a condemnation, or effort is the key to success. But they can't put this into practice because their basic mindset, their belief in fixed traits, is telling them something entirely different. That success is about being more gifted than others, that failure does not measure them, and that effort is for those who can't make it on talent. Oh, this is my favorite, I have to mention. I'm a teacher who believes in the benefits of maintaining a growth mindset. Not only does it improve our outlook, but amazing things can be achieved if we keep believing and working towards them. And to me, this is the power of not yet. The difference between I can't do this and I can't do this yet is enormous. When my students tell me they can't, for example, write this essay or write the exact activity, in my head, I always add yet. Anyway, reminding myself at the same time of this regularly, about this, helps me immediately and immensely at the same time. It's a mindset that keeps me trying and reminds me to keep learning and growing as a teacher. When something does not come out quite the way I hope, for example, I'm a parent of two teenage girls, and when something does not come out quite the way I hope, I try to always say to myself, you are not there yet, and keep working at it. Here, I would like to share some of the activities. This slide is a little bit vague. I don't know, I'm really sorry because I have minimized them to have an overview about the materials. These activities have been purchased from the Global Peace Institute. Global Peace Institute is an amazing organization with amazing resources and materials. I would recommend subscribing them. Here we have reflection worksheets. So we worked on it with my students. Here I have a few of them. Here I'm sharing several sentences. For example, one way in which I have a fixed mindset is, and students have to finish them, or I could improve my growth mindset by, and students have to finish them, or to grow into a more effective learner, I should, and students have to finish them as well. And here I have some videos. I have brought two videos for you from my lessons. I would like to share them if it's possible. It's not possible. Eva, could you please help me? So this activity, yes, thank you very much. Yes. So this activity so we had been learning growth and fixed mindset for 3 weeks. And finally, this is the time of assessment. We are assessing. So in this case, to assess the quality of thoughts of students, instead of assessing the quality of thoughts, I sometimes don't listen to their words, but watch their actions, and that's why I provided this activity for them. They are just the question is given, and they are responding, and in case of a correct answer, they have to throw a curved ball into the bin. And we have another yes, we have another slide. So this refers to constructive feedback, to practicing constructive feedback. Diva, could you please help me as well? I practiced it on Friday, this Friday actually. Thank you very much. So at this lesson, we discussed the constructive feedback aimed at achieving a positive outcome by providing students with comments, advice, or suggestions that are useful for their work or for their, at the same time, for their future. Thank you for helping me to, in this case, to grow. Thank you very much for questions. I'm here, and I may share documents as well and materials as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing this. And, sometimes it could sound like Captain Obvious, but then you realize that you really need to be reminded about this growth mindset, and it's really important. For some, it may sound like something simple, but somehow it is not. Yeah, it takes so much time, effort, dedication. It's actually you have to change the way you think and the way you approach any kind of difficulties and challenges. Thank you so much for letting us know about it and for contributing your materials. Because those who can get access to the folder will be able to read the presentation again and go through the activities you left there, right?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm suggesting that you go to the chat box and watch us on YouTube. And if anyone has any questions, please, Tamara will be able to answer them there. Or on the other hand, you can send your questions to my email address, and then we will work together and answer your questions. So please feel free to communicate. And I want you to see the comments coming, because it's really important to know it matters. This growth mindset matters a lot. Yeah, fantastic, great presentation. Yes, and creatively, and be able to think out of the box. Yeah, thanks a lot. So this is
Thank you
it.
very much.
Thank you so much. And again, forgive me for my mistake. I didn't intend to.
You are welcome.
Thank
Always.
you. So
Yes.
please join the chat, and we have to continue. Yeah, and now um, we are moving to the next presenter. She is my partner in crime, I would say, in different aspects, to be honest. She's the person who, she was the first person who met me on my way of fleeing from my home together with my son. So the next presenter is a presenter who opened her doors to me and to my son exactly in February 2022. And then it's not only the only one thing that unites us, but also there is another thing, and it's content and language integrated learning. And you've already heard Case Kelly, who was talking about investigations in classroom. And we are really excited about CLIL, and I think that it has such huge potential in our language teaching. And what is more, the next presenter, who is my friend, an amazing colleague, an amazing presenter, um, material writer and teacher trainer as well, like meet Olga Zhdan from Ukraine.
Hello.
Hi, really happy to see you. And you know what? Finally, the intrigue about the person you are going to tell us about, a person you built your lesson around, will be revealed, because no one knows who is this person. And yeah, that's what I'd like to know 100%.
You
So,
will know, but not at the beginning of my presentation.
yeah, and let's discuss a little bit. As far as I understand, now we will be going through the how to teach English and history simultaneously, or how we can integrate teaching English and teaching history. Am I right?
Yes, you are right, and this is what I wanted to talk about. Probably beginning with the last year, because I suppose that it's essential to know history, and I also have my personal story I will share in a couple of seconds.
So the floor is yours, please.
Thank
Let's
you.
go.
Yeah, so hello, all the colleagues from Ukraine and from all around the world, and welcome to it seems to me it's the 8th Teacher Voice already. I'd like to start with 3 reasons that made me talk about history today. The first one is my personal story. It happened several years ago. I was attending an ITEFL Poland conference, and on one of conference days, I met a colleague from Estonia. And she invited me for dinner, and we were having a long talk about Ukraine, about Estonia as well. And once, unexpectedly, she asked me a question that surprised me, and made me feel speechless. That sounded like, how do you think Simon Petlura contributed to the development of Ukraine as an independent state? And the only thing I was able to say, actually, it was the sound, not the word, because I didn't know what to say. Simon Petlura in Ukrainian history is well-known individual. I knew his name, of course, and his name was included in my school curriculum, but I was not into history. I didn't think it was so essential to know it, actually, but that was the moment I realized that it's not okay when the person from Estonia knows more about Ukrainian history than the person from Ukraine. And that was the moment when my tight relations with Ukrainian history began, actually. The second reason I'm presenting about this topic is the language. Just a second, I can't. Sorry, Eva, could you help me? Because my slides are not, oh yeah, thank you. So probably you know that history uses language to narrate, illustrate, explain and analyze past events. But learning English through history is not only about past tenses, because we also use a range of perfect tenses when we want to talk about somebody's achievements, or when we want to share or compare how has the state changed within the ruling of this or that particular commander. We can also use a passive voice when we talk about the objects people used in their daily life in the past. We can also talk about even inversion when we read all these old and archaic texts. So here is a variety of language to use and to familiarize your students with. And the final reason is the person I've designed my lesson around. when I asked every Ukrainian, which word do you associate that person with, they will definitely name the only single word. You will get to know which one. But I am convinced that this person is much more to be associated with than only with that particular single word. So I'd like to share my lesson plan to tell you a bit more about this person who, in my opinion, did a good job in boosting Ukrainian culture, economy, and Ukrainian state in particular. So to begin with, just a second, let's wait for the slide to be loaded. Yeah, so this activity is called a vital visual. Actually, you can see the picture with this person here. If you have a look, if you Google this name, you will be able to see 90% of pictures of him looking the same way. But during this activity, I wanted to encourage my students in speaking. That's why I decided to pick the rare picture of this man in a young age with his family. By the way, if you already have any presumptions of who this person can be, you can share your ideas in the chat box. So in vital visual activity, you just take any activity you wish and arrange the list of questions. As you can see, I have made up 5 question groups: what, where, who, why, and when. And you encourage your students in speaking, and at the same way, you are trying to give them the hint of who might they talk about at the lesson all key words from my lesson plan. You'll see it in a moment. So I decided to collect all these keywords in a Wordle and present them to my students. Sorry, Eva, could you help me with the slide? Because I see that I can't. Oh, yeah, it's okay. So how can you work with this activity? It's a short one. It's a kind of warming up activity as well as the previous one. And you can ask your students to look at the picture and ask them to answer the following questions, like who do you think the lesson is going to be about? Which words from the list do you know? Which words can you guess, or maybe how can you guess the words from the context? So if any of the students after their discussion has guessed who this person might be, you are moving to the next phase, which is actually sentence completion. But on this stage, you already present the name of the main character of your lesson, who is, you'll see it in a second. Yeah, this is Andrei Sheptetsky. To be honest, this person became a role model for me because in the past, from what I heard of this person, I knew of him only 2 facts: that he was the priest and the metropolitan. But actually, he was also a brilliant entrepreneur, and during this lesson, your students will be able to get to know these facts about him. So during this activity, you ask your students to complete the sentences. Of course, they may not know some facts of his life, but you can divide them in pairs. They can discuss some issues and compare their answers. But you are not given the feedback immediately after they had already done it, but they are going to, let's say, investigate and look for the correct options throughout the lesson. On the next stage, before we move on to it, I'd like to say that I divided my lesson in 2 parts. because Andrei Sheptytsky is famous for his religious activity and not so famous for his entrepreneur's activity. And I didn't want to focus a lot on his early life and his education and his religious, not career, but activity. But still, I wanted to give my students several facts from his life related to, as I have already mentioned, from his early life and religious activity and also his education. That's why I decided to use this flow chart. So you divide your students in pairs, you give them this flow chart and some sentences you'd like them to match with these particular years. So these sentences are kinds of events that happened to Andrei Sheptytsky in all these years. So you can see the sentences on the next slide, just gave several of them. Yeah, here they are. And as you can see, somewhere I also gave some extra information. Like here, he was ordained a priest in Przemysl Inn, and here they had to write the year. And also additional sentence 2 years after he received a doctoral degree in theology, because I wanted to know them as much as they can about this person. To do the next task, which is related to reading, you have to divide your class in the groups of 3. You have to tell them that they have 10 different texts and that each group of 3 learners is going to work together to answer these questions on only 2 of these texts. So you give each group, here you can see the extract from these texts, by the way. You give each group the texts, only 2 texts, as I have already mentioned, but you have to point out that they will not find all the answers to all the questions in the text. That's why they have to work together to try and guess the answers to the questions. You have to explain that all the students have to take notes, as in several minutes during the second part of this activity, they are going to work in different groups. So on this stage, you give them, let's say, from 10 to 20 minutes, depending on the length of the text. Then you divide your class into new groups of 3, so that each group is made of 1 learner from each of the 5 original groups. 5 original groups because we have 2 texts and each group is working with 2 texts. Since each group member has worked on a different text, then new groups should be able to complete all of the questions for the different texts by sharing their answers. And here you see the way the table looks like. As a variation, you can also provide texts of different levels of difficulty and think in advance who to give this text to. To do the next task, you can ask your students to stay in the same groups. Actually, here you can see subject-specific vocabulary. Here is the list of 15 words I'd like my students to learn during this lesson. And after introducing these words, you can ask the students to, or better, it's better first to divide them in pairs, and then you can ask them to discuss the meaning of those words they already know. And after that, you can ask them to read those texts from the previous task they were working with and elicit the meaning of these words, these subject-based vocabulary words, doing this quiz. So you will find a complete quiz in the materials Eva will send to you after, if you donate. Here you can see just 3 examples. You can see the question and 4 options to choose from. Let's move on. Balloon debate. this is the original name of this activity, but I decided to use an alternative to it, which is called a time capsule. But as an introduction, you can say that Andrei Sheptytsky has always been surrounded by noble people, and he did his best to maintain close and trustworthy relations with, I would say, the most prominent individuals of that time. And then the task goes. So you show your students these 5 pictures, or this can be any other people. I've chosen these ones. And you can introduce the idea of a time capsule that sounds like this. So imagine that there are 5 people in a time capsule, which is in the air and which is quickly losing height. So to stay in the air, one of the people must leave the capsule or it will crash. Which person should leave and not be saved for future generations as the one who can boost Ukrainian economy and culture? So this is the initial task. After that, you divide your students in 5 groups. One group represents one person. You have to give each group 5 minutes to prepare a 2-minute presentation which persuades the rest of the class why they should remain in a capsule. After the presentation, each group discusses which person should be removed. After that, by the way, it's really important to set the timer during all these phases of this activity, because if you don't, it will be time consuming. So you set a timer and each group presents their counter arguments in 1 minute in turn. And the final stage is that groups discuss again which person should be removed from the time capsule and make a final vote. And the last activity on this lesson is the interview with Andrei Sheptytsky. So you also divide your students in pairs. One of them is Andrei Sheptytsky, the second one is a presenter. And talking about the questions, you can provide the activity in 2 different ways. If you have time, you can ask the students to write down 5 or 7, or doesn't matter how many, depends on your time, questions they would ask Andrei Sheptytsky if they met him. And also ask them to use subject-specific vocabulary in these questions. After that, they interview each other in turns. If you don't have time, if they can't write the questions on their own, you can give them a set of ready-made questions. You can also include subject-specific vocabulary for them to practice it more. And they also can interview each other. At the beginning of the next lesson, they can share the information they have found out in their interviews, and actually that will be a good kind of revision, and you as a teacher will be able to see how did they acquire the material presented at the lesson. And I would like to finish my presentation with the quote by Andrei Sheptytsky, which sounds like, "Only Ukraine can change itself. The key to transforming Ukraine lies within itself. It is difficult for us to change external circumstances, but it is within our power to change ourselves." And I am convinced that the key to this change consists in proper education, and we as teachers are the source of it. So let's keep changing. Thank you. And just in order to keep in touch, you can see my contact details here.
Yes, thank you so much for this amazing presentation. And you know that I'm really into CLIL, and I do like the structure and how you organized everything. I recognized some of wonderful activities we shared before, and the last one, actually, if you don't know the name, the last one, I think it was Hot Seat with the interview with Andrei Sheptytsky.
Yes, yeah, it was a kind of alternative, but probably recognize the first one, which was Vital Picture, and
Right.
that was you who presented this activity to me in 2020. So thank you, because now I can share it.
Because it's really cool activity, and it's not mine. I was not the person who came up with that activity, but anyway, this is cool that we can see whatever we share. It's really useful, and we can use it a bit later. The presentation is amazing. I wish I could have had the same lessons when I was like, I don't know, maybe 16, 17.
Yeah, and I wish, honestly.
Yeah. Anyway, as you can see, comments are coming. So it is just amazing. I completely agree here. It is just amazing. I can't avoid this comment.
You're
And
so
not
sorry.
and motivating quote. That's true. Thank you, Ludmila, for saying that. Yeah.
Thank you all. And thank you, Eva, for making it happen. I was just thinking, is it already the 8th conference or 9th, or which number should I use?
I remember it's the 7th one, but I should calculate. Yeah, because it actually I started counting again after the war started. I mean, so for me it's like the 3rd in terms of war. So yeah, but the next
8th
one
one is going to be soon.
Yeah, the next one should be about our victory, I believe, and we should organize it offline somewhere in a wonderful place in Ukraine and invite our colleagues from different parts of the world to join us to celebrate it and to see how much education does actually in order to keep this atmosphere of more or less peace inside the country. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm inviting you now to join the chat, and if there are any kind of questions, you can answer them there. Also, I'd like to remind you that all the materials they go to the materials to the folder with materials which presenters donated, and you can get them. And I can see a friend that you are that you keep donating. I can see that payments are coming. Unfortunately, I can't send you a confirmation email yet because I'm here with you. And but anyway, you have this confirmation like a bank receipt, and you can see that everything is okay and it has been processed successfully. It means that a little bit later you will get a confirmation email, your certificate, and access to all the materials. So please keep going strong. And Olga, yeah, I have to hide you now.
You,
And
and see you.
thank you so much. A wonderful day. Join us in the
You
chat.
too. Thank you. Bye.
And now let me introduce our next presenter. So we can do traveling from one place to another place, from one country to another country. And isn't it amazing how many educators from different parts of the world support us? And you can see in the chat that we have attendees from different corners. And I think like as soon as Argentina is up, they will join us as well in the chat box. But now the next country where we will travel to is Turkey. And let me introduce our next presenter, Pınar Sekmen. She has been teaching English for 25 years. And this is really interesting because she's the founder and academic coordinator of PS, Professional Support in Education for Teachers and Learners in Turkey. So she holds her certificates of TESOL, Pedagogy, Education and Training Program Management, as well as IELTS teaching. And she has been working in the fields of translation studies and teacher training programs for quite a long time. So, and today, and now I'd like to invite Pınar to this virtual stage. Hi, Pınar. Finally, I can see you. Hi.
Hello, Eva. Hello, everyone. I would like to thank you, first of all, for having me in such a meaningful event. I'm really proud to be here, hoping to contribute in another meaningful way. And thank you for having me.
Yeah. So without further ado, I'm adding your presentation to the screen. And the topic is really interesting because project-based learning is something like we are always interested in. I'd like to find out more or reflect more or just to see what we are doing and what we are not doing yet. Yeah, we should remember about the power of yet. So the floor is yours. I'm here next to you behind the screen, despite thousands of kilometers physically, but spiritually, I'm next to you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Eva. And please, first of all, could you share the Padlet link in the chat box for me so that I can have the comments and opinions of the participants here? And I would like to have kind of an interactive platform here as much as I can. I'm kind of nervous here because of my internet problem. Hope is not gonna give us hard time, but hoping that we're gonna handle it all together. All right. When we talk about projects, I believe like life itself is a project, right? And we have been in it interactively, and we are always facing problems, and we have to solve and cope with the problems. We have to design things. So as you can see here, I gave you some keywords actually here. So could you please just join me in the chat box? Could you please put some keywords that relate to interactivity, which means a project for me? I would like to follow you by on another gadget as much as I can. So as you might understand from the title, we're going to focus on project-based learning, which is actually a broad approach. But today I'm aiming to share my experiences with you in terms of actually project-based language learning, which is PBLL actually, right? Okay, I think it takes some time. Yeah, kind of seconds. All right. What we're going to cover today together is actually, yes, in general terms, project-based learning, where we stand as teachers, we stand in this, and what the impact on self-directed learning is, actual impact of PBL on self-directed learning. And we're going to wrap it up with your valuable views. I would like to, yes, now I see. Yes, to have you all please contribute and please use the link, which is already shared in the chat box by Eva. Thank you, Eva. And please reflect, share, just put your comments, whatever you want to put there. You can add your own projects, okay? So that would be wonderful to see your experiences also there. I am going to share the digital wall later on with Eva, so I'm sure we will find a way to share those experiences with you. Okay. So in teaching and learning, when we say PBL, project-based learning, in general terms, we mean the process of assigning projects to a group of students or individual students, right, to implement what a topic is and in a certain period of time, and it should be agreed actually on together with the teacher as well. So what does it help students or learners, let me say, in terms of position? Yes, they're students, but in terms of this environment in a meaningful way, they should be learners. That's what we aim at. So it first of all, of course, improves learning. And when we mean learning within learning, it's an endless story. So it's like our lives. and we keep learning, right? While solving a problem, while rebuilding something or building something new, we always learn, just on purpose, in control, out of control, we learn. So it boosts engagement in the learning and teaching environment, because automatically that is the nature of a project-based environment. And especially today, the students do not want to do anything without technology. And actually, sometimes I feel like I'm more tech heavy than, more than them. But I think we're doing our best, right, to catch up with the innovation today. So the content should be, the context should be, the situation should be relevant, which means it should connect to the real world issues, real world problems. And individually or collaboratively, the students control their own learning, their own journey. That's why PBL is really important. And it increases learner talking time and decreases teacher talking time. So sometimes, as I shared here on my slide here, it also increases learner performing time. It also increases sometimes learner singing time. Yes, they're really good at performing arts in my sessions, because first I sometimes tell them to share what they have, what kind of a surprise me project or what kind of a surprise me closing can you do here, and they find something. So it's really important for creativity and for bringing something new, designing, sharing, and it really boosts the self-confidence of the students. Here I would like to share again from my experience, and is from my students. Sometimes in the corridors, while it's from last year or maybe 2 years before, and I just catch a student, hey, can you help me? And says, oh, Mrs. again, you have something for us? Now, what are we doing? They always come to me like this, and I said, why don't we just do this or that? So they just really help me, and they have fun. Fun is another key word here. So it's something that should help them be willing to do that, right? So while conducting research in a project-based learning, they need to gather information. They're asked to plan for and design their projects. Okay, but they are expected to bring something as an outcome, as a product, right? So every step is valuable, but the final product that they produce is, I think, one of the most important stages, let's say, and how they present it, how they present their project in class or on another public platform really matters, because it shows your creativity, it shows how they have worked together, it shows the steps they have taken so far. So it's really valuable. So here in the example, I said, hey, come, let's do this. Why don't you just imagine something and you're not sharing with each other? It's like a secret. And you're like, what is she thinking about me? What is he thinking about me? Or what is he thinking right now? What is she thinking right now? I just give the rubric or just guide them, just give some tips, and they perform. I said, okay, how can your body language speak here? And they do this in the end. I said, okay, perfect. So let me shoot it. Or I just take some, a bunch of photos and we choose together. Together is another keyword for me. And finally, they do not know what's going to come out from their, photos of that moment. And finally, we create a bulletin board, maybe we create just a little booklet for something, posters, or a group of posters for something, for an event. So that's how can I improve my English? That's what they're thinking about, how they can improve their English. So just to have some fun, he says, maybe I should find an American girl. Oh, what can I do in summer? Bra is I said, what is this? She said, bra again, because that's their teenager language. I said, okay, got you, thank you. So we're having fun, we're sharing, we're caring. So as a teacher, we are not saying what to do, how to do. We just guide them, right? So we just lead them to succeed in their project implementation. And the most important part here is to help them achieve their learning goals. So the rubrics, the instructions should be really, the goals should be really clear, and what is expected should be really set again in an open and direct and clear way. So how can we do that? As teachers, we should break down some tasks. We can support if they're not feeling, brave enough. So they need some encouragement. We give feedback and we say, why don't you do this? You're great at this. Why don't you just sprinkle something? And do you think I can? Of course you can. Come on. You can get help from this. You can get help from a friend. You can use this tool. I'm just supporting scaffolding. That is the thing. And we help them this way to become more independent in their learning journey. Here is the language learning journey. So the way they reflect themselves, we call self-reflection, and the way they put themselves really varies, but the outcome and the impact is really meaningful and important. So we say PBL encourages students to become independent, autonomous in their learning journey, self-directed learners who are capable of addressing real-world problems and issues. Yes, they take the control. I say, okay, you are the boss, so you take care of everything. Okay, you are the teacher today for young learners, right? Where they think becoming a teacher is more important than becoming a boss sometimes. So what they learn, how they learn is really important, but how they take the control of this journey is more important than how and what they learn, I believe. And they are self-directed learners, and they are responsible for every step. They are also responsible for their weak sides. They are responsible for setting up the new boundaries if necessary. So they are autonomous, they have the autonomy, and they are really motivated and engaged in their learning. So critical thinking is all over the place, right? So you're not saying only this or only that part. Everywhere in this approach, we have critical thinking and creativity. So self-governance, self-direction, self-determination. So that makes them independent. So I would like to share another picture here, which is in the evaluation part here, because it is supposed to be here, I believe. And for the authentic presentation and reflection, the presentation should be authentic, yes. So It should be relevant to the real life situations. So if we say, okay, let's prepare something for a healthy life, what should we eat? Okay, let's see the economy in the society, whatever you want to put, you put. So here there's a girl, she's my daughter, by the way, and she went to a supermarket just to analyze, and then she just took the picture of this. She's taking it, and there's a mirror, as you can see. She is mirroring actually something else, I believe. She is mirroring her self journey. It is how she is learning. She is touching. She is taking the pictures. She is designing. She is thinking. She is trying to bring up something new, right? So it is her growth and process in her own learning journey. It's not only learning a language. It's not only learning the grammar or something. It is something beyond that, I believe. So self-reflection, actual learning by reflection, is more important than experience sometimes, as it is also stated in the quotation here. I would like to share with you another project as a sample here. We were supposed to prepare something for the end of the year, you know, in English, of course, for this department. So we divided the students into groups, and one group actually decided to work on the idioms that we had all year, actually. It was a part of my lesson. So every week we tried to learn and focus on one idiom. It was a weekly idiom, actually. So they sorted them out and they just made a list, and then they showed me the steps, and I was trying to facilitate and guide them and lead to the best outcome. And it was a really fun project, because the idioms were also fun because they added some more videos, and they added some funny videos, and so they really had fun. So that's the steps, the process here, as you can see. They decided on making a poster, then they use a PVC thing and everything they put together. They opened the stand, they prepared a board game for this idiom together with Turkish and English. What is the closest meaning in Turkish, or what is the closest meaning of this idiom in English? So it was an interdisciplinary actual work. So in the end, there was like a performance day, as I remember, it was called. They got everybody there and gave the instructions of the game, how to play, and there was a really fun environment, and they really had fun themselves. So these are my reflections, my sharings about PBLL, actually, in terms of self-direction, self-directed learning. So as we can see here, there is no memorization of information. There's only doing, right? There's putting something into practice in a meaningful, in a purposeful, and in a successful way in the end. So I would like to have your opinions and your feedback, please, on Padlet platform. I would like, yes, your reflections, please, as well. Hope everything was clear. Eva, was everything all right?
Yeah, it was really nice. As you can see, comments are coming, and great job, and just a single heart, but it means a lot. Yeah, so top quote about experience and reflection on it. Thank you. Thank you, Ivan, for
Thank
that.
you.
Yeah, so those who'd like to continue a conversation about project-based learning, you can follow the link and have it on Padlet together with Pinar there. Or you can have questions or comments here in the chat box. Pinar, I'm sure you will join us a little bit later in the chat and then you can discuss it. Or maybe those who are interested in PBL, you can create a group of teachers who can work on it. It depends. Yeah, just give us your ideas, opinions, and then we'll discuss what should be done in this case. Thank you so much, Pinar.
Thank you.
So please join the chat. Thank you for being with us. I'm pretty sure that we will have lots of projects ahead. I'm sure that Turkey and Ukraine can collaborate quite effectively.
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah, and now let me introduce our next presenter. And actually, I don't want to have this long talks about her because I want you to see her. She is our hero just because this is the person who was so active when we were preparing to our ever English, I said, ever teach and learn first course. Yeah, I can't hear you because you're muted. Yeah, and I want you to know how nice she is. The first thing, so the first moment when we met, I realized she is my person, just because I knew she's a warrior, like I am. And thank you for being like that. And also the next thing, while preparing for Ever Teach and Learn, as you understand, when you prepare a whole course, you have to meet quite a lot of times. And what I really liked is that as soon as we finished our meetings, at the very next second in our chat, there was the whole document describing what we discussed, what we agreed on, and what we should do, and deadlines. All the minutes were there. I do adore the way how you can organize everything. Thank you so much for that. And
Yeah.
the topic for today that you have is quite interesting, especially I'm adding to the screen, especially the part like yay or nay. And I'm really curious to hear your opinion on that. And also, I'd like to invite our attendees to contribute in the chat box. I mean, share your ideas on the sport error or
Yeah.
just correction. Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know.
actually, yeah, I did it on purpose. I mean, I strike through this error because we're going to discuss it later why I did it. But for now, while I'm starting my presentation, guys, I will ask you, because I know that there is like a bit of delay on our comments section. I will ask you to share your opinion on like whether you do it a lot, whether you support this idea of on-the-spot error correction or you don't like doing that. So you just can start commenting on that, and I will start presenting. So first off, I'd like to say hi to everyone who is here with us today, both presenters and participants. It's always a great pleasure for me to take part in such huge ELT events. I'm a huge fan of them. And I remember the times when we had an opportunity to attend such events offline, and I miss those times. And I hope that very soon we will be able to come together. So I'm happy to be here, to be a part of such a huge community. I'm grateful to all the colleagues from all over the world for your support to us, to Ukrainians. I've been in Kiev since the first day of full-scale invasion, so I'm feeling this support, I think, a lot on a daily basis, and we are very grateful for that. And you know, when Yeva asked me to participate and to choose a topic, I did it quite quickly. I mean, because I'm the director of studies at Ever English, and I've been observing lessons of our teachers. And every time while giving feedback, I'm discussing with teachers, like, what do you think? What about error correction? Should you have done it differently, or shouldn't you have corrected something? Like, what are your what is your point of view on that? And
Oh, thank you so much for your comments. I think that I see that everyone says that it depends on activity, it depends on students. Someone doesn't like doing that, yes, and because they encourage fluency, yes, tasks. That's great. We are going to discuss it, yeah. So yeah, so I think it's very a debatable topic, let's say. Yeah, so some of us like it, some of us don't like it, but I think that we have to discuss why. And my first question is also, why do you think I have strike through the word error? Like, do you have any ideas? And I will give you a hint that actually it's connected with different types of errors. So you can also type your ideas on that. And I was contemplating, I was watching, yes, today's conference, and I'd say I have been watching, yes, to be precise. And I liked the idea that not a lot of, but some presentations were about stress, yes, about mistakes and giving our students a chance to make these mistakes, because mistakes are important, as Natalia Vizier said, yes, that they are important, that they are essential, part of our studies and so on. But another question is, yes, they are important, but should we or shouldn't we correct them? So everyone, yeah, now I see that in the comments we have this idea that it depends. Yes, it depends on situation, on your students, and so on and so forth. So moving on, I want, yeah, that's why I strike through this word error, because basically there are two types of errors. As there are mistakes, yes, and there are errors. Usually, yes, in all the books you will find on the spot error correction, delayed error correction, but basically errors are, let's say, mistakes, yeah, errors are made due to lack of knowledge. So let's imagine that we have a learner of A2 level, and he says, I work in this company for 5 years. Like, is it a mistake or an error? Probably he doesn't know about present perfect continuous, not just like, or present perfect simple, at least, yes. That's why he says it, I work, using the language that he already knows. And the question is, should we correct this error or not? I mean, if an A2 learner says, I work in this company for 5 years, that is the question, should it be corrected or not? And at the same time, we have mistakes, which means that which are accidentally made, and they are made due to the lack of attention or practice. In this case, if this learner says he work at this company for 5 years, not using work with s ending, I'm sorry, it means that there is a mistake, and probably you should correct it. But another question is, should you correct it on the spot, or you should resort to delayed error correction? I actually have made up a flow chart which will help us better understand, I hope, or at least make a decision whether we need to correct this mistake or not. Okay. So as for, I'm trying to keep my eye on the chat so that I'm on the same wavelengths with you. Okay, so this error correction flowchart, yes. What I suggest, yes, that our first idea, our first thought should be, is it an error or mistake? Yes. If it's a mistake, probably we should correct it, or maybe not. So first of all, we should hear this error or mistake. The second step is asking ourselves a question: is the error or mistake focused? What I mean by focused, if it's connected with the target language. So if we should focus on it today. Yes, again, if we are learning present perfect with an A2 level learner, today we are learning it, but we haven't covered it yet. So we haven't gotten to this MFP clarification stage. And our learner tells us, I work for this company for 5 years. Is it time to correct it, or we should wait? Yes, a little bit more. So So if it's a focused mistake, I mean, something that we focus on these days, or you have already covered this grammar or vocabulary or whatsoever, and it's a focused mistake. So yes, you should probably correct it. Yes, so you should go down through this flow chart. If it's not focused, if it's something that you haven't covered yet, and probably it's not the target language of the lesson, so just let it slide. Yes, so if it's a focused mistake, so mistake connected with the language that you have already covered or that you're about to cover in the lesson, ask the next question: is the activity aimed at fluency? I have seen in the chat that some of you mentioned that if the task is aimed at fluency, we shouldn't correct. And I would agree with you, but there is one point. So if this an activity aimed at fluency, but your learner makes a fossilized mistake, I would correct it on the spot. One more thingy. I think that most of you know what a fossilized mistake is, but just in case, to clarify, yes. For example, this famous ending "s" for he, she, it, or what I like. Actually, it seems to me that this kind of pandemic, maybe, or just epidemic, I don't know. My learners always, I don't know, mistake prepositions of time, of place, though every time we clarify it, I discuss it at deck, every time they say at Monday. Yeah. I don't know, maybe it's only my learners. Just you can comment on it in chat. Maybe your learners also make this mistake. Or I think a super popular mistake, especially among Ukrainian learners, is depend from. Yes, depend or depends from. Yes, they make this mistake all the time. The idea is that a fossilized mistake, according to the studies, yes, it's very hard to correct a fossilized mistake and to form this new habit of using correct form. And I have had a lot of examples in my life, even if the activity was aimed at fluency. But I see that my learner every time makes this mistake of depend from, or it's depend from. Yes, I correct it on the spot. So only by correcting these fossilized mistakes on the spot, there is a little chance that by the end of the month, the course, or whatever, or the week, in the best case scenario, your learner will be better able to use this form correctly. So, and it's my experience, I'm sharing it with you, that it works. So every time you make this, yes, yeah, so this, Angel told that the learners make the same mistakes. Okay, translation, yes, from Ukraine. So it's interference from your first language to English. Yeah, a lot of mistakes are made because of that. So if this mistake is made on a constant basis, you have to correct it on the spot, just to make this new habit. So every time you can correct it. How to correct it, we're going to discuss next. Yes, if a learner can, if this activity is not aimed at fluency and you want to aim it at accuracy, make sure you can. If your learner can self-correct, give him this resort to on-the-spot error correction. If your learner cannot self-correct, here actually I would think either you correct yourself, you can resort to peer correction if you know that some of your learners might know it better, or just leave it for delayed error correction. But yeah, if it's actually an activity aimed at accuracy, probably you want to correct it on the spot yourself. If your learner can self-correct and you know they should know this, that you expect them to know this, yes, piece of language, please resort to self-correction. How to do it better, and maybe to make it not so stressful and to make it fun, let's say, because yeah, as for stress, yeah, Natalia Zachenska told today about it. She was speaking about it a lot and how to avoid and how to work with it. And I was like, oh my God, my topic is all about stress, because for most learners, not for all of them, mistakes and corrections are stressful. And we have here, I think that error correction, on the spot error correction, even delayed error correction, it's all about balancing. You have mentioned also on the chat, yes, that this error correction can lead to some issues with stress and self-awareness, yes, and so on and so forth. And we don't want our learners to stop talking. Yes, we want to enhance it. So if you feel that your learner is okay with error correction, just help them do it. If you see that they don't really like it, just explain how it works and why it's important. And of course, balance between correcting and over-correcting. So probably you don't want to correct every single mistake. So you have to be super flexible, and you have to feel the audience, let's say, yes, you have to feel that, okay, with this learner, they demand a lot of error correction, so I will give more. And this learner feels kind of depressed when I correct too much, so we should correct only the most fossilized mistakes or the mistakes connected with the target language that we are covering, and we don't want them to remember this new target language in the wrong way. So the last but not the least, I will share with you some techniques that you can use for on-the-spot error correction. Probably you know some of them. I'm not sure that you have been using all of them in your practice. And here are some ideas that you can use. Yeah. So first idea, I actually stole it. I tell always that I tell my colleagues, my teachers, and everyone. I tell that teaching is sharing, but actually teaching is stealing. So the first idea with these cards, I stole it from my colleague. We were doing Delta together, and she had this cute idea with cards, like in football, she had different colored cards of different colors, and every color was assigned to some mistake. For example, yellow was about ending S, some fossilized mistakes, right? About ending S, like red about what order, and so on and so forth. So it actually was quite fun because she didn't even have to show the card. It was an offline lesson. The only thing and she was just, stretching her arm to take the card, and the student already saw that, okay, she's about to take a yellow card ending S. So, and they were self-correcting. So basically this yellow card, it means, for example, if it's ending S, it's up to you. You discuss with your learners what each color will mean for you, for your group, for your learner. And you just show the card goes up, and the learner makes, they instantly know that they have to self-correct. You can use your facial expression. That's what I do a lot. And my learners always know that if I do something like that, or yeah, they know that something is wrong. I have a learner who is struggling with present perfect, and I say, I make a face, plus I make some sounds, and he's like, okay, it's probably something connected with the tenses, because he's a person who knows loads of lexes. He can speak fluently, but he really struggles with accuracy, and it's our main focus for now. So we are working on his accuracy. That's why I do correct his mistakes connected with grammar tenses and grammar structures. You can use gestures, like I think all of us just put a plus in the chat if you use it when your learners forget to use like past tense, and they say, yesterday I don't go anywhere, I stay at home, and you say yesterday, and you show that it was in the past, or something like that. I know that a lot of colleagues use this gesture to show like it was in the past, so probably you have to use you have to use past tenses. Thanks, guys. I'm not alone in it. Not the only one using this gesture. Great. Okay. Also, I very often use the gestures when we have word order. Like if it's a question, actually not so long ago, I was covering indirect questions with my learners. And, in indirect questions, they just have remembered, or maybe they have been using it correctly to build a normal question question, and now you want them to put the word order as in a positive sentence, and they get a little bit confused, and they like start in direct question, and then they I was wondering, do you like, something like that. And like, so probably you need to change something. That I show that we have to swap places, so you can use this gesture and so on. Visual reminder. I know that today with us we have Yulia Holovnya. She is a teacher at Ever English, and she has this perfect cup, which now I want to get somewhere. I don't know where I can buy it, with the letter S. And every time her student makes a mistake, she just can show the cup like, letter S is missing here, something like that. I used to have a t-shirt like a Superman, and whenever I was teaching present simple for H8 and in S, I was in this t-shirt, and I was always pointing to my chest where I had this S letter, and I don't have this t-shirt. I would have worn it today if I had it. I have this cup with also English, but too many words here. Can't be useful, for such on-the-spot error correction. And several more methods, finger methods. I think that you also have heard of it a lot. The only thing I want to point out, we have seen it many times, that teachers tend to show it this way. Yes, like, I don't know, for example, again, letter word order. Yes, you can show that you have to swap the fingers. Like word order. Like, I was wondering, do you like? And you say, this one is extra, you like. So my suggestion to all of you, our dear colleagues, to show it palm like this, not to show this way, because there have been lots of gestures like this. Yes, and it can be quite offensive. So it's better to use finger method like this way. Yes. So I was wondering, do you like? Do is you like. What should we put here? Yes, so finger method is actually one of my favorite ones. I hope that you resort to it as well, because with finger method you need no cards, no cups, no extra things. So facial expression, gestures, and finger method. Especially if you have this Italian type of personality, I think that's the best way to resort to on-the-spot correction. One of the methods I'm mentioning, but I actually don't really like it. You have this guy with loudspeaker echoing, because once you resort to echoing as an on-the-spot error correction, make sure your learners realize that you echo something to help them self-correct. And then don't use this method in any other way. So what I'm saying, that sometimes when our student says something and you just echo it just to confirm that you agree or something like that, and I don't know, in 5 minutes you echo to help them self-correct, they will not get this difference. Yes. What I mean, so your student says, I don't really like coffee, and you say, you don't really like coffee. Yeah, so you echoed just to confirm that you got it. But I love coffee. Yeah, so, and you continue your conversation, and in 5 minutes he says, and my I don't know, boyfriend don't like coffee as well. And you say, your boyfriend doesn't like coffee as well, and your learner will not get this difference. Like, so you echoed. Okay, you just confirmed it. Yeah, so they will not see the difference why you echoed. That's why be careful with echoing. Either you use it to boost self-correction, or you don't use it, or you use it only to confirmation. So don't mix it up. And the last one, using sounds of music. I have I know some teachers, some teacher trainers, even some CELTA tutors and so on, who have this habit of using sounds. There is a CELTA tutor, I don't know his name, but he was a tutor of my friend. He had like a big box of different toys making different sounds, like pig or something like that. Maybe you have seen it, yes. And and yes, and he used different sounds for different actions. Like this sound means you have to regroup. This sound means that you have a mistake and you have to self-correct it. But again, if you use this sounds technique, make sure that your learners understand what each sound refers to. Yeah, so you have to discuss it. Guys, we're going to have new rules. If I make this sound, it means blah blah blah. So you have to self-correct. You can cough, you can knock. You what I do all very often, it's um, mm, well, so I can show that something is wrong here, and they know that they need to self-correct. I don't use any extra sounds. You might use some sounds on your phone and so on. You can be as creative as you want to be. I think that I'm kind of lazy sometimes, so I usually use like gestures, mimics, and so on. I don't try to find some sounds, extra sounds, except those ones that I can produce myself. Okay, guys, that would be really interesting to know if you use some other on-the-spot error correction techniques, because that's the ones that I'm using, and I was trying to find more, to brainstorm and so on with my colleagues, and I couldn't find something more interesting. If you use something else, please share it with us in the chat. We would be really grateful, and I will definitely steal it from you. And I mean, we remember, yes, that teaching is sharing or stealing, whatever you like more. Thank you so much for your attention. You remember that Yana Kozachenko shared with you the link to our Telegram channel, where we have lots of tasks on English and boosting English. And remember, teachers are also responsible for their English and boosting it. And here I have our Instagram pages, my teaching page and Ever English page. So please join us there. Thank you very much.
Don't move your computer, don't move it, because as soon as you move it, it produces crazy sound.
Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you so much for this presentation. And I can tell you, I don't know if you've seen it. Can I remove it from the screen? You guys, please take a picture or take a screenshot, and I'm removing it from the screen. Yeah. And you made me think about one situation I had while teaching. So I had a student who is like an adult student, and sometimes it happens they can't overcome some kind of awkwardness when pronouncing sounds the and so he actually refused doing that, saying, and the reason was like, okay, look at me, I'm an adult man, should I like do this?
Oh,
And say,
yeah.
yeah. So it was really difficult to overcome this barrier. And I came to the moment when I realized I can't do anything, and I just decided to go with the flow. And then all of a sudden, on my Facebook, I noticed a picture of President Trump.
Yes, yeah.
Where he was
It's like me.
having his tongue in between his teeth, like
Mhm.
this. And the picture was so vivid, and I was thinking about this, my student, what I did, and it was during the pandemic. So what I did, I changed my avatar picture on Zoom to donate picture.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, and as soon as my student makes a mistake, I change the picture to. So I turn off the camera, and what they did this, and I said, and now you don't have any excuse, because if this man can do this, so you can do it as well. So this is how it's working.
Yeah, actually, that's a very nice idea. I remember when I was teaching offline, I used to have, behind me, I had this wall of posters, I would call it, because there was something like this mistake, and I was just pointing to it, like, you made this mistake with that. Yeah, now I don't have it, but I told you I'm lazy. I just don't want to have these posters on this wall. Yeah, but it's a very good idea. Thank you so much. I haven't thought about it. I mean, just switching off your camera, it's so easy peasy. Okay.
It's easy, and they can see it immediately. And what I really like, I mean, you can change some pictures. Like the very next lesson, you have another picture. It depends on what you are going to work on, and with one student I had a set of pictures, so I changed. He knew that it means this time we're working more on pronunciation or on
Mhm.
grammar, or I pay attention to something else. So
Mhm.
work like that.
Mm, great.
Okay,
So, guys,
thank
you,
you very
yeah,
much.
thank you
That
so
was
much. Teaching
nice
is stealing. I
presentation.
will steal this idea from you.
Cool.
Okay, thank
Cool.
you.
So
Yeah, thank
please join us in the chat, and I can see that you're so active on Instagram. Thank you so much for sharing this stories.
yeah,
It's really nice.
thank you.
Thank you. So, and we are moving on. Um, Yes, and now I'd like us to go to travel to another country. As you know, we've been traveling for quite a long time today. So next destination is Azerbaijan, and I'd like to invite this wonderful teacher, Nasib Hassan, who is going to share a nice tip how to transform our, let's say, complicated course book activity, grammar activity, into something easier and engaging for our students. Am I right, Nasib? Have I explained it correctly?
Yes, yes, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, it's good to see you. First of all, thanks for having me here. Yeah, it's gonna be about just one example that you can apply to many situations. It's
Yeah.
gonna be about that. Yeah.
So here we go. The floor is yours, and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you so much. First of all, it's great to be here among these brilliant experts. I am really honored to be here. Quite nervous as well. But and everybody who's watching and who are donating for this cause, thank you so much. May God return the million folds back to you. So today I'll be talking about adapting complex supplementary materials for online lessons. And so let's take a situation. Yeah, imagine you recently taught a grammar piece. So future time clauses with if, when, unless, as soon as, in case, before, after. So a lot of English learners, when they make future time clauses, they tend to use will on both sides of the sentence. And I'm sure a lot of you would agree with that, um, would relate to that. And and I always, in similar situations, I always try to find activities where students would forget that they are being checked on their grammar. I'd rather put them in a real life situation or some emotional situation, so they actually have this grammar in the background, but they're focused on the real task, so I can later give them a nice feedback on their language when they're using it. So um, I used to, I love this amazing speaking activity. And I started using this even before the online teaching became popular, before the pandemic. And and this was always effective. This is from a cutting edge third edition supplementary materials for intermediate level. And for all my intermediate level students, be it teenagers or adults, this was always a fun activity. When we moved to online lessons, I said, oh, okay, this is my go-to for future time clauses. I'm gonna use it, and I hit the wall so bad that I wasn't expecting that this activity is gonna be so complicated online. So after that, I decided, how would I adapt this information-packed activity for online learners? Offline, everybody would get their map and they would get their set of information. and as we go, they would sit in pairs or groups. They would read each information and find that item on the map, and they just follow what they need to do. So this specific activity is about coming up with a plan to rob a diamond from a museum without being caught. So students have to sit down in groups and pairs, kind of design their heist, let's call it this way. And then at the end, they have to tell their plan to the other groups or pairs. And then finally, they have to evaluate if it's a good plan or not a good plan. So, see if I can zoom this in. No, I can't. If anybody is familiar with this specific activity, or if anyone has faced with such problem, who had like great offline activity and had a problem online with it, just leave a plus or say yes in the comments down here. So yeah, all right. Some people have noticed this. I'll give you a 30 seconds, 30, 40 seconds. How would you adapt this? Or just take note for yourself how you would go with this activity and adapt it for online lessons, because there are groups and breakout rooms and stuff. So 30, 40 seconds. I hope you can see this full screen, because the words are small. There's the center is the map of the museum, and the left is the collection of information that students need to know in order to execute their heist. Yeah. Yes, I didn't breakout rooms. Yeah, for this activity, you will definitely need breakout rooms. So during my first online lesson with this activity, I realized that students got really confused with the load of information on one page. They started losing track. Some of them got bored. I started talking too much. And so then, yeah, sorry, Ola, it's the letters are too small, couldn't read it. So again, this was also a problem when I was sharing a screen. They had to look at the information, and some of my students couldn't read either. And I decided to take this activity, break them into small bite-sized informations. And as I give the information, I would check the instructions if my students understood. So I would give them ICQs after every slide. First, it's really important to set the context to get them engaged into the process. So I start with, I would change my voice, I would sound dramatic. The largest and most valuable diamond in the world, the Blue Ice Diamond, I gave it a name, is on display at the National Museum. You are international jewel thieves. You are planning to steal the diamond. You're going to work out a plan. You must not get caught. Listen or read all the information you need to plan the robbery, then plan your robbery and your escape. And then I would add everybody so you guys, for today, you are all international famous or professional robbers. And then I would just take it to the next slide. Let me show you one more time. The information, do you see there are 9 pieces of information here? which the students need to know about to plan their heist. So I would just, for every information, I would create a slide. For each information, I would create a slide, and I would also use visuals so they can see what we're talking about. So number one is the museum is open from 9:30 a.m. until 5:30 p.m. When the museum is open, 4 guards stand by the diamond at all times. And there's an arrow shows where the diamond is. The next information. At 5:30 p.m., the front doors are locked. The keys are kept by one of the security guards, and I have the security guards shown by arrow. And in this information, everything they need, I have visualized for them. Camera, they're marked with S, front door marked with F, windows, and security guards. And so I'm not going to go into the details of information, but for each information, I have the same map, but different visuals for each information. And then over here, the attention is on the guards. And the guard who's sitting in the security room, watching the CCTV cameras on the screen. And there's also an emergency phone, and everybody pays attention to that. So I give them the information bite by bite, so they're not overwhelmed with everything. And every time I given the information, I ICQ them. When does the museum close? And everybody say 5:30. How many guards are guarding the diamond when the museum is open? They say 4 guards. To check that, I need to check that they understood this information so I can move on to the next one. If I don't give my ICQs, if I don't check the information, this misunderstanding builds up. And after you finish your slides, students start asking questions. When does the museum close? Can we go in when the museum is open? And then they just get confused. So give your information, check they know, then move on to the next information. Okay, so there's an important information. Windows are locked from the inside when you read it. So are the windows locked from the outside or inside? And they say inside. So that means that when they start planning, they can come inside. They cannot come inside from the windows from outside. So, and it does look like telling story. Yes, exactly. So you kind of put them in a situation and it builds this like excitement. They get ready and they start already building plans in their head. Yeah, so very, very common with Georgian learners, they say. Oh, absolutely, always. Yeah, breaking laws, doing bad things, mischief. Students love it. And it doesn't matter what age, teens or adults, they all get really excited. So as you see, I have slide for each information. Number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9. So the guards don't have guns and you are not allowed to take any weapons into the museum. You must remember, as soon as any alarm goes off, you're busted. So you will be arrested. The police next door will come in and students really like playing the game. Who is the robber? Yeah, that's also a classic. That is also a classic. There are lots of speaking and interrogating. So this specific activity is great for using a future time clauses. So they start planning. If you have pairs or groups, they start planning. So if he sees me, I'll do this. When the security guard goes into the dinosaur room, I'll do something. As soon as I hit the guy, I don't know, we go get something. There have been crazy ideas for this. in case. It's also a great place to use in case and unless, because for many language learners, in case and unless, especially unless, is very confusing. So make sure that grammar is set. They know how to use these future time clauses, so you can pay attention if they use them correctly, and if they use will on the second side, or like will and then unless. They don't mix them up. They don't put two wills in one sentence. So the and then finally, you give them this. You can give them this final picture. How you can share it with them. You can give this presentation like as a PDF before the lesson starts, or you can share a Google document link with them. So when they start discussing their plan, because if you have a class of, let's say, 4 or plus, you're going to have to divide them minimum. Oh, how much time do I give students for planning this action plan? So giving time is really important. It depends on how many students you have. If it's a pair, Ludmila, if it's a pair, the time can be minimum of 5 minutes. If it's like 3 or more, a group of 3 or more, you would like to give them each some time to discuss. So maybe like 2 minutes each for extra student. So 5 for pair, and then plus extra 2 minutes for each student. And also depending on the level of the group, how confidently they use their English. If they're good English speakers, the time is going to be less. If they are struggling with articulating their sentences, you can set the time higher, but you have to tell them the time limit. Good point, Ludmila. Thank you for that. But try not to go over 10 minutes. All right, so Olga likes this idea already. So please, you're more than welcome, everybody, to steal this idea. And there are things that you need to take into account when you adapt an offline activity to online activity, because there are technical nuances that you need to take into consideration. How is going to be the interaction patterns? Are you going to be using breakout rooms? Yes, if you have students 4 or over, you're going to need breakout rooms. When you send them to breakout rooms, they need to have these files. They need to have the presentation so they can share their screen together. And in order to share screen together, you need to ask your students, do you know how to share your screen when you are in the breakout room? Okay. And so how you will stage your instructions, that's also important. When you send them to breakout room, you need to give them specific instructions. Go to the breakout room. You have 10 minutes, plan your escape, and then come back after 10 minutes. And you are going to tell your plan to the other group, and the other group is going to evaluate your plan. And then they start giving each other points. Oh, it's a good plan. Or usually there are a lot of questions like, oh, how are you going to go to the other room? The security guard is there. So they need to come up with like on the spot responses as well. And that's where the most mistakes happen, when they don't expect it. And it's a wonderful environment for you to take notes for delayed feedback later. Again, how to share materials. And the timing is important, and how you're going to collect feedback from your students. You have to anticipate this as well, and problems. Does anybody have any questions about this, or any modifications, or did it match to your technique, that how you would go about this? Yes, or that can be a home task as well. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so people would like to thank you for what you've shared. And that was quite an amazing thing. Um, for me to develop this kind of activities, it seems like you have to spend so much time on it. You have to prepare a lot.
I
And
was expecting this comment. I'm sorry for interrupting.
yeah,
This is a good one. It does take time to prepare, but it adds to your library. And next time, under your hand, you have so many tools. You can just go ahead and use it.
yeah, that's true. That's true. So once I had a chance to create an escape room using Google Forms, and we had an escape room with around 12 tasks where students had to go through from one escape room. It's like we were working on Zoom. They were working in breakout rooms in groups, but had to escape the room and
Yeah.
had to go through different tasks. And every other task led to another room. So actually, they got a link how they could go to another task, and it was kind of fun. So this kind of activities are really nice, and students they do like it. The only one stuff thing I always think like, how much time do I need to invest into this? Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah, it does. Yeah, but the thing is, like, you get this like nice activity, and you're like, oh my god, this is gonna take so much time to prepare. Okay, at that moment, put it aside. But when you have free time, just create it and just let it sit in your computer. For the future, it's amazing,
Yeah.
and you
Thank you
get that
so much.
wonderful feedback from students.
Yeah, and I'd like you to ask you not to forget to send me this presentation to my email address because it will go to our folder for participants.
Email it to you, right?
Right. Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
yeah, absolutely,
Thank you
yes.
so much. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your support. And we have to continue. And I hope you will join us in the chat box. Thank you.
Oh, I'll be here.
Yeah, super. Thank you. And we continue with our conference, and I'm super excited to announce the next presenter. And I'm sure you've seen everything on our agenda. So the next person I'm going to invite to a virtual stage, Susan Hilliard, who is, I would say, kind of a legend, especially when it comes to teaching English through drama. And I am really looking forward to hearing her ideas, and I'm pretty sure that it will be really inspiring and motivating for us. What is more, I'd like to add that Susan has contributed quite a lot of materials to our folder, so you will be able to go and grab them as soon as you join our fundraising campaign. And now let me join Susan to the stream. Hey!
Hello.
I can't believe that you're here with us. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me, and I'm very excited to be here with you all. I don't know how many of you are in the room, and I cannot see you, but I'm very thrilled to be here. And I'm coming all the way from Argentina. I'm in the middle of Argentina, a little bit south in Buenos Aires. And it's a very, very hot day today, which is strange because we're just going into winter, so it shouldn't be so hot.
Really?
Yeah, we're going into winter now. We're the opposite to you.
Yeah, right.
I'm going to talk to you about teaching English through drama. I'm an educational dramatist. I was trained at Warwick University a long time ago in the Middle Ages, and I've been teaching English through drama for 50 years. Unbelievable. I hate to say it, but it's true. I'm celebrating this year. And I've been teaching it in England with special needs students and mainstream students. I've been teaching it in Singapore to Chinese, Malays, and Indians. I've been teaching it to Muslim students in Saudi Arabia. I've been teaching it in Spain to 32 nationalities in the international school, 32 nationalities in one school. And I came to Argentina from Spain, and I've been teaching it here in state schools, special schools, bilingual schools, and institutes, and at the training college. I've become a teacher trainer since I've been here, and my mission actually is to train 1 million teachers before I die. So
Oh
I
my
hope
God.
it
I
will.
hope you will never complete it just to postpone the final result. You know, I mean, like it means that you don't have like any right to die yet until you complete. So please do not do
Keep
it.
me going. I've
Yeah.
been to China many times, and I have taught thousands of teachers, literally thousands of teachers
That's
all over the
fantastic.
world. So I'm thrilled to be here today, and I hope that you will take on these ideas and use them in your classrooms this week.
Yeah. So the floor is yours. I'm disappearing now, but I'm here behind the curtains. Let's say behind the scenes. Yeah, and I'm here just in case you need me next to you. Okay, good luck with your presentation.
Thank you very much. So what is English through drama? I haven't used StreamYard very often, so let's hope. Keep your fingers crossed, your legs crossed, and your eyes crossed that it's going to work. In the top right-hand corner, you can see my guru, Dorothy Heathcote. It's not me, it's Dorothy Heathcote. She was a pioneer in the 1960s, and she brought educational drama to schools. It became a compulsory subject in England. And I was employed in my very first school, straight out of university, to teach drama to special needs students in the school. We called them remedial students in those days. That means that we were trying to remedy them. That has changed now, of course. We call them special needs, or specific needs, actually. That's the latest nomenclature. Have a look at the pictures around Dorothy Heathcote and tell me what you note in those pictures. Just write in the comments box. What are those people feeling? How are they working? What are they doing? If you could just write some comments in the box, and I will check them. I'm waiting for your comments. Do they look like your students usually look in your English language classroom? They are performing. They are all involved in performative activity. They are all in movement. They are using the body. There's lots of action. Maybe they are rehearsing. They are performing. How are they feeling? They are enthusiastic and they are excited, exactly. And this is where I think drama takes the cake for a methodology for teaching any language. I've actually taught Korean through drama, German through drama. All of these teachers could speak English, of course. They are inspired, they are engaged, they are in the moment. This moment is different from any before it. This moment is different, it's now. And if I don't kiss you, that kiss goes untasted. I'll never get it back. This song sums it up. English through drama is a way of using the whole body, the whole person, all your emotions. It is a genuine learning medium. And I'd like to start off with you doing some performing so that you can feel what drama feels like before you do it with your students. So I'd like you to just push your chairs back. I can't see if any of you are joining in with me. Please tell me yes, you are prepared to join in with me. Tell me in the chat box, just write yes, 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 yes. Okay, stand up, and I want you to go up to the screen, and I want you to say, "That's me," and show your face to the camera, very close up with a nice big smile on your face, if it is you. So I'm going to make some statements. If it's you, that's me. If it's not you, you run away from the camera and you say, "Not me," and you disappear from your screen. So if I had you on screen, I would be able to see what was actually going on. So I'm going to make the statements. Join in with me, please. Otherwise, I'm going to feel very silly doing this on my own. You love cats. That's me. You love playing football. Not me. You absolutely adore eating cabbage, green cabbage. That's me. You love dancing. That's me. You love going to the theatre. That's me. You love doing your planning and your marking and your disciplining. Not me. So that's a little bit of drama. Let's think what we were doing. We were moving our body. We were doing it together, I hope. We were enjoying ourselves. We were speaking. We were speaking in register. We were speaking with modulation and intonation. We were only doing short utterances, but that doesn't matter. This is how we start English through drama, with short utterances, which are easy peasy, smelly cheesy, dip your head in lemon squeezy. We don't do anything difficult, and we certainly don't do grammar. We do drama rather than grammar. We combine two packages. We do the 5 senses. So we include your visual learners, your auditory learners, your kinesthetic learners, and we also make sure, if we can, we do some olfactory exercises with perfumes and with spices and with smelly things in general. And we do some taste exercises. So we bring different flavored sweets into the classroom, or we bring different kinds of food into the classroom, and we blindfold students and we have them taste it and tell us what they can taste. Then we combine it with what I call the spice. And the spice is something that I believe we have to do in every lesson. And when we do drama, we do the spice. It's inherent in your drama lesson. So I'm going to teach you what SPICE means, but I'm going to teach it to you through drama. And again, I want you to join in with me, and I want you to think which of the 5 senses we are employing while we do the spice through drama. I want you to stand up, and I'm really following on a little bit from Nasib in the sense that he was talking about making an exercise into an activity. And he was talking about getting the students excited and involved. So I'm really following on from what he was saying, but I'm doing it through drama. So take your pointing finger, please. That's the finger on the hand that you write with. And I want you to look at your nail on your pointing finger. And I don't want you to take your eye off your nail. I want you to put your finger in the air, and I want you to go like a snake. So we're going to do a big air streamed S. Ready, steady, go. S for social development. We have our students working in pairs, in groups. They start to understand each other. They speak to each other. They play with each other. They do an activity and a task together. They collaborate. Sometimes they compete, but mostly they collaborate. S for social. Now we're going to do the P. Finger up in the air, looking at your nail, please. And P, 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 P. A nice big plosive P. P with the H for physical development. We have the speaking body in the empty space. We use gestures. We use facial gestures. That's me. We use our voice in the terms of moving the tongue, moving the lips, moving our breath through our body. We do physical development. Now we're going to do I, and we're going to say I. Looking at your nail, please. I, 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 I. I for intellectual development. I'm talking about teaching thinking skills. We have to underpin everything we do in English language with thinking skills. Now we're going to do the K. Are you ready? K, 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 K. K for creative development. We must use the imagination. The imagination leads to creativity. Imagination is the first step towards creativity. Now we're going to do E, E, E. Looking at your fingernail, please. E, 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 E. E for emotional development. We allow the feelings to be expressed. We want the feelings to be expressed. We want our students to feel the English language inside their body. We are embodying the English language. So I'm going to give you a test now. What does E stand for? What does E stand for? Write in the box, please. E is for. Tamar likes it. That's great. Maya is involved, inspired, enjoying the process. What does E stand for? What developmental process are we talking about with the E? Nobody can remember. E, 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 E. Emotional development. Emotions. Good, Pinar. Well done. What does S stand for? Good. Emotional development is E. S, P, I, C. Let's see if anybody can remember. S for. Well, I'll leave it open for you to see if you can remember, and then I'll come back to it. So if you can write in the box, please. We are doing the speaking body in the empty space. They must get up off their chairs, up off their bottoms, and they must move around. Socializing, very good. Social development. Physical, very good. We're getting there. And I for, let's see if anyone can remember. Intellectual. We use the arts. We use thinking skills, and we take English to another level. It stops being simply a language system, And we take all our students, whether they are special needs, specific needs, whether they are different from everybody else, we take them from I can't do English to I can do English. And not only that, but I love doing English. I love working through drama because we put on the mask. See the guy next to me with the mask on? We put on the mask and they can become somebody else through role play, through doing their own thing, the thing they are good at. Singing is drama, dancing is drama, making music is drama, doing a stand-up comedy is drama, doing a debate is drama, doing an improvisation, doing a role play, playing somebody else, putting on, for example, your witch's hat. Here's my witch's hat. I don't know if you can see it when I've got it on because I've got my virtual screen on. And your wand. And as soon as you give a learner a witch's hat and a wand, what do? They embody the role. They go, I will put a spell on you. Abracadabra. Touch my ear. Touch my nose. And everybody here is a lion. Ah! And so you can get everybody doing different things. And this is the great joy of drama, because you are teaching them to think of their own thing, which comes out of their own head. You're not telling them what to do. So this is one of the joys of drama. It's English in action instead of English sitting still. It's about comprehensible input, which is Krashen's idea, and comprehensible output, which is Swain from Canada. Students must do comprehensible output if they're going to learn to speak. So drama is basically about listening and speaking. I do an online course on it. I'm going to be opening my online course next month. And this is a repeat of an online course which I started in 2016. I actually started teaching online in 2004. And I've been doing online teaching since then, as well as face-to-face teaching, of course. But I really believe I can reach you. I can reach to you all over the world. And this is what I want to do. So if you join my website, which is the one at the bottom, you can get my newsletter. And I hope you've understood a little bit how drama is not theatre. Theatre is using a script. In drama, we don't use a script. We use the script inside each student's head. So there we are. That's the difference between drama and theatre, and it is English in action. Thank you, Eva.
Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. I was feeling like, am I in a theater? It's like I was following your movements, then reading what our participants were writing in the chat box. It was so cool. Thank you so much. And I imagine how cool it might be when we have our Zoom classes, for example. I mean, if we teach online, so it works perfectly. At least I can imagine how it might be. And yeah, but you should be enough brave to act out.
You do have to be daring. I have to admit that. And a lot of teachers have said to me they don't dare, and their institution won't allow them to dare. But I think that if you talk to people and you show them just one little thing and the students do it and you see the results and you see how the dynamics changes and how your whole teaching changes. It changes you as the teacher, it changes them as the students, and the bonding becomes terrific. Then you can do the really, really nitty-gritty of exam preparation, and they'll do it. They'll go along with you. They begin to eat out of your hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And surely, if you can send me any information about the course you are going to launch quite soon, and then it will be possible for me to spread the word around our colleagues and just to share. I'm pretty sure we will have people who'd like to join that because it's really cool. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation and for all the materials you gave us. So they are already in that folder. And as soon as the conference is over, some people who contributed yesterday, I mean, up to midnight, they will get the access 1 hour later after the conference is over. So thank you so much.
Very much. Irma says she's going to try it with her 6-year-old daughter. That's a good idea. All my family can do drama.
I can imagine, to be honest. Okay, thank you. Thank you. And I hope we will have the
Bye,
chance.
everybody. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye. Yeah, and we should continue. And I can see how many comments we have. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, English and action, comprehensible input and output, true. And, I'm thinking like what a good way to establish a rapport. But still, I think it takes a lot of courage, even for teachers and for students. But then the outcome would be amazing, pretty sure. Yeah, it's exactly what Susan said about bonding. Right. And so we should continue. And somehow I want us again to talk about this huge reason why I'm here. I'm here. We are here. Why we are here. I'm so sorry. It's been like how many? It's like 5 hours. We are live. We've been live for 5 hours so far. So. And I have one question to you, and I really want to use this chance and draw your attention to this. What is actually happening? I'm pretty sure we know we are here professionally developing, and at the same time, we know another reason why we are here. And as you can see, this is just a task. You see, whatever we are teachers or whatever we have, we can turn into nice activities, maybe heartbreaking, but anyway. So you have this access, and what I'd like to ask you to do, so you have this statement, and the statement is about May 2022. We know now we are almost in May 2023. So please try and guess what's the number. Yes, you can see both are in millions. So what do you think, how many refugees, how many people had to flee Ukraine, and how many do we have inside Ukraine due to the Russian aggression on Ukraine? How many we have been internally displaced? I know that we have some kind of gap between what I'm saying here and what you hear there. So I really want you to give it a try and to put the numbers. I just want to check what actually we can imagine. What's the disaster? What's happening? Yeah. So we have from Rima, 8,000. So is this like the first case? So you have over XXX million refugees fleeing Ukraine have been recorded across Europe, and then while an estimated XXX million others had been displaced within the country. Yeah, and don't forget, Ukraine is kind of a huge country. We have 40 something million people. I don't know how many we have now. Yeah, so I can see just only 8,000. But we are talking about, we have 40 million. So how many millions had to flee and how many had to be internally displaced? So they left their cities and moved to another cities in Ukraine. And maybe you know that starting from 2014, I was that internally displaced person together with my son up to 2022 when the war started. So now I have an official status of refugee. So I experienced both of these interesting situations, let's say. Yeah. So okay. And I can see just only 8,000 people, but do we have any more ideas about it? How many? refugees Ukraine has and how many internally displaced people. Yeah, I can't see any comments. Hopefully it means that you think about it and you try to imagine. Again, the task is easy. Yeah, we have 40 million people country, and then how many had to flee. I don't know if you're aware of these numbers, but what I'm going to share now up to 6 million fled from Ukraine. Thank you, Ludmila, since 24. Yeah, now I'm going to share the official statistics from United Nations and organizations. Yeah, so 8 million refugees, Nadezhda. Yeah, thank you. And this is kind of impressive, really. We do have 8 million refugees so far. 8 million people had to leave their homes and go abroad. And the thing is, the correct answer that for both axes, we have 8 million. So in total, we have 16 million Ukrainians who lost their homes. And it makes almost 25% of our population. It is really terrible. It is terrible, but I want to to grab this chance and to share this information with you. And also, of course, I don't want us to be, it's not right word like unfair, but definitely we know that this planet is full of wars and we have lots of refugees all over the world. It's not only about Ukrainians, about conflicts in Syria and Afghanistan, Pakistan. We have so many people, and it's kind of like a question for debates all the time, because as soon as we start talking about Ukraine, some people say, don't you care about us? We do care. And now let's think. So if you think about main conflicts we have on our planet, yeah, at least those that I've just mentioned. Think about who or which country takes the first place in the rating of how many people, refugees, we have, or that country has. Yeah, so we have Syria, Afghanistan, Pakistan, let's say, yeah, and Ukraine. So what do you think about it? Have you ever thought about it? So which country takes the first place, if you know? Which country takes the first place according to the numbers of refugees? So those people who had to leave the country. It's not about internally displaced. It's about those who left. So I can see that Rima is saying that it's Ukraine, right? Do we have any more ideas? Yeah, I can see GB. You mean the UK? Maybe I put the question in the wrong way. I mean, which country has the top rank of having so many refugees, not accepting, but people who left? I mean, from which countries? Syria. Alina says, yeah, and the conflict in Syria is quite serious. And being here in Sweden as a refugee, I can meet those Syrian people as well as Iranian people, yeah, who are really refugees. And when we are talking about Ukrainians, you should understand that we are under different. We have different situation, and if you follow me on Instagram, you probably saw that I had a meeting with the High Commission of the United Nations, and we discussed this, that Ukrainians have like different situations. So now I want to reveal the truth. And as you can see here, again, this is the statistics by United Nations Refugee Agency, and this is quite outdated information, because in this case you can see that Ukraine is approaching 8 million, but you have seen the truth. The final update was 8,100,000 something thousand people. And please, guys, I don't want you to take it as a dry statistics now. Yeah, 8 million, but then there is the very important word, people. And every person matters, and one person is the whole universe with chain of connections, relatives, people they love. So 8 million of those who left the country, and how many people are connected to them? I mean, those we love and who love us. So it's a disaster. I think it's unbelievable, but I really wanted to take this chance and to tell you about it in case you don't know. Yeah, and then I want to remind you that our aim is to fundraise and to help those people who lost their homes or who are really in need. And I do. This is the picture that our military journalist he took. This picture, Jan Dobranosov. If you'd like to, you can find him on on Instagram. So he allowed me to use his pictures. That's why you can see them here. Yeah. So in case you'd like to support, you'd like to donate and get the folder with all the materials, please do hit the QR code, you scan and do it. And also you will get the link in the follow-up email. Yeah, and on this note, anyway, I want, Ukrainians we are not that nation that will give up. This is what people should know. That is why we are having this event. And we are trying to find whatever can help us in order uh, to have our victory, our long-awaited victory, and we'll be doing it as long as it is needed. So this is like the main thing to know. And yeah, I'm moving the screen, and this is. I'd like to invite our next presenter, and I'm looking forward to her presentation because as soon as I got to know about the topic she's going to present about, and I thought like, wow, this is what I like. I really like using quotes. I really like using smart things because it's not only about language for me, but also about developing intellectually and emotionally. It depends on what you choose. But I think that's what Miss Natalia would let us know. And please welcome Natalia Dzichuk, leader of Runa Agency in Lviv and our constant supporter. And I don't know, sometimes I feel like we are really a family of English language teachers because we do meet when we have these important events. And thank you so much for being with us all the time. Thank you, Natalia. You're muted. Can you unmute your mic, please?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Highly esteemed audience, colleagues, people who try to help.
We have some kind of trouble with the sound. I mean, I can hear some noise. Is there anything we can do with it?
Let's see. I will mute and then mute.
So now you're muted, right? And now you need to unmute. Yeah, there is some kind of slight noise, or you will have to speak a bit louder just to cover
Okay,
this noise.
I will try to speak louder. Is it okay?
Yeah, and before we go, I'd like to announce what we have. Actually, your wonderful and amazing contribution, I would say. So that sound, yeah, that's true. I can hear this noise on the background. Don't you have earphones?
Yes, I have earbuds. Maybe I should take them away. How about
And
right
switch
now?
them off. Can you switch them off? Earphones.
Well, can you hear me better?
No, there is this noise. Even can explain what's that. I think something is really sensible, and your microphone can catch every single, piece of.
I will take them out. How about right now?
Still, this kind of like background noise, as if you're. Thank you, Ludmila. As if you're outside and it is raining. This kind of noise. Is it raining there in Lviv?
No, fortunately not.
Not really. Yeah.
Okay, I think I will try to be a teacher to use my classroom range of voice and be able to talk louder. Is it okay right now?
Yeah, but anyway, you will have to speak even louder than now. Yeah, just to
Even
cover.
louder.
Yeah, I know that it's not in your nature, but what to do? Really, we can hear that noise. Okay, so here we go, and fingers crossed. But if something goes wrong with the noise, I will pop up and tell you. Okay. Yeah.
Slide through. That's okay. Shall I begin?
Yes, please. Here we go.
Okay.
Good luck.
Good luck. Thank you. My dear colleagues, dear friends, dear supporters of our country, and everything we are doing for the victory to come closer. I am really privileged to present today the topic connected with the application of aphoristic utterances and quotations into a classroom setting. Well, I will start from the words of Eleanor Roosevelt, who wrote, "Great minds discuss ideas, average minds discuss events, small minds discuss people." So I hope we got together here to discuss ideas. What is our agenda for this brief presentation? Intro, input from theory, what is in a word, and demonstration. So, intro. As we talk about classroom materials and as we rely on the authorities in the field, we may say that classroom language materials should be, first of all, informative, instructional, eliciting, exploratory, and experiential. Brian Thomason wrote about this in his book. But taking into consideration the fact that all people learn in different ways, not all classroom materials can satisfy and meet the needs of everyone. So, as different learners learn in different ways, the ideal materials aim to provide all these ways of acquiring a language for the learners to experience and sometimes select from. So critical views nowadays are as follows, that so to say international programs or international books which are written and meant for the whole world audience to be sold not always complete and correspond to the requirements of each and every individual learner, each and every culture, each and every class of teacher. So to quote Benjamin Bloom, I would say, what any person in the world can learn, almost all persons can learn, if provided appropriate prior and current conditions of learning. So, Bloom's taxonomy, as well as its modification, gives us a chance to invent our own materials, or at least adapt the ones we have to our needs. Creativity follows mastery, so mastery of skills is the first priority for young talent. In your handout, you've got all these charts and tables, and what is most precious is this list and the one to come. These are the list of vocabulary items, questions, instructions, which you could apply to inventing any type of material to meet each level of Bloom's taxonomy hierarchy and to invent materials to meet the requirements of this or that levels. So I would in continuation of this issue, I would attract your attention to the frameworks of life competencies developed by the European Authority as well as separate university. In this particular case, Cambridge, they were the first ones. Further on, Pearson developed their framework of references as well as Oxford University Press. So you see, huge amount of booklets which specify, thanks to their descriptors, values, competences, skills, and attitudes our language learners are to pursue while studying language at each of the language proficiency levels. So features of this competences, features of this scripts are to be taken into consideration or kept in mind while resourcing materials, while inventing, while looking for particular ones. So the bank of descriptors here in a framework of reference by Cambridge University has this amount of issues to be considered by a professional teacher. So let's talk about the main focus of today's seminar. So definitely we will use quotations and aphorisms as a resource. So we have to evaluate them. We have to clarify, identify where we could use them within the educational process, within the educational setting. We have to compare and contrast them, apply them in various skills development assignments, as well as a variety of pre and post classroom activities. There are a lot of pros and cons, by the way, of using aphoristic utterances in class. So definitely all of us know some of them, all of us are aware of the privileges any quotation can bring into the class, as well as we have to keep into consideration the issues which might be hindering, like overuse of this or that quotation, or some elaborate vocabulary which might not be understandable for some learners, or some cultural issues or values not applicable to representatives of this or that cultures. So all these issues are to be meant and kept into consideration by a teacher while applying quotations or quoted material in class. So what we are proposing in the handout you will receive, you will have a list of 50 conventional and unconventional places where you can look and find aphoristic utterances or quotations worth your teacher's attention to be applied in the classroom setting. Then we'll define about 22 areas of classroom application and appropriation of quoted materials. More than 45 activities you will find in handout. Some of them will be demonstrated here. Some of them will wait for you for donation and for your browsing through later. So first and foremost, I would like to have to ask you to have a quick look at the pictures and think how they relate to me personally. In the real classroom setting, I would ask you, we would have interaction as we are now economizing our time. I would say these are the realia, the objects, which are really characterizing me as a teacher. So the quote, old picture shows that I'm really into progress in education, as well as looking and luckily and eagerly absorbing everything new. No defeat is final until you stop trying. This is the quote I received from my former boyfriend, but I keep cherishing this statement because they are really motivational. Oscar Wilde is the famous aphorist, and I wrote my scientific investigation on and my dissertation based on his quotations. These are the small pictures. These are my daughter's trials to highlight some quotes crucial for her in the books, as well as my book, Picture the World, which will be presented to those who are willing to donate and win the raffle after today's my presentation throughout the whole event we are organizing. So these are the realia by means of which you can kind of boost attention to the issue I am dealing with quotations. While you are planning a lesson, I would suggest you to follow such kind of grid. Enumerate activities you are having, enumerate type of interaction, enumerate things what should be done, highlight the skills you train in each and every activity, and definitely state mode of interaction. I can assure you that following typology of quotations and typology of activities, you can apply a quotation in a variety of modes of classroom interaction and in a huge variety of the activities invented and employed. Now let's get down to terminology. What is a quotation? You see the definition done by famous linguist David Crystal in his The English Language Encyclopedia, as well as definitions done by the other famous aphorists, like, for example, a fine quotation is a diamond in the hand of a man of wit and a pebble in the hand of a fool. Definitions of aphorisms, there are many, more scientifically, more verbalized, more deep in terms of analysis. You may ask your students to look for these definitions. You may ask you to make them web quests. You may even allow them to read some scientific articles to find a variety and some similarities and differences between those definitions. There are many. One of the famous books written by the author pertaining to the linguistics here provides such a huge list of definitions of aphorisms. Just to preserve time, I'm not quoting. I would quote William Blake: to see a world in a grain of sand and a heaven in a wild flower, hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour. And somehow illusionary definition of the background. An aphorism then is both a word in a grain of sand and a magnifying glass with which to observe the infinite variety of the world. Samuel Taylor Coleridge: the largest and the worthiest portion of our knowledge consists of aphorisms. And Nietzsche wrote, my ambition is to say in 10 sentences what everyone else says in a book. So there are not a single opinion as to terminology, what could be named a quotation. There are a variety of terms. Even proverb could be considered an aphorism and a quotation. In your handout, you have a huge list with definitions to look through and make up your mind. Where to look for aphoristic quotations and what to look for in them. So you may use variety of boards nowadays. They are very famous, and ask students to compile mind maps, spidergrams, how they could and where they could look for them. So Jamboard, Padlet, Canva, Menti, whatever. Okay, now I'm going to demonstrate some activities very briefly. Prior to the class, you can, first of all, as a teacher, consider where you would like to use this or that material, in what stage, reading, listening, writing, speaking activity, classroom interaction, translation studies, whatever. What skills you want to develop. Then definitely, next step of yours would be to look for some dictionaries, to look for some quotations on particular either topic or sentence structure to present or to utilize in class. You see, there are various, and there are even online ones which you could encourage your students to visit, making some different web quests during the class. So motivational posters with quotations for the very first class or for the very first day when you're presenting your subject. This is great. You can encourage your students to find their own ones, which will be motivational for a week, for a month, or for the subject. So in this violet bubbles, you see the types of assignment specification. Then you may ask students to recall the quotations they like, either live or in breakout rooms, and then have a competition. Whose quotation is the longest, the funniest, the easiest, or you may draw a line of quotations and make a classroom vote. Then you may make a competition between students who know the biggest number of quotations from the movie or from a certain literary work, or don't generally know the biggest number, make them compete within groups. Definitely, I would stress on topicality of aphorisms. Almost about every topic in life, you can find a quote which would support, illustrate, or highlight some feature of this or that thing. So, life wisdom from cosmetic products. Lipstick speaks louder than words. Or find a man that would ruin your lipsticks rather than your mascara. Well, quotations from fashion sphere. Dress like you are already famous. Try it, wear it, love it. Quotations from our famous childhood delicious chewing gum love is has a huge amount of quotes about what love is. Food products definitely, especially their slogans, sometimes might be very interesting and attractive. Vocabulary activities. This activity has two quotations jumbled up. Students are given just the words and they have to sort them out and then make up a quotation. Like, I'm fond of pigs, dogs look up to you, cats look down on you, pigs treat us as equal. Winston Churchill. And famous George Orwell quote, all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. Proper word for proper quote. For this matter, you collect quotes for a certain topic and ask students insert vocabulary highlighting a variety of qualities of this or that issue. In our case, quotations about famous British tea and tea tradition. Paraphrase the quotation you like or agree with. Paraphrasal is a very important thing, especially in terms of academic integrity, academic dignity, and proper quoting. But in our classroom setting, I would encourage you to make the students paraphrase using synonyms, antonyms, or different types of language register. For example, paraphrase the quote for a kindergarten child to understand, or paraphrase the quote as if you would like to speak with it at the symposium. Three-pointed quotes. You have a quote which has three things to continue it. So you print them out, fold, and ask students to continue providing their own three items to continue the quote, and then compare with the original. Grammar activities. There are some quotes which have some topical structure. The ones like neverism, oxymoronism, aphorisms, and some others. So definitely discuss the sentence structure and apply them and ask them to look for similar ones or invent their own ones about the issues that trouble them. Practicing linking words. So this is surely solely exam Cambridge use of English part exam assignment. Paraphrase a quote, reformulate the sentence using provided linkers and connectors. Speaking activities. TED presentations are rich in quotations. You may imitate or ask students make up their own presentation using certain types of quotes following TED presentation criteria. Now, Eva, we are waiting for your presentation to come at TED. Well, when should we quote? Definitely state these things for your learners. How to prepare proper context to incorporate quotation, how to pay tribute to the authors, how to express how the authors should be paid tribute to in the context of quoted material. Contrasting opinion quotes. Make clash of clans. Students are supporting either this or that quote, provide arguments, and make up discussion. Written activities. The art of writing is the art of knowing what to leave out. James Geary, who wrote 3 books about quotations, being an astronomer and physicist by profession. So he, interesting books, encourage you to read. Encourage students to write definitions of some issues and follow some samples which are really funny and attractive. The shortest distance, like mathematician professor would write, a kiss is the shortened distance between 2 objects. Well, writing definition about oneself. I'm a book reader, which or that means blah, blah, blah. Students would be encouraged to express themselves. By that means we would have personalized approach to learning, and they would have a chance to follow the great minds of the society. Life is too short to continue. It took me some pains to find quite a lot of continuations of this quotation in real life, but you may ask your students to look for something different. Life is too short to have your socks matched, or to safely take out your USB. Reading activities. You have a lot of reading in social media. You may have a lot of suggested material and quoted material in Facebook, in Instagram, TikTok. My students are encouraged to read press, newspapers, magazines, and make their writing diaries, the layout of which is also in your handout, from which to pick quotations. Quotations from press, you may make a collection and ask students to think of a celebrity, setting, topic of presentation, and make up a speech. The class is to guess what was the celebrity, topic, and place. You may ask your students to subdivide quotations due to the values they describe, or traditions, or outlook, or main set of a definite society. So students sort them out, and by that means discuss and plunge into the essence of cross-cultural issues. Imitating the real life letters, these are the collections of letters to Santa, which are in one of the units of my book. So you may encourage your students read the letters of other children and adults and write their own one to Santa. Translation practice. Translations or memes done in your native tongue could be a good resource for translation practice and exercising. Even quotations from animated cartoons. Film activities, quoting movies, quoting taglines from the movies, which are sometimes really aphoristic in essence, is a great activity. Then you may make quizzes with movie taglines, as well as some real life quotations from the movies. And here are the books I recommend you to look at for these quizzes. You may ponder over a quotation from one particular movie. You may rely on quotation of a single celebrity, taking into consideration her lifestyle, social activities, and so on. You may unite collections of quotations of many famous people in public eye on a definite issue, or you may collect a quote from a person, make them read and discuss, or make students guess, or find out, or make a quest why he or she said this or that. For example, the famous quote from Princess Diana, "There were three of us in this marriage, so it was a bit crowded." Quotes and artificial intelligence. I couldn't avoid this. There are some apps which help us make quotes and interactional activities with our students via Menti. Learning apps, like you can even play a game, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, with your students, with the set quotes preliminary to that. And cite ChatGPT. I asked him to write a small encouraging text about application of quotations using aphorisms, and the assignment I invented for students to pop or spot the quotes within ChatGPT generated text, as well as ask him or her or it to write text about with using aphoristic utterances from the movies or from the song. So I've got a collection of that text for the students to do. But this is the topic of a separate seminar. After class activities, spotting quotations on clothes. This is heroic deeds of our ballroom dancers I mentioned my last seminar. They are still telling the world that the war in Ukraine is not over and wearing these t-shirts. T-shirts for teachers, or asking students to invent t-shirts for themselves, what they would write on their body. There are quotes inscripted forever. So this is an interesting topic. Who, what, and why, and how does this? Believe me, students would share with you this opinions of theirs rather than with their parents. I have this experience, so I'm sharing it with you. So quotations in the works of art. Evgenia Hopchinska, famous Ukrainian artist, and Bernie Parker have pictures with quotes in them, on the basis of which I developed activities, matching activities, which is in your handout. Coloring quotations, making word cloud out of quotations with the help of artificial app. Classroom management, things from students, things from teachers, which could be also quoted to share classroom wisdom among colleagues. Well, my book has a number of activities based on variety of quotes, so I would encourage you to vote, to raffle, to donate, to get a copy. And finally, to finish my presentation, I would quote Socrates: employ your time in improving yourself by other men's writing, so that you shall gain easily what others have labored hard for. So each quote is the succinct gist of the experience and wisdom of a personality. So learn by quotations. And to finalize my speech, I would quote Don Reed's song, "We shall overcome," and let the force be with us, with Ukraine, with people who help Ukraine, with people who defend Ukraine. Thank you each and every for your donation and for your input into the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Natalia. It was amazing. Thank you. I knew we would be crying. I knew just no way not to do that. Uh, and yes, you mentioned the fact that there will be some kind of a raffle or lottery draw about the book, and all the attendees, I'd like to have your attention now. I'm sorry for this notification. To have your attention now, and I want to share a slide. Yeah, I think I want to share a slide. Yeah, this is what we have. Yes, so I'd like to let you know about the idea. Miss Natalia decided to donate 100 of books. As you can see, are they playing? I can see it. Still loading. So we have hundreds of books, and those who have contributed to this financial part of this initiative, all of you will be participants in this lottery draw. So the thing is that the link to pay, to donate, to get materials will be available within 1 week. So it means next Sunday, I will announce 100 people. I think I will not go live. I will record the screen how we do it randomly, and then you will see whether you are on the list or not. So if you are from Ukraine, you will have just to pay the shipment. Probably will be a Nova Poshta. Yeah, and if you're from any other country, then we will discuss it later with you. So what you have to cover is just shipment, nothing more, and all the books are provided by Natalia. Am I right?
That's it. Yes, right. Yeah.
Thank you so much. As you can see, we are trying to do whatever possible and impossible to encourage you to donate and to join this initiative, which we hope will work. And it's working. Yeah, and I want you to know that we've already crossed 60,000 Ukrainian hryvnias. Thank you so much. Keep doing strong, and I'm pretty sure that some more will come. So here we are. Thank you so much, Natalia, and please join us in the chat box. I can see that we have nice conversation there. Thank you for being active in the chat box. Yeah.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Thank you. Yeah. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to navigate everything here, and my concentration is not as good as it was in the very beginning of this event. Anyway, I think you should forgive me for that. The presentation was amazing, and thanks to Natalia, that we'll have this 100 books. This is kind of cool. Yeah, and if you follow Instagram, diesel.ua, you can find in stories, but now it's quite difficult to find anything in stories there because you're so active on Instagram. Thank you so much. Yeah, but anyway, you can see the video review of this book in stories on Instagram. And this is such a cool thing that educators from different parts of the world joining us, and they've joined and they contributed, and here you are chatting in the chat, talking, saying, sharing your feelings. It was so heartbreaking for me to see what you said about how many refugees we have and how many internally displaced people. And this is our truth. This is what we have to face. But the main thing is that all of you are next to us, and you support us in whatever way you can do it. Thank you so much for that. And those who have already got the confirmation letters about the payment, it happened yesterday actually. Yeah, you've got access to 2 lesson plans. And before we go further, I'd like us to have a nice video invitation, because I want you to know that you are supported. If you're Ukrainian, you're supported by educators from different parts of the world. And if you're a teacher from any other country, please know that we are really grateful for everything what you do in order to stand with us. So, and we have a tiny video, but I think it's really nice.
Hello there, my name's Hugh Deller and I'm a teacher and tutor trainer and coursebook writer based in North London. I'm the co-author of the Outcomes and Innovations series, as well as the Teaching Lexically methodology book. And along with my partner Andrew Walkley, we co-run Lexical Lab. And this is really just a quick message to say hello to everyone at the Teacher's Voice Marathon. I'm really sorry I won't be able to join you today, but I'm there in spirit. I hope you have an amazing time. I also just wanted to say that I've added a couple of lesson plans for speaking club classes for advanced students to the little bundle that I know Eva's putting together. So do check it out and do buy if you feel like it. As you know, the money goes to a good cause. Have a great day, and solidarity from London, and Slava Ukraine.
Yeah, that was nice, wasn't it? Yeah, so as you can see, we are really supported by educators from different parts, course book writers, teacher trainers, practitioners, teachers. And I want you to remember that we are really grateful, and we do appreciate whatever you do for the sake of raising a voice and teaching for peace. And I'd like to invite you, our next presenter, and we are traveling, so now we were in London, and the next destination for us, actually we've been there once today, but it is another time when we are going to this country. I'd like to invite an amazing person, amazing educator, a person who actually opened for me the idea of ludopedagogy, because a couple of years ago I didn't have a lot of understanding what it means and how it works. So she made me think more about it and research more about it. Yeah, and then you should know, as soon as we meet online, we can't stop talking. We can do it like for ages, because we have so much in common, and it's such a treasure to meet a like-minded person. Yeah, let me introduce Patricia Arbona from Argentina.
Hello.
Hi, Patricia. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you for the invitation. It is an honor to me to be part of this amazing international educational marathon, Teacher's Voice, Teaching for Peace, and do my bit to support Ukrainian educators, really.
Thank you so much. And I'd like to ask you to share your presentation, because I can't see it yet here.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Yes.
do you need any assistance, or do you remember how to do that?
I remember.
Yeah, cool, because for those who are watching, for you to know, it seems similar, but it's a bit different. And when you have it as a habit, you do it all the time the same way, and then you have to change something. Yeah, I can see it.
All
Yeah. Right. So without further ado, yeah, hi Patricia. Everyone is, because you're kind of well-known person.
Oh, okay. Yes, I cannot see the messages, the comments. I cannot, and I won't be able to, because I will concentrate on this.
Okay, so the floor is yours, and see you in 15 minutes.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So?
Yeah. So do you need any help?
Yeah. I need to, can you see me? Because
Yeah,
I want to
to
enlarge the presentation.
Yeah, you can see this like a tiny square in the
Here, yes.
Yeah.
No, wait a minute. No. No.
So you can see your presentation now, right? Can you see it?
Yes, I can see it.
Yeah, and if
But we are very small.
Right, and if you put your mouse on this presentation, you will see a tiny square in the bottom.
Yes, I can see it.
Right.
There. All right.
Working.
Okay. Yes, working. Okay.
There we go. Okay.
Wait a minute. Yes.
Good luck.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry for not starting correctly. Well, hello, everybody. It's a great pleasure for me to be with you all. And it is an honor to be part of this amazing presentation and to do my bit to support Ukrainian educators. Well, my topic is pronunciation, the heart of global communication. Well, we all know that pronunciation is an important part of language teaching. Unfortunately, it is rooted in a behavioristic paradigm. And there are three main reasons for this. First of all, we are still having a traditional model which focuses on accurate production of individual sounds. Another difficulty we are having at the moment is that listening is not taught. So important aspects of pronunciation and communication are ignored. And finally, pronunciation is not practiced in natural speech settings. So the key to effective communication is pronunciation. Why? Because it includes speaking and listening. So they should be taught together. The rise of English as an international language has brought about changes in pronunciation. And the main aim today is mutual intelligibility among non-native speakers rather than the repetition or the imitation of native English. For this reason, it is important to introduce a new teaching approach which focuses on the development of productive and receptive skills. In this way, students are truly prepared to become effective users of English in a global world. Now, in this presentation, I will share with you practical tips and activities that will help you make your pronunciation instruction part of your teaching. Well, what are the main components of pronunciation teaching for global communication? First of all, we need to think of pronunciation as an important component in teaching. When it is part of our teaching, pronunciation and communication form a binomial because they are inseparable. Why? Communication includes both speaking and listening, and both of them are part of pronunciation. This means that speaking and listening operate together. They cannot be separated. Whenever we are having a conversation, speaking and listening are always present. For this reason, they should be taught together. Let's go to the next one. Okay. Another important component is phonological and phonetic awareness. This means that the students need to know the system of English and at the same time the phonetic processes that occur in connected speech. For this reason, they need to develop productive and receptive skills. And for this, they need lots of exposure. In this sense, the students need to know content and structure words and chunking. I will develop this later. Another important component are verbal and verbal and non-verbal language. Why? Because you know that non-verbal language is not taught, not even in the mother tongue. But we know that it is very meaningful. And in an international use of English, this non-verbal language may help to understand what is being said. Remember that sometimes non-verbal language is much more meaningful than the words themselves. When the students become familiar with this type of language, they feel more confident. Then communicative and interactional competence. Sometimes students complain because they do not feel confident enough to take part in interactions. This means that what they need to develop is communicative and interactional competence. Communicative competence is an individual skill, and interactional competence is collective because it refers to the co-construction of meaning in a conversation. Another component is contextualized settings. This means that the students need to apply the language they know in real life situations. And then we need to focus on English as an international language priorities. This includes intelligibility and fluency. And teachers who are already using this new approach to teaching pronunciation use Jennifer Jenkins' Lingua Franca Core, which is a list of pronunciation features which makes communication intelligible. Well, now, what are the features involved in pronunciation? Segmentals, they refer to the distinctive sounds of English. Pronunciation instruction includes the descriptions of these 44 distinctive sounds of English, and it also includes the possible combinations of sounds. This is the field of phonotactics. And also the relationship between letters and sounds, the field of phonics. And then suprasegmentals. Suprasegmentals refer to the meaning beyond words. That is to say that they extend across segmentals. They include word stress. This belongs to the language. Sentence stress. This is related to rhythm, the sequence of stressed and unstressed words in a sequence. Highlighting, the field of intonation, and also adjustments in connected speech. Students need to know that when we are using the language orally, there are certain processes that are common. For this, they need lots of exposure so that they become familiar with this type of modifications. Some of them are for receptive purposes, but others are so common that they normally become part of the student's speech. Well, let's concentrate on suprasegmental information because today the international character of English has given a lot of prominence to this aspect of pronunciation. One of the first pieces of information students need to know is that there are two different types of words, content and structure words. Contents are the ones that carry meaning. They are important. And structure words or function words are those which are linking the main words. Rhythm is concerned with important words, let's say lexical words, and they belong to the language. This stress that is present in speech and that provides this melody is related to rhythm. Intonation is concerned with the meaningful words present in a message, and it is the speaker's job to select which words are meaningful to be highlighted. For this reason, rhythm and intonation are very important. Usually, teachers think that they are very difficult to be taught. But if you present a simple way of introducing this information to your students in the way I'm doing it now, you will see that they will get it immediately and they will start using as soon as they start speaking. Why? Because this little information is enough for them to be able to start using it. Why are these two components of paralinguistic information important? Because they are information organizers and they are key components of effective communication. So they cannot be ignored, especially today that language has become a global language. Well, I have brought some activities for you to see. I have brought 3, and they are the ones that should normally be used in introducing those aspects which have been ignored for ages. Because remember that we are in a process of transformation in education and we are still using a traditional model. So we need this new approach to teaching pronunciation in order to give our students what they really need. They wanted to become effective communicators, not perfect writers. So I think that this is food for thought. We need to start reflecting on the way we are teaching English today in order to give the students the confidence they need to speak the language naturally. Well, the first activity is stressing and distressing. In this activity, well, you have to prepare handouts, and you can, well, you select the text. It may be a poem, a song, whatever you may think of, and each student has one copy. First, you give them time to read it so as to understand the meaning. Sorry. Then you read the text to the students. After that, you tell them to underline those words which are content, which are important. After that, you read it again. Then you tell them to read the text following those words they have underlined. And finally, you show them another version in which you include all the words distinguishing those which are strong, those which are content, and those which are function or structure words. And the students normally say, wow, here we are having 68 words and only 20 are important words. So when the students realize that they can concentrate the information only on those words which are important, they save meaning, and at the same time, they are able to understand better. So this is so amazing because, of course, I have been using this type of information with my students, and they normally say, why is this information not taught before? So I start teaching this as soon as the students start learning the language, because this distinction avoids this choppy way of speaking students have when they start studying the language. Okay. Well, chunking is very important in language learning. Students are not taught to segment speech into meaningful units. Again, they tend to have this choppy way of speaking. Of course, that they may also be influenced by the mother tongue. The idea is that when they segment a speech into meaningful units, they can spot those words which are important. So it is easier for them to understand what is being said because they know what to concentrate on. Well, I have selected Penny Lane by the Beatles because it is a song that everybody likes. It is the activities I'm proposing can be used with students at all levels. What you need to do is to prepare handouts and you divide the lyrics into chunks. Each student has a copy and they listen to the song. So they will realize how the Beatles produce these divisions in the song. After that, you tell them to underline those words which are important, the ones that the Beatles have marked in the song. So they listen to the song again and they check if what they have underlined is correct. And as a further activity, you may tell them to sing the song without listening to the recorded version. So this is one of the best way of encouraging students to segment speech. And when they start working in this way, when they are speaking and listening, because he expects his listener to produce this type of segmenting. Of course, that native speakers and speakers of English around the world who have been taught how to segment, how to divide speech in this way, well, it is easier to be understood what is being said. The thing is that for this type of sharpening, they need to have lots of exposure. Well, another activity that I propose using the same song is a TPR activity. A total physical response is great because the students respond physically to linguistic input. And in this way, they start using their body language. Remember, that's why drama is great and amazing, because it is the only tool the students in which the students can practice both verbal and non-verbal language. So they are better prepared to become effective communicators. Well, so you use the same text divided into chunks, but in this case, you will highlight some words and you will read it. And when you highlight one of the words, the students have to represent meaning using their bodies. For example, Penny Lane, there is a bubble showing photographs of every head he's had the pleasure to know. So the students will do something. When they listen photographs, something like this, head. When they listen to the word come and go, for example, stop, say hello. So you see that in this way, they are revising vocabulary and at the same time, they are having lots of fun. Okay, well, and the last activity is one-word dialogue. This is to practice verbal and non-verbal language. In this case, you prepare handouts again with one word. Each a speaker has one word, and you tell them, okay, you will have to work in pairs and use all the elements of pronunciation. This means that when we are speaking, we are not producing just words. At the same time, we are producing a lot of information that enhances what is being said, and that is tone of voice, highlighting, and body language. When we are listening, we are processing these 3 different types of information. So as you see, listening is very active. So when the students are taught in this way, they know that listening is holistic, because we are listening not only using our ears, we are using our eyes and our hearts. So, for example, the students may say, well, okay, number 1, in what way do you think this could be expressed? I'll give you an example. Fine. Pay attention to my body language, all right? My facial expression, my tone of voice, because all of them are meaningful. Fine. Fine. Yes. Well, number 2, stop it. Stop it. You started. My God. Well, number 3. Found. Who? Again. Oh, unbelievable. After that, you tell your students to expand the dialogue. They rehearse it, and then they act it out. You can't imagine how creative they can be. So I invite you to do this type of activities and include all the elements of pronunciation, because this is very, very helpful. So what, in conclusion, I can say that international intelligibility is the standard for teaching pronunciation. And the main components are intelligibility and contextualized settings. And all the components I have just mentioned are developed around these 2 factors. So I hope that this information will be useful to you. You can contact me and tell me how are you doing this with your students and how they react, because when I started working with this, let me tell you what happened. They started being surprised because this type of information was never mentioned before. So because as I said before, we're still having a traditional model, and accurate pronunciation of individual sounds is no longer useful. So today what is important is meaning, not form. So let students, as other presenters have said, let them commit mistakes. They are part of the process. They are learning through mistakes. And gradually, through great exposure, they will be able to really become effective users of English. This is our aim. Remember, not perfect speakers, not perfect writers. We are still giving a lot of prominence to writing activities. What the students need to know, if they are able to express what they have learned in a real life situation. It is there when they can assess their own English. So remember this, and I hope that these activities and the information I have given you will be present in your classroom. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It was really amazing. I really like this type of activities. And
okay.
You see, it's like somehow everything's so interconnected today. We were talking about mistakes, and then it comes up that we do need this information in different types of our activities. We had drama, and now we have this, and it's also somehow connected. So
everything is connected, really, when we are teaching English. Yeah, yeah.
This is with one or two words, teaching English. When you teach English, everything is connected, right?
Yes, yes, yes. It cannot be avoided.
Yeah.
Okay. If there are questions, I'm willing to answer them.
Well, we can see in the chat now. It's just you can see on the screen what people are writing.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for all your comments. It's been a pleasure for me to share my teaching practices.
Yeah. Thank you so much, and we should continue because you know why. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Join us in the chat, please. I can see people are discussing everything, and you can answer questions in case any questions pop up here.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, and say hello to Argentina. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah. And the next presenter, Nino Quantiliani from Georgia. We had such a nice talk together, and actually a couple of days before the conference she got promotion, and now she's on her way to get her certification to become a Cambridge examiner. And it's so important to have this kind of development events, and we decided to have for her to record a video for you, because I really like the idea that she decided to share with you. And if I think if technology allows, I want to share a video. But if it does not work, I don't want us to be sad about it. So if it does not work, then it means I will put the video as a separate video on our YouTube channel and give you the link, and then you will be able to watch the video. Yeah, and also she added resources. So let's check if it works. If it works, perfect. If it does not, then you will get the link to the video on YouTube as a separate piece of this conference, which we also did before. Anyway, so let me share the video, and let me tell you that. A second. Yeah, so Nino, she is a head of academic development and training at INT English Language and Training Center, Batumi, Georgia. And she's a co-designer of several training courses in modern teaching methodology, and pretty sure that the information she is going to share, which is dedicated to online tools, is really useful. So let's watch. What do we have here? And fingers crossed it works.
Hello everyone, my name is Nina Guandaliani. I'm from Batumi, Georgia, and I represent INT, English Language and Training Center. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to the organizers of this amazing event for giving me this exceptional opportunity. And I'd like to congratulate them on the commendable job they've been doing. So in this presentation, I'm going to share a few ideas how to incorporate some easy digital tools into our classes, and the activities will be aimed at different language areas and stages of the lesson as well. The very first tool that I'm going to share is based on the application called Story Dice. So this application allows you to roll the dice, and different objects in different combinations come out. And with every roll, you get new and new images and combinations. So you can never predict what object will come up. So my grammar focus is conditional 3, and the lesson stage is production. So in this activity, students are invited to make a logical connection between two of the objects. They can choose any two objects and use the third conditional to make up their sentences, so incorporating these two objects. For example, if I had not forgotten to take an umbrella with me, the guitar I was carrying yesterday would not have got wet. So another combination that, so another sentence that students might come up with could be, at the party yesterday, we wouldn't have eaten so much if we had got our guitars with us. So let's try a new one. So it's a fairly spontaneous thing. Okay. Let's say, so I wouldn't have heard the snake hissing if I had put my headphones on. Okay, well, as you see, so it's not that easy to come up with a sentence spontaneously, but of course you give your students time, so some think time, and you may ask them to work in pairs or in small groups. And in this case, they, I'm sure, will do a better job than so I might be doing right now. Okay. So after, so you have to go on with this activity as long as the pace lets you proceed with it. So as soon as you see that students are already bored or tired, of course, you stop the activity. So as a follow-up, one thing you could do is ask students to recall some absurd sentences they heard, some funny sentences, some extremely logical sentences using the objects and the third conditional. And at the end of the activity, you could ask them to write 4 sentences, say. So one more thing I'd like to tell you about the activity is that it can be used as a warmer, as a filler, depending on your needs. Before we discuss ideas concerning the adaptation of the activity, let's have a look at the activity I conducted, and you see the website where you can access those images. In my case, the focus area is grammar, hypothetical sentences being the language focus. The lesson stage is production, and according to the objective, by the end of the activity, students will have made up logical sentences using the third conditional in response to the visual stimuli. Now, in the next slide, I've got the screens, the screenshots, as you saw, well, when being done spontaneously, it's not that easy to come up with ideas on the spot, but I've created some examples based on the screenshots. As you know, they never are the same. With every next role, you get different images. So the focus in these examples is linkers. In this case, linkers of contrast, for instance, although I find it easier to write articles for my school newspaper. Once I had to draw goldfish for the competition, and you see a pencil and a fish, an image of the fish. So the next one is the link of addition. Apart from a new sofa, we felt we needed a goldfish to make our new apartment livelier. Now let's have a look at the next slide. You can have an activity aimed at present perfect questions with an element of fun. And according to the images that the application generated, I've got, have you ever seen a ghost riding on a double-decker, or have you ever used a drill to seal an envelope? Yes. Of course, you can have an activity focusing on various forms of passives, plus some imaginary fun facts. As you see, the examples go like 200,000 kilos of bananas are eaten daily in our country, but only 5,000 newspapers are read. Or a new type of robot has been invented, which can be programmed to comb your hair in 5 different ways. And you see how you can incorporate an element of fun while practicing some forms of the passive. So, as we've seen the potential of this activity to be adapted, serving different aims, different purposes, focusing on different language areas is quite impressive. The next idea for the activity is based on the use of a cue prompter or a teleprompter. Not only is this digital tool extremely easy to use, like the previous one, but it is also easy to prepare the material you need to practice. Actually, the only thing you need to do is to type or copy the text into the box. Let's have a look. So here, well, I have already copied the ready-made sentences, and you can base your activity on single words, on phrases, or on full sentences, or even some fragments of the text. Then you choose the speed. In my case, I have chosen 7, which is kind of average, very close to average. And the website also allows you to make some other choices regarding the screen size. I've got full screen, full screen size. You choose font size, you choose text background and color, and whether you need any countdown or not, and so on. And the only thing the students need to do is to follow the reel, follow the text or input, whatever you've got there, and catch, remember, identify as many items as possible. In my case, the activity is designed as a warm-up or can be used as a filler. The language focus, the area is vocabulary that I want to recycle in this case, and the language focus is specifically the vocabulary collocation, collocations of conversation collocations. Okay, let's see how it runs. You push start prompter and you click, and then text goes up. And meanwhile, students have to manage to read, identify, and remember. So after the reel is over, students name whatever they've managed to notice and identify, and that's it. So it's a warm-up, it is done very briefly, and since you can recycle any language point, be it grammar or vocabulary, in the form of a single word or single words, phrases or sentences, and since it doesn't take much time either to prepare or run it, from our experience, this activity proves to be highly efficient. There is an element of fun. You can put an element of competition if done in groups. Well, so this is what we thought would work in many different contexts. These are the two activities using digital tools, which come from the material that will be available for the participants of the marathon. The resource I've shared includes the detailed description of the activities with the links, some notes and options for the adaptation. Apart from these two, I've also included some other links with activities and ideas for the activities, which hopefully you'll make a good use of in order to make your lessons more engaging, more stimulating, and more fun for your learners. Thank you all for watching my presentation. Good luck to all of you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Nino. I know you are not with us, like we are not watching it now, but I'm pretty sure that you will watch it a bit later. And I want you to know that we are really grateful for spending your time, for contributing to, for adding materials to the folder. Everything what you've just heard, Nino has sent to me, and now we have everything in the folder. So no worries, those who join us, I mean, in terms of financial support, so you will get all the materials, yeah, from Nino as well, actually from all the speakers. And, you know, my interactive activities with you are quite serious. Yeah, we are here. One reason we want to develop ourselves professionally, and another reason is that we are trying to fundraise to help people from the occupied territories and from those frontline territories. And hopefully, it sounds a bit strange, but hopefully we will be getting more and more deoccupied territories, and it means that we need more support. And before we go to the next presentation, I'd like to have our serious conversation again. So what I'd like you to do, just please pay attention to what I'm saying. And also I'd like to ask you, as soon as I ask you a question, again, it will be about estimating or guessing. Please, I do need to know your idea, what you actually think about it. And it will be just a number, so prepare your fingers to type in the chat box. It will be just a number. And this is another thing. I hope I won't be crying. Another thing I'd like to discuss with you, and definitely it relates to what is happening in Ukraine, and it relates to what Russia does to Ukrainians. And you've probably seen that before, because I posted it on my social media, and you've probably seen this as research from Yale Public Health University, where you can see they try to find out how many kids have been kidnapped by Russians and brought to Ukraine. And the text you can see here is the text that our First Lady posted on her Instagram. So actually I took the text and translated. And I want you just to listen to that and to imagine, if you are not from Ukraine, just please imagine that. So 12-year-old Sasha was with his mother Snezhana in Mariupol when the city was surrounded by Russian military. Together they survived shelling, a lack of water, heat, hunger, and Sasha's injury, until they were separated by the Russians. They were not even allowed to say goodbye to each other. They told Sasha that his mother had abandoned him. He was saved. His mother is still in captivity of the Russian occupiers. So they managed to bring Sasha back to Ukraine, but unfortunately his mom is still there. 12-year-old girl Kira was also in Mariupol with her father when the Russians began destroying the city. Her father was killed, and the occupiers took the girl to Donetsk, which is temporarily controlled by a Russian army. With huge efforts by the state, public figures, and dozens of people, Kira was returned. Thanks God. Another family, a father Yevgen, son Matvey, daughters Svyatoslava and Alexandra, also from Mariupol. After the destruction of the city, the occupiers began the process of so-called filtration of residents. The father was thrown into prison and the children were taken to a shelter. For several months, they knew nothing about each other. The children were found in a boarding house near Moscow literally a day before the Russians were going to adopt them. So, hundreds of similar stories reveal the terrifying ways of how the occupiers kidnap Ukrainian children, most often by killing their parents or forcibly separating them from their families. You can find these are the words by our First Lady. And you've just listened to three stories with more or less a happy ending because because we managed to bring kids back, I mean Ukrainians. And so we have 331 such cases at the moment, I mean cases with happy ends. And here you can see in a bold font the word but. And now I'd like you to think about this question and put your answer in the chat box. So what's the number of Ukrainian children who are still in Russian captivity? They are our students, They are our kids. So the question is simple, just to predict what do you think, what's the number of Ukrainian children who are still in Russian captivity? And the numbers, I have the official numbers posted by our First Lady. So I think that it will be some kind of an eye-opener for Ukrainian teachers as well. Yeah, because we have so many things to keep our eyes on. And so we have the first idea, thank you, Ludmila, about 20,000 Ukrainian kids being in Russian captivity. This is the first idea, right? So if you have another ideas, please share. 10,000, okay. Yeah, I can see. Thank you, Miss Nelly. 10,000. Yeah, and you know that we have only 391 cases when Ukrainians managed to return Ukrainian kids back to Ukraine. Yeah, and definitely I'm not going to have any kind of fun about this topic, and I want you to look at the numbers posted by our First Lady. So we have 19,000 children being in Russian captivity now. And this is the quote, and you can see source Elena Zelenska. This is the number of children who are still in Russian captivity. And this is only the confirmed data. This is only the confirmed data. But even they are not final because what is happening to children in the occupied territories is unknown. And I want you to think about it. If there is the chance to spread the word, please do. Yeah, I can see that no one managed to come with the idea which is closer to the right numbers. Yeah, this is what we are not talking enough. Yeah, everywhere. But if you have the chance to talk to some, please spread the word. It helps. It helps because our words, they do have power. And I want to remind you that there's you've seen this picture taken by Yanda Brunosov. Yeah, it happened in Dnipro when Russian missile hit a residential area, and it was somebody's kitchen. Yeah, so you can see the QR code, and I'd like to encourage you to donate, to join our fundraising campaign and get certificate and get your access to materials and help those people who survived and who really need our support in terms of food, medicine, and as I say, roofs over their heads. Yeah, if we manage to make several people smile, it means everything is not in vain. So I'm really thankful for being here. I'm thankful to you for supporting this event, for staying with me so we've been online for 7 hours. Thank you so much. And now I'd like to invite you, our next presenter, and as far as you know, we are coming to our final stage of the event, so please be attentive I know that it's quite difficult after 7 hours of the event. Oh, yeah. So I'd like to invite you to invite the next person, next presenter, and I'm pretty sure that the name of the city, like Mariupol, is well known now all over the world. So our next presenter is Elena Tanchik. She is a former dean of the Faculty of Economics at Donetsk State University of Management, which was in Ukraine, Mariupol. Alena has a PhD in economics, but her passion for the English language led her to teach English as a second language. She has extensive experience working with different age groups, including international students. In addition, Alena was an initiator and an author of the Impulse project for English teachers skills enhancement in her community in 2019. Also, she created the Until Every Barrier Falls online project for ESL teachers and co-authored the Teaching English in a Barrier-Free Space online course for English teachers in Ukraine and abroad. She studied teaching techniques for ESL international students at the University of Arkansas, most recently as a Fulbright visiting scholar. She did her research at Arizona State University and taught at University of Arizona, where she now continues her work. Yeah, so welcome, Alena.
Thank you very much, Eva, for such an introduction. I hope you can hear me well.
Yeah, I can hear you well, I can see you well, so everything
Wonderful.
is perfect. And I know that your presentation is here, so
Thank you very much. Thank you for your numbers. Thank you for everything that you're doing. Yeah, what an event. And yeah, stellar presentations from our fellow colleagues and all of the purpose for sharing educational advancement, student success, and of course, contributing to the meaningful course supporting Ukraine. And the numbers that you have just shared are impressive. Unfortunately, impressive not for a good cause, but for the reason that we have just discussed. But it's not the reason to be sad. It's the reason for us to work hard, to create, to gather together, unite our forces and continue working hard, right? So, and today we are not for the reason to whine and, you know, like to weep and to be sad. We are here because we are motivated and we need to move further, right? So my greetings from sunny Arizona. Hi, everyone. My name is Elena Tanchik, and it's my pleasure and honor to be here today and share some of my experience teaching in wartime. And I work in different institutions in US and Ukraine, but today I will represent our English language school. And for those who are interested in cooperation and some projects in the future, so the contact information will be shared on the last slide. So we will discuss some approaches to teaching English in war context, and I will outline some steps of organizing an online learning environment for students who fled the war zone. And as you can see on the slide, my presentation is called Creating Brave Spaces for ESL Students. The safe or brave, as I slightly modified space concept, refers to an environment where everyone feels comfortable expressing themselves and participating fully without fear of attack, ridicule, or denial of experience. And this is the environment where we are trying to create for our learners now. And on the next slide, you can see some warm-up self-care activities that might look childish or a little bit weird for some of our learners. Believe me, I've been there, done that. But with the time, I noticed that my learners were already waiting for kind of like exercises like this. So let me just present you two of them. The first one is 1, 2, 3 AEP. And you might be confused, what's that? What math we have? So why do we have to count or anything like this? So the idea is very simple. Abbreviation AEP stands for academic, emotional, and guess what? The third component, Of course, physical. So at the beginning of the class, you can ask your learners to write in the chat, and I encourage you to do this right now as well. Or if you teach offline and have this privilege, so you can ask them to write or just share their readiness for the class. So you will ask them to say how physically, emotionally, and academically they are ready for this class, where 1 is the lowest and 3 is the highest. So for me, for example, now I would put 3, meaning that academically, emotionally, and physically, despite early time here in Arizona, I'm ready to share, to work, and to be with you. So I encourage you to do the same in our chat, and I will see that, and I hope that we are all will have 2s on 3s for today. How you can adapt this activity like in a different way, and you can see like you check the temperature at the beginning of the class for your students, and you might even adapt your classroom activities for your students if you see that they're emotional and not ready, if they have all lows, all ones, or maybe physically or emotional they are not ready. So you can lead the discussion further with them and ask the reasons for this. So once again, 1, 2, 3 AEP, academically, emotionally, and physically, and you write 3 numbers. For me, once again, it will be 3, 3, 3. So I'm curious how we are doing now with our audience. Another activity, which is breathing exercise, breathing activity that can help you slow down your breathing, and it works by distracting your mind as you count to 4, calming your nervous system, and it can also decrease the stress in your body. Many professors, my professors here at Arizona State University, employ this and other techniques regularly. So just imagine that at the beginning of the class, we start breathing, and it's fabulous. So their description is on the slide, and you can see that first you hold your breath, like first you need to inhale and you count until 4, then you hold your breath for 4, then you inhale for 4, and you again hold your breathe or pause your breathing at the lower stage, right? So you can do this twice, and again it has multiple benefits for your health and for your mind. So you can go and try it now with me, or maybe later. So you would breathe and count to 4, like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then please hold your breath for 1, 2, 3, 4, and then inhale for 1, 2, 3, 4, and please keep it low, pause for 1, 2, 3, 4. You can do this one more time, and this really helps to calm down, be here, be present. And if you feel like your students are anxious or they're worried and they can't concentrate and focus on your class, so do this, or maybe you can implement something different. Believe me that especially teenagers, they might laugh at the beginning, they might have some fun, but if you turn it into routine, so they will be okay with that. One more activity, which is again not super new, and by the way, write in the chat if you have ever done that before. So this is called Rose, Thorn, and Bud, and it's pretty simple. You can see there the activity on the slide, and you will ask your learners to write first, like share a rose. Yes, so your first step is define terms for the activity. Yes, so the rose means that your students will, or your learners will, share highlights, success, or maybe small win or something positive that happened to them today, this week, last month. You can choose, you can adapt to your class. Then ask them to also share a thorn, a challenge they experience, or something they can use more support with. a bud, new ideas that have blossomed or something you are looking forward to knowing more about or experiencing. So they will share their bud. So then do some brainstorming session, give students some time to sit silently, reflect on their rose, thorn, and bud. Then give them, again, 5-10 minutes, depending on the number of students you have and the age, to jot down ideas on the piece of paper, or they can write in the chat if you have online class, and then debrief. So share on rose, bud, and thorn. Don't push students to share. Maybe they are not very happy about that. Maybe they will be reluctant. But you, as a role model, kind of have to be ready to share, right? So be the first person who will share your own rose, bud, and thorn, and then go around the room asking students to share if they feel comfortable, like in pairs, or maybe they can talk to you individually if time allows and circumstances allows, right? So if they don't want to share, that's also fine. So still, they spend some time reflecting on themselves, and even if they haven't written and jotted down any ideas, I'm pretty sure that somewhere in their mind, somewhere in their heart, they will still think about it. Okay, so then you can discuss it further with your learners, so you can adapt and tailor depending on the needs. Okay, and a possible extension for this activity is that you can brainstorm some strategies for turning your thorns into roses, or describe ways thorns might support learning and growing. Actually, you can build like the whole class around just this one activity. And if you feel comfortable sharing your roses, thorns, and buds in the chat, so please do that. I see that we have now different answers for my first warm-up activity. I'm glad and happy that many people wrote 333. Thank you for that. Thank you, Inna, Yulia. I see Natalia, you put 321. Yes, probably physically we are tired, or emotionally we might be a little bit distressed now. But thank you very much for submitting your answers. And if you're willing to share your rose, or maybe your thorns, or maybe your buds, so please feel free to do that. Okay, good. So those were some warm-up activities that I have done with my learners. But a time of work can be scary for our students, mainly because terrorism has brought fear so close to their homes, to their families. Events are uncertain for them, and let's face it, for us educators too. For example, parents of my learners and their neighbors were called to serve in the military, and there were other stories that I even don't want to share with you now, because it will bring me to tears, and I don't want to finish my presentation just crying here in front of you. But often these students come to us, to teachers, and they look to teachers to make them feel safe. And one may wonder how we can teach students to move beyond that fears that the wartime brought to them. But the good news is that just as we learn reading and writing, we can understand the skills of resilience and the ability to adapt well in the face of adversity, trauma, and tragedy. So in this slide, I put some tips that can help us teach resilience, and I would like to share my experience with Mariupol students or students from Mariupol. And we should remember that we had these atrocities, and the situation was very difficult. And honestly, I was scared to start even this conversation with them. When we first resumed classes, I didn't know how to approach them. I was not sure how even I can ask, how are you, or how are you doing? Because I understood how they were doing. So anyway, here are some modifications to the classes that I implemented. So of course, we know that when we teach learners, we have these topics like my home, my family, my friends, and I was very unsure how I can start that conversations with them, because what can I ask? how is your friend, or tell me about your best friend. What if this best friend was killed or was taken by Russian army to Russia? So that was very triggering for me. But that's why what I did, I removed topics and some topics that are not too important right now. Yes, so I removed them for a later time. I postponed for a particular time and changed the order of this trigger topics. So kind of like massage my curriculum. I make specific topics in personal, like speaking about my home or my friends or my family. So you could do this in personal. Don't maybe ask them to share their family stories or speak about their friends, but maybe you can just give some examples from their favorite movies or books, and change the focus. For example, instead of talking about, again, your dream house, so speak about some cartoon characters one, or maybe something from the books. Integrate some interactive role plays into your lessons. There might be some pitfalls here, but we will not cover them in the presentation. And change, add, and expand those topics that are interesting for learners at the moment. So try kind of like to distract them from war topics and put them into some safe space and discuss something that can be interesting for them. So in the next slide, you can see a QR code, so you can scan it now or later. Also, you will have this resources, and I will in our folders for those who donated and ready to fully participate in our marathon. Okay, but if not, so you can scan the QR code with some resources, and I will also walk you briefly through some of them. So it is important that we work on cognitive development and problem-solving skills that can help individuals cope with stress in several ways. And by improving these cognitive skills such as attention, memory, and decision-making, individuals may better process and respond to stressors. So that's why I suggest you some activities that can help your learners to do that. Okay, so the website that is called Quick Draw is a lot of fun. So it's very interactive. So you're given the task to draw something, you are given some time, and you start drawing that, and the system, so the application generates different responses, and it tries to predict what you are drawing. And if you draw it like I was given a task to draw a TV, okay, television, which I'm not a Picasso or any other great painter, but still the system got this answer and said, yeah, you hit this. So that is definitely a TV. So, and sometimes it gives something easy, but this might be some challenging one. So again, by doing such activities, students learn how to problem solve. So they are focusing on some manageable components. They try to be creative. So that's why maybe you will also like it. Okay, so word picture puzzle, again, we are not going to discuss it now, but such activities as an introduction to your class can distract students from some negative emotions and bring them into some positive mood. So brain teasers, again, you know, when your brain is occupied by something different other than hard topics of your hometown or atrocities that are happening all around us, you know, it can really make students think critically. You can break down this complex problems into smaller, more manageable components. Okay, and it really helps students to be involved in different activities. So another web platform that develops your various skills, okay, it's a Stroop effect, and if you are not familiar with that, again, for the purpose of time saving, we are not going to discuss it, but it also can help your students to do something different, to think about some different things. Again, I encourage you to scan the QR code, or the resources will be shared later with you. So the next idea is like to think of self-regulation and the impact of because the impact of conflict on psychological well-being is apparent. And in its latest report, the World Health Organization estimates that 22% of populations in conflict affected areas have mental disorders like depression, anxiety, you name it, at any point in time. So that's why crisis-affected populations face multi-layered challenges, from economic and security concerns to social and psychological problems. And there is no doubt that experiences of trauma have negative psychological consequences. So that's why we need to encourage our learners to be involved in other activities, so that it will bring them some more positive emotions. Okay, and again, here are some websites that can help you find resources for meditation. Maybe your students will like it, or some calming music. They like to do their homework while listening to some music. You can also find resources for yourself. Please remember about yourself too. So the next site was art therapy activities and ideas. Again, tons of activities, so please use them and incorporate in your classroom. The next platform is 10 classroom mindfulness activities. Again, you will find on this website interesting resources that you can include in your classroom. Okay, so again, if you scan the QR code, you will see them. If you didn't have time to do it now, you can always watch this recording again on the YouTube and stop and scan the QR code and find some resources. My next idea is create and inspire. And with this being said, I'd like to dwell on their idea of creativity, of resilience. You can see on the previous slide that my students created some visual boards, or we were designing t-shirts that they can probably implement into life. Yes, or maybe they will design them once. And here the slide that says creativity or resilience, because again, that was the research that says that this unique capacity to think creatively puts humans in an exceptional position to respond in original, flexible, and effective ways to environmental threats and changing conditions. So you can see some of the artifacts we created with the learners together. So we created the website, the Ukrainian Academy of Cultural Diplomacy. So students were experimenting with comics and created the image of Mamai. In some of our first classes, we read again the book The Little Prince and created new planets, our new safe spaces, because we couldn't speak about our homes, so we spoke about new safe places that we can create. And you can see the masterpieces that they created, right? So as we support the idea that no child should be part of the war ever, we know that taking care of the social emotional well-being of learners and us educators is vital. Knowing that our children experience drastic and horrifying situation, we wanted to make sure our classes are first of all a place of space, safe space for being together, supporting, sometimes maybe grieving, sharing, and encouraging each other. And every time when I start the class, so I kind of like check the temperature, like this phrase, and I use different activities like you can see here on the slide. So the first idea that I already discussed with you, like 1, 2, 3 IAP, or this stress check, you can see, and many others. And on the final slide, again, I devoted it to some more examples of artifacts my colleagues and the learners created. So in a nutshell, teachers were not prepared to teach during a war, and now their job has become more critical and challenging than ever. And the future of our country depends on education, that's for sure. And with this in mind, Ukrainian educators clearly understand that their mission is to form a new worldview. So it is our responsibility now to ensure safe, or as I kind of like modify this, brave spaces for every learner. And to conclude, their presentation. Again, I want to thank you all for your time and your attention. I hope that my slides were informative and provided with you with some useful insights. And if you have any questions or feedback, please feel free to contact me via email, which was shared on the first slide, and through some our online platform, Ever English, and we will be happy to work with you. And one more thing that Eva mentioned at the beginning, that I co-authored their free online course, Teaching English in a Barrier-Free Space, with my colleagues. So if you're interested in more ideas how you can organize your learning environment in a barrier-free space, so please check it. It's now the platform is open, and you can learn from me and from my colleague, and we also invited some speakers. So thank you once again for your information. Join us for more edutainment in our free Telegram channel, Ever English. And once again, thank you for joining us today. I wish you all the best, and educate it is our responsibility. Once again, I will underline this, to create safe space in the classroom for our students now, a space where we will feel comfortable expressing ourselves, share our thoughts and opinions, and maybe sometimes even take risks, right, in our learning. Let us work towards creating such environment in our classrooms. And I want to promote positive and inclusive learning environment for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was amazing. Yeah, I was following every word, and actually, I'm going to watch it again as soon as I have some kind of strength for it. But I think I will do it tomorrow, because I really liked a couple of ideas, especially about that roses and thorns. But yeah, I think I really need for a couple of students to use something like that. So I need to revise it again. Thank you so much. And I can see that people are really satisfied with the presentation, because you opened like a new world for us to work on it deeper and more. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It was my pleasure. Good luck, everyone.
Yeah, thank you. And we are moving further. And now I'd like to invite our next presenter. So our next presenter is also joining us from the US, and I'd like to invite Kerry McKinnon, who is a linguist and edupreneur dedicated to driving the field of language coaching forward. With a wealth of experience in business communication training, program direction, and ESL content creation, she co-founded the International Language Coaching Association, which is ILCA, to promote and develop the language coaching industry. Kerry's academic achievements include a Bachelor of Science in Applied Linguistics and a Master of Science in Global Higher Education. And thanks to Kerry, today we are going to learn more about verbal contracting. Yeah. Hi, Kerry.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us, and thank you for being with us. Thank you for contributing to this event. Thank you.
Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm happy to be here.
Yep, right. So I'm adding your presentation to the screen. Everything is working. So, and the floor is yours. Here we go.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Eva. Hello, everyone. As Eva mentioned, my name is Kerry McKinnon, and I'm the co-founder of the International Language Coaching Association. We were founded in 2019 by myself and my partner, Gabriela Kovacs, who is in Hungary. And since that time, I'm in the United States, and since that time, we have built a global online and at times in-person community of language coaches and language teachers that are identifying as language coaches. And just a little bit of background on the language coaching movement. It's a relatively new concept, I would say, and it's gained a lot of popularity in recent years. And I've always described it as an organic practitioner-led movement. So teachers all over the world are identifying organically as language coaches because they know that they are now working with their clients in a way that they were not necessarily taught to teach, and outside of traditional teaching methodologies. And so the challenge for us was building a place and coming together and finding all of the amazing professionals and providing a space for us to grow together and defining various benchmarks and specificities of how we coach in language education. And so that's really where we're at right now. And the tool that I want to show you today is something that is pretty standard in coaching, however, a powerful tool to use in a language learning session. And we'll get into that in just a little bit. But yeah, that's why this is called How to Utilize Verbal Contracting in a Language Learning Session. Okay, let's get started. What is coaching? I've always found, and while I'm talking, feel free to read this, or I can leave some time for you to read it, some silence. One of the first questions that we always receive when I talk about ILCA, when I talk about language coaching from many, many educators world over is, well, what is that? Tell us about that again, right? And I've found that it's very useful to start with a definition of coaching. And the one that you see on the screen here is one that I like and I find particularly relevant. It is one of many, many definitions of coaching that exists in the world. So this is a definition of coaching, not the definition of coaching. I think it's a particularly relevant one. So I'll leave you just a moment to read that. Yeah, so extending traditional training methods to include focus on an individual's needs and accomplishments, close observation, and impartial and non-judgmental feedback on performance, right? We can already see elements. I'm sure all of you are seeing elements of what you're already doing with your learners, even with no coach training. That's why I love this particular definition. However, when we started ILCA, we needed to define and come up with an ILCA-specific definition to language coaching. It was still, and it is still, very much up for grabs in the world. And like I said, as coaching has many, many definitions, I imagine that language coaching will too. This is the one that we went through with a global panel of experts on coaching and language education. And we have created this definition of language coaching as a learner-led process aimed at creating optimal target language acquisition while working towards effective international communication skills in order to reach future-related goals. Right, so that's our definition of language coaching. Now, let's layer on what we're calling the language coaching approach. As I mentioned, we founded ILCA in 2019, and we've been educating language teachers since then and teaching language teachers how to coach in language-specific situations. And what we're realizing, what we've seen from the very beginning, this has always been present, but what we're really trying to speak to and honor and support is the blend that happens. We call it, the sliding scale. So you can imagine a line scale with, one end that has coaching and one end that has teaching. Right? So a language teaching, language coaching, if we put it into the language realm. And what many of the people that come to ILCA to get language coaching certification, the reality for many, many of us as language teachers is that we are moving along that scale regularly. And things like training and mentoring, and these things are somewhere in the middle of teaching and coaching. And so we've developed this definition that we are currently working on still of a language coaching approach. And we see that as the integration of coaching tools into a language teaching environment with the goal of fostering a shared learning responsibility between the learner and instructor. Learner autonomy and teaching effectiveness are enhanced through this unified approach. Right? So that's what this is. The integration of coaching tools in a language teaching environment. And that's exactly what we're going to get into today. I'm going to show you a coaching tool that you can integrate into your teaching environment. And this tool will help you. If you're using other coaching tools, it'll help you begin to use them. It'll help you to use them more effectively. It will help your learner to understand what is happening. All right, so verbal contracting. Before I explain everything on this slide, I do want to talk about verbal contracting just a bit. As I said in the beginning, it's something that is quite standard in coaching overall. And it's used to, as an important tool that's used for establishing clear communication and setting expectations between the coach and the client. Oftentimes it's used for coaches will use verbal contracting and formal written contracts as well, but we're talking about the verbal contracting just in how we speak. And we'll do this to define the purpose of the coaching relationship, maybe to identify goals and objectives, establish a schedule and frequency, and setting expectations. This, I'm sure a lot of you are saying, oh, well, I do that, right? And in an intake process, if you're doing any developed and individualized kind of intake process with groups or one-to-ones in your teaching, it might seem a bit like this. So it's pretty critical for coaches and teachers to have this kind of mutual agreement and understanding so that we can make sure that there's a successful coaching or teaching learning relationship that we're setting out on. Now, how we're talking about it today, verbal contracting is also a tool that you can use at the beginning of a learning session when you will be applying coaching tools. And there's a variety of different coaching tools. One is on this slide, and I'm going to talk about that in just a little bit. But just to name a few, there are coaching models that can be used, such as the GROW model, for example. There are various coaching questions. Those are considered coaching tools as well. Active listening is another coaching tool that we use. So you have a variety of different things that you can integrate into your teaching sessions to do this language coaching approach. Now, verbal contracting comes in because if you're with a learner and they're not necessarily expecting this to happen, and remember, you're trying to share the learning responsibility with them, which is why you might be using coaching tools such as coaching questions and active listening and goal setting and these kinds of things, right? Reflection. So verbal contracting can be this signifier at the beginning of a coaching session when you're about to embark on a coaching session with a client to inform them of what's happening. So if we go through what you're looking at right now, the different parts of verbal contracting, I'm going to explain to you how to do this, okay? So it is always successful. We're taking the word start now, and it's successful to use this before you begin or as you're beginning the coaching, not to start coaching and then go back and have to explain what's happening. So as I said, at the beginning, at the start of a session or at the start of using coaching tools is a great time to do this. Do what? What are you doing? That's where we have explain. You can simply say to the client, I will be asking you some questions now, or I'm going to be using some coaching tools in this session. Tell them what you're going to do so that they understand what's going on. Remember, if this is a language coaching approach, hopefully, best case scenario, your language learner loves coaching and knows coaching and is very open to using these tools and will understand what's going on. But you can't always count on them to understand that you're shifting into a different activity. Teaching and coaching are different activities, and coaching is much more driven by the learner, and it has much more of an exploratory process for the learner, okay? So explain to them what is happening at the beginning and before you begin to use your coaching tools. So start, explain. Permission. This is so important, okay? This is the buy-in for the learner where you are asking them, you're telling them, for example, at first, I will be using some coaching tools. I'm going to be asking you some questions. Is that okay? Right? Just as simple as that. Would you like to do this? Are you ready? Get their permission. This is going to help a lot. Psychologically, it pulls them into it as well, and it gets them on board. And it's not just you asking a bunch of questions and them giving you short answers, right? You are getting their buy-in into this process. They are thus, from that point, sharing this responsibility with you and this journey. So permission is very important. Slow down. That's the next step. Okay. Again, we don't want to be rapid firing questions or tools at our learners. And sometimes when you are still learning coaching and you are used to having content and structure in the way that you go about a teaching session, it can be a bit, it can make one a bit nervous, I would say, to then suddenly hand all of that responsibility over to the learner and for you to be more of a facilitator in their process. So slow down, allow space for it. The last presenter that was just on with the mindfulness, this is really where mindfulness comes in as well, right? So allow this space. Breathe. Don't just rapid fire questions at them and run through your coaching tools and use it as content. It's not that. Be curious, listen to them as you go, and take your time with this. Now, the next word that you see down there in the bottom left is silence. I mentioned that there's a tool even within this verbal contracting. Silence is something, it is a tool that we use in coaching as well. And it's something that we are very much programmed against in teaching, right? When you're standing at the front of a room, just standing there silently is, it can be rather strange. Students might feel like you are somehow scolding them or something wrong is happening because they're not used to this. So silence is something that is a powerful coaching tool, and it allows time for the learner to truly think and reflect and guide and go where they're going. Don't be afraid to use silence in a coaching session or even in a learning session. However, again, this is in the verbal contracting tool because it's something that you can mention. You can say to them, there might be moments of silence as I allow you time to reflect. Are you comfortable with that? Tell me if it's uncomfortable for you. You could say it might be a little uncomfortable at times when I'm using silence, but I'm doing this for you. Please consider using silence. And again, about mindfulness, it's a huge part of mindfulness as well. We're not afraid of silence when we're mindful. And finally, enjoy. I'm going to say it again, very mindful approach as well, slowing down, using silence, and enjoy the process. Have fun, explore. You are truly helping your learners and providing them with the opportunity to grow and understand where they're at and what's going on with their language learning. We're seeing such a surge in training requests for language coaching coming out of Ukraine and with Ukrainian teachers all over the world, because Ukrainian teachers are being put in a position of having to help guide and accompany and support language learners, Ukrainian language learners that are displaced or that are trying to work in other languages and that have been forced into that situation, right? And so there's all this psychological baggage that comes along with it. And while, no, we are not psychologists, a lot of teachers are not even trained in like trauma-informed care, which is always something that you can do online as well. However, we end up having these intimate and supportive relationships with our clients because we are humans and because we care and because we are there to help them. And if you are using coaching tools, it can provide a space for your learners to really understand what's going on with their language learning. If they have particular blocks to the language, if they have particular issues when they're using it, language coaching is a very powerful tool. And verbal contracting is one way to do that and to begin that process. Alrighty, that is what I have for right now. I do want to say that you can find us online at internationallanguagecoaching.com. That's our website. We have a YouTube channel that has many, many free resources on it. We do a monthly free webinar that we invite people to come to, where you can hear from all kinds of experts in the teaching and coaching world. Please check us out on YouTube at Language Coaching. We have an email address, please, info@ilkaglobal.com. We are currently moving our website from International Language Coaching to ilkaglobal.com. We are very, very active on LinkedIn, and we have an online global community with a specific space for Ukrainian teachers to learn language coaching, and we've provided a massive discount for Ukrainian teachers if you want to join that space, and it's led by a Ukrainian language coach who I'm sure was probably on here earlier, Natalia Vigier. So please do check us out, email us, ask us about the scholarship for Ukrainian teachers if you would like to do that. We also have a conference this June in Paris on the 17th and 18th. So if there's anyone that's in Paris that wants to know more about language coaching, wants to come and do workshops and become a part of our community and meet us in person and just give hugs and network and learn and grow together, please do come. You can register for the conference and find out more about it at ilkaglobal.com. And we've even got a coupon code for you. Okay, Tatarova Lab is a coupon code you can use for a discount on your ticket. So thank you everyone for listening, and thank you, Eva, for inviting me here today.
Thank you so much for sharing. And you can't imagine how pleasant it is for me to see the coupon code like Tatarova Lab. It actually makes me use it. I need to use it. Yeah. And to be honest, actually we are discussing with our colleagues how to make it possible, because we're in different countries and then we'd like to go and be part of this event. So we are trying to find ways, and if there is a wish, well, there is a way, right? If there is a way, there is a way. So I hope we can make it.
I hope to see you there and for you to be one of those people I can give a big hug to.
Thank you so much. I really want to see you in person as well. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
How wonderful day I had. I know that it's morning there. Yeah.
Thank you
Okay.
so much, Eva.
Thank you. And we should continue. And I'd like to invite our next presenter, next speaker, and we are going to invite Peter Hobby. He is. Hi, Peter.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I know that you're joining us from Hungary, right? Am I right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So you see, I'm talking to our attendees that our geography is quite huge, and I'm really thankful to everyone who decided to contribute and join this event and support this fundraising campaign. I know that you're going to talk on a topic of sustainability and a green activity for ESL, EFL learners. And being here in Sweden, because I'm a refugee in Sweden and Stockholm, I should tell you that it's kind of like topic number one, and I'm really interested in learning more about it. So I'm giving you the floor. The presentation is here, and good luck with your presentation.
Thank you very much, Eva. And thank you for inviting me this afternoon or evening or whatever time of the day it is with you. As Eva said, I've got an activity to do with sustainability, a green activity, which I hope will work with your learners, whether you're teaching English as a second language or English as a foreign language. So I'd like to start with a slide which hopefully will come up. Right. Hang on, it's not coming up. Aha. Right. So we are in a bit of a, what's the missing word there? We're in a bit of a hole. And as you can see, that's the world. It's a big world. We're part of it. But we've got a few problems with it environmentally. And you may be wondering, as EFL practitioners, as ELT teachers, what's our responsibility with this? Why is it our responsibility as educators to include this topic in our classes? And I'd like to share with you a quotation from the British Council from a few years back. Just let you read this. But before I do that, there is a rule about holes, and when you're in one, stop digging. Here's the quotation from the British Council as to why we should be doing this. Just give you a minute to read that through. There are three things in that quote which I think are important for us. One is that we should be giving our learners the tools to understand environmental issues. Two is to discuss the ideas. And three is to collaborate and work together on solutions. So I think with that quote, you can see that we do have a responsibility as educators with this topic. I'd like to, before I come on to the specific example of a classroom activity, I'd like to go through some general ideas here. And here's the first one, that you can introduce quick and easy green routines into your lessons. This could be having recycling bins in your classroom, so students can bring paper or plastic and put it in the appropriate bin. So that could be a routine for you to add with your learners. Another thing is biodiversity. And if you have the opportunity, maybe you can teach students in and with nature. This is all helpful in terms of awareness raising. Maybe you can grow plants in the classroom and that kind of thing. It's always possible to incorporate environmental projects, and these can be fun. And absolutely, Tamar, this is all about the SDGs, and in particular, SDG, I think it's number 10, which is to do with quality of education. Absolutely. Focus more lessons on environmental topics. These are widespread. It's not difficult to think of things that you can incorporate. And lastly, perhaps you can create a class green policy document together. What I mean by that is I'm sure that many of you at the beginning of a session, at the beginning of a term or a course of lessons, you collaborate with your students and you create a set of rules, a set of things that you can abide by in your lessons. This could be a green policy document where you agree on the things that you're going to do, which are going to be linked to the environment. However, I think there are three things to consider, and these are adapted from Catherine Billsborough's session in the British Council webinar last November. And the first, well, it wasn't the first thing. Catherine actually shared 5 points. I've just selected 3 for this afternoon. The first thing is that we should adopt a pedagogy of hope. With a lot of learners, especially younger learners, there are elements of climate anxiety, a sort of doom and gloom loop. And we need to do things with our teaching and with our learning which adopt a pedagogy of hope. The second thing is to start with our own curriculum. How can we green that up? What can we do with our teaching materials? What can we do with our course book, with the worksheets that we do use? What can we do with our own curriculum to begin with? And the third thing is to think local. What we mean by that is that it's all very well talking about polar bears, but maybe these aren't so local to the environment of the learner. So choose examples which are local, and this leads to greater motivation for the learner concerned. So, onto the example that I've got to share with you as an activity. And this is what we could call a carbon footprint review. And the website where you can do this quite easily is, as it says, the URL is www.surprisecarbonfootprint.com. And in the resources that I've shared with Ava for you this afternoon, I've put a list of other URLs which I would hope would be stimulating for yourselves as educators and for your learners to do with green issues in teaching. But back to the carbon footprint review, this activity will enable people to review what their house is like, what the place they live in is like, whether they use a car, how they use public transport, how they eat, how they use energy resources. All of these things can be evaluated using this site. And this is what the screen looks like when you go to the home page. And you can see, if you can look very closely at the telephone number on there, that is actually a UK site. But it does enable you to do things geographically around the world. So if you are in Ukraine or if you're in other countries, you can do calculations which are specific to your own country. And if you look at the tab that's open there, there's the second one down says free calculators, and the carbon footprint calculators that you can use for this activity are all freely available through this website. So some suggestions for how to carry out the activity. The first thing to do, I would recommend, is that you pre-teach the context. You pre-teach the vocabulary that the learners are going to come across when they review their carbon footprint. You can introduce the concept, and I think it's also important to demonstrate the website, to demonstrate how the calculator works, using yourself as a personal example. And then the students are let loose to calculate their own carbon footprint using the calculator. After that, as feedback on the exercise, discussion in class to do with what's been going on. And just an idea for an extension activity, maybe your learners have pen pals or they have friends in other countries. Maybe they could compare their carbon footprint with another learner in another country. That's a possibility as an extension activity. So that's very briefly the idea I have to share with you this afternoon. I'd like to also share a resource for you which has a lot more, many ideas to do with green issues in ELT. And it's a book by Christopher Graham, who you may know. He's very active with the British Council and internationally with green issues in ELT. So this is a title that he published or was published last autumn. There's an ISBN there for you. I'll leave that up for a couple of minutes so you can copy that down if you're interested. The copy that I purchased was ordered through Amazon. So it is a book that you can obtain relatively easily. And well, it cost me about €9, I think. So it's not overly expensive. So that's an idea in terms of further resources for you with environmental issues. And that's what I have to share with you this afternoon. I hope I've stuck to the time limit. I'm sorry it's the end of a long day for you, but thank you for inviting me, Eva, this afternoon.
Thank you so much for being with us, Peter, and I'm so sorry for making you wait a little bit, but
that's no problem. My pleasure.
A long run event. Thank you so much, and I want you to know, talking to our participants, that I've already put all the materials into the folder, and as soon as you join the initiative, they will be sent to you immediately. Yeah, thank you so much, and have a wonderful evening. And we should continue, and actually it will be our final presentation for today. So Thank you so much, Peter. Yeah, and I'd like to invite our next presenter. And to be honest, I've been using his materials for quite a long time, and thanks for allowing me to do that. And once, because I know what I'm talking about, and once I wrote about this person, this teacher and teacher trainer knows how to engage the whole class in discussion and get your students speaking with witty questions and logically structured presentations. Nobody can remain indifferent. His lesson plans are full of aha moments for students and gently push them to want to learn more. So please meet our next presenter, Jamie Keddy.
Hello, Eva.
Hey.
And everybody.
Yeah, hello. It was quite a long day for us. And thank you so much for joining this event, and I'm looking forward to your presentation just because I know what it will be about.
Well, thank you so much for inviting me, Eva, and congratulations to you and everyone else who's put their heart and soul into this event. And what a great job you've done putting it together.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I'm adding your presentation to the screen.
Okay.
And I'm here behind the scenes enjoying your presentation. Thank you so much. Here we go.
Thank you, Eva. How nice to see you here. I've been following this for the last couple of hours. So it's been great to see your comments, and it's been great to see some friends as well, some familiar faces. So hello, all of you. There's Nelly. When I say familiar faces, they don't get much more familiar than that. And so my name's Jamie Keddy. I'm a teacher trainer, I'm a writer. Here I am living in Barcelona. I sometimes make YouTube videos and go live, and this is where I always do it. So if you recognize this background, you may have seen me YouTubing before. Who's to say? Also, I have a community called Lesson Stream, a community of teachers who have a passion for using story to engage students and get them doing stuff. And one of the activities, the lesson plans, is, when Eva asked me to donate a lesson plan, I said to her, which one would you like? And she told me which one she'd like. So I'm going to present to you a lesson plan. It's actually a story, as all the lesson plans are. And if you don't like it, well, you can blame Eva. Just kidding, Eva. Yes. So it's a quick one, isn't it? And I wonder what you're all going to do at the end of this day. But let me just start with this is a story that that came to me very recently, and I was very surprised that I'd never heard anything of this story or anything about the person or the people who are involved. And I wonder if any of you know Munich. I wonder if there's anybody here who's currently in Munich. If there is, please let us know. Because if you go to the University of Munich, and this is an image taken from Google Maps Street View, and if you're outside the University of Munich, which is where this image was taken, you'll notice that there's these bizarre leaflets. Some leaflets that seem to be scattered on the ground. And you might think that somebody's dropped them by mistake. You know, maybe a clumsy student was cycling by on their bike and lost the leaflets. And maybe you'll think that shortly, in a little while, someone's going to come along and maybe sweep them up, tidy them up, put them into the garbage, you know. But as you get closer, you'll realize that, in fact, these leaflets are not made of paper. These leaflets are actually leaves of bronze attached to the ground. And if you see them on a different day, it's very possible that you'll notice that somebody might put a rose or a couple of roses over the top of one of the piles. This is the biggest pile in the memorial. That's what it is. It's a memorial. And that's what this story is all about. I just think it's such a fantastic memorial. What is a memorial? A memorial is a way to install a story in a public space. That's what a memorial is. We think of memorials as being memorials to people, and they often are, but people with stories. And what a fantastic story this is. Just so you know, I prepared this lesson plan especially for the 24th of February, which is a date that I know has become etched in the minds of Ukrainians. But it doesn't actually involve Ukraine, but it does involve a lot of the issues that are currently very relevant. So let me just tell you the story of this memorial. What is it all about? Well, in order to answer that question, if we go back to this slide here, what you see there in the background is the main door to the University of Munich. And if we step in there and walk a little bit, we come to this room here, which is the atrium. This is the atrium area in the University of Munich. And it's quite an impressive room if Google Maps Street View is to be believed, although this is no longer technically Street View, is it? Big, high ceiling, these sort of balcony structures all around the side. And I'm very interested to know if anyone knows what this story, do feel free to type in the chat where this is going and what this is all about. Don't worry, you won't ruin it. Now, what I want you to do is imagine that you work here in this university as a janitor. Okay, it's your job. What do janitors do? Well, janitors janet, I suppose. They don't. Janitors take care of buildings. They're caretakers. They fix things. They clean things. And you're the janitor in this building. And imagine this. It's a Thursday. It's no longer Sunday. It's Thursday during the day. It's a very peaceful afternoon. All of the students right now, they're having lectures. There's no one around. It's very calm, except for some faint voices coming from behind closed doors. It's very peaceful here. And then something happens which disturbs the peace. You see, what happens is that it starts to rain leaflets. They come down from the ceiling above, and they lie on the floor, sort of scattered on the floor. And just before this happened, you, the janitor, caught a glimpse of two students up above who are almost certainly responsible for this incident. One of them, both of them perhaps, threw these leaflets from above, and now they're scattered on the ground below. Apparently, these two students have broken the university rules. The question is, what do you do? What do you do with these students? And feel free to type in your questions, your comments, I should say. I think there's always, I use this platform StreamYard myself, and I think there's usually a 10 or 15 second delay. So when I ask a question, it can take 10 or 15 seconds to reach me. Conversely, what you're seeing right now is not Jamie currently. This is what I looked like 10 or 15 seconds ago. So I am actually 10 or 15 seconds older than what I look right now, although you'd never know it because I take care of my skin. I look at least 2 minutes younger than I actually am. I'm talking nonsense. Anyway, let me tell you who these two students were. These two students, Sophie Scholl and Franz Scholl. And I'd love to know, I'd be really interested to know if you know who they are, or rather who they were. Two students at the Munich University. Sophie, 21-year-old student who studied philosophy and biology, if I'm not mistaken. And her brother Hans, 24-year-old, I think he was studying medicine. And the janitor was this man here, Jakob Schmidt. And the date was the 18th of February, exactly 80 years ago this year. We're talking 1943. 1943, Munich. These two students got into trouble for throwing these leaflets into the atrium. What was going on? Now, this lesson plan that we mentioned is called Sophie Scholl, and I think that this is such a for me, this is an incredibly important topic to constantly be revisiting. And this story provides the perfect opportunity for us to do so. And the lesson plan, which is all there in the folder, of course, includes this. It's about a 10 or 11 page PDF ebook for students. And the ebook includes the story, the text, it also includes the glossary, it includes worksheets, you can see one of them there, and very importantly, a main task for students. So this is all about using story to get students doing stuff, in this case, writing, language learning, speaking, investigating, exploring, rewriting, all that kind of thing. That's what we can do with story, as you know. And I'm just going to read you a little bit from the PDF ebook that's included here. And it says that, in 1934, as we all know, the German government fell into the hands of murderers. The Nazi Party, led by Adolf Hitler, established a totalitarian regime that controlled every part of German society. The Nazis quickly abolished free speech and freedom of the press. Propaganda, censorship, and lies were used to control public opinion and control the German population. From the very start, Hitler created a narrative of hate which blamed all of Germany's problems on the Jews and other perceived enemies. This narrative would become a pretext for the most brutal war the world has ever seen. And what I find interesting when I tell people that one of my big thing as a teacher trainer and as a teacher and as a writer is how to use story and helping teachers to use story in the classroom. There's often I have to sort of fight through the different levels of what I mean by that. And when we talk about story and language teaching, it's often associated with teachers of young learners. And I think that's teachers of young learners, they know a good thing when they see it. But it should be much, much more widely thought of than just young learners and teachers of young learners. Story is for everybody, and story is for teenagers and adults as well. But story is not always this nice thing. We think of stories as these pleasant, nice things to listen to, nice things to read. But when you take story to a real extreme, I think that one of the overlooked, I'm not really one that talks about 21st century skills, but if I were to, I would say that understanding how story is used would be the quintessential and most fundamental 21st century skill, although it seems to often be overstepped or overforgotten. What I'm saying here is that every single war or illegal invasion that's ever been carried out was done so with a story as an excuse or as a pretext, let's say. And that was Hitler's pretext, this idea of always finding enemies of the state. Most notably back in 1930s was the Jews. And this is when story can become a matter of life and death, using story to influence, story to persuade, story to sell. But in this case, story is an excuse to go to war. And of course, back then in the 1930s and the 1940s, German people had different attitudes to what was going on. I mean, some people believed the lies, some people just took in the propaganda, but there was plenty of people who did not. A lot of people who were very opposed to the regime, shocked by the brutality of the war, and horrified by news of atrocities that were committed. And as the Nazis started to lose control, and it looked the possibility that they were going to lose the war, things become even more horrible for anyone who was anything but an ardent supporter of the Nazis. Things became very, very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Anybody who was outspoken really was putting their lives at risk. Now, on the 18th of February, 1943, Sophie Scholl and her brother, they walked into the University of Munich with a suitcase full of leaflets. And these leaflets were calling for an uprising, really, just for disobedience. There were anti-war messages that called for resistance against Hitler and the regime. You see, Sophie and Hans belonged to a group, a non-violent resistance group called the White Rose. And Sophie's the kind of most notable member. She's the iconic member of this non-violent resistance group, because she was not just the youngest at 21 years old, but she was also the only female member. So imagine this, imagine the dangers that you're in. Imagine how fast your heart is racing as you're walking through the corridors of the university while all these other students are at lectures. You can hear their voices coming from the lecture theatres. You're putting down piles of these leaflets. If you're caught, you're in trouble. And then, as 21-year-olds do, you get kind of caught up in these kind of high spirits, and you do something which was very, very silly. Because what Sophie did, she took a handful of these leaflets and she threw them in this incredible, iconic act of defiance into the space, into the atrium, and they started to fall towards the ground. You see the floor, and that's when this janitor mentioned before, he saw them, he grabbed them, and he handed them over to the Gestapo. And it's really quite a story. We're just really scraping the surface here. But one thing that I found is this film. You see this image of the leaflets falling through the air and landing in the ground of the atrium is the iconic image of this story, which is why we have this here, this memorial. But this film, it has another scene which to me is just unforgettable, because the 4 or 5 or 6 days after they were caught, Sophie and Hans were tried in the so-called People's Court, along with a third member of the White Rose called Christian Probst. And the People's Court, the People's Court was not the People's Court. It was a court that was for Hitler to basically throw his opponents. And towards the end of the war, going into this court meant almost certain death, certain execution. And this was not a trial by any means whatsoever. This was a public humiliation. And in this film, this absolutely unforgettable moment, this young 21-year-old girl stepping into that court defiantly, her head held up high. The court is full of these uniformed Nazi officers, all of them men, of course. And this man you can see here, Roland Freisler, who for just his job is to just shout and scream at his victims that stand in front of them. And yet despite that, I mean, absolutely terrifying, this scene. And yet despite that, Sophie Scholl just and her brother and just showed incredible courage, which really is just makes it just such an incredible story. Why did I choose this lesson plan for the 24th of February? I mean, there's just so many parallels, I think, what happened back then to what's happening now, you see. And so although this lesson plan is for Ukraine, it's not so much for Ukrainians. Let me explain what I mean by that. It's really, speaking as somebody who's never been unlucky enough to live in a place that's been attacked by an aggressor, I can only really imagine what it's like. And so this lesson plan is for two people. It's for people who have been lucky enough, like me, to never be in that situation. But it's also for anybody who's currently living in a country whose leaders have taken that country into a war by choice, an illegal war by choice. Because when a year ago when this happened, I got involved in quite a few conversations with some Russian colleagues, and it was quite difficult because it was very difficult to argue. There was a sort of idea that, propaganda coming from that other side of the border, everyone it's all lies, which is really, really not fair, I think. I think that what this represents to me, this represents not just the courage and bravery of Sophie Scholl and the White Rose movement, but this represents the importance of the truth, to die for the truth, which is really what they were doing. And I've been very surprised recently. I've been teaching a group of young teenagers here in Barcelona, and been doing a workshop with them, which is called the Narratives Workshop. And we talk about some ideas about the truth and the media. And I'm quite shocked that it seems that, in my experience anyway here, the vast majority of these young people I've spoken with do say that the media can never be trusted, which I think is very, very problematic. I think the media is a terrible generalization to say that. When we talk about the media, we're talking about different groups, businesses, organizations with different standards, political beliefs, and audiences. While some provide sensationalism and are very, truth for whom the truth is not important and nothing but self-interest, others really do prioritize good journalism and follow strict ethical standards. And it goes without saying that the likes of Russia today is not one of those. And having said what I've just said, I've been in touch with a lot of Russian colleagues who absolutely do get it, and that's very important for me to mention. You see, it's said sometimes that truth is the first casualty of war, and I think this memorial, really does remind me of that. Eva, I think we've got a second, I'm not going to go over it, but just a quick mention that there's a second activity, which is a little bit lighter hearted, and it's called He's Leaving Home, which makes use of a short video, a short film, which I love, called Goodbye to the Normals. Daddy comes home, he's got a problem. You see, he's got to talk to his little boy Magnus, who's decided that he's running away. And so it's a lesson plan. It's a short film. It's a story that always makes me laugh. I think that's had my 20 minutes. Just the last thing to say, I do a lot of this YouTubing and a lot of going live streaming and share ideas, teaching ideas. If you'd like to join the next one, just sign up for my newsletter at lessonstream.com. It's called the Lesson Stream Post. I often share teaching ideas and activities for you, or feel free to follow me on Instagram. Eva's come back. Eva, you must be very, very tired. Is that true to say? Are you tired?
A little bit. Yeah, I'm a little bit tired. Trying to process the information, and it seems like I'm doing it quite slowly now. But anyway. Thank you so much for this presentation. And to be honest, I've already used the lesson plan with this tiny movie and this amazing boy, and that phrase you were talking about before. And the lesson was really successful. And the more I use your lesson plans, the more my students want our lessons to be exactly this way. Yeah, the lesson plans are really amazing. And also, I'd like you to know that in our follow-up email, I will include links to Jamie's YouTube channel and also lesson stream membership. If you'd like to, you can join it. Right.
Well, thank you so much for that. And thank you to everybody. I saw your nice comments as we were going there, and I really appreciate it. Well done and congratulations to everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. And yeah, keep going strong. Thank you. And I want you to know that finally, this is the end of our event, and I'd like you to know the results. So far, we've managed to fundraise something like 65,000 Ukrainian hryvnias, and the link to pay for the materials and access to the materials as well as certificate will be active within 1 week, so you can join it. Also, don't forget that Natalia Dichuk, she contributed 100 books that some of you will win those books. I mean, those who are going to join this financial part of our event. And even if you can't, I know that situation is different for all of us. So if you can't join it financially, please, I'd like to encourage you to spread the word, to raise your voice, because this is what our conference is about, teaching for peace and raising our voices. And I'd like to agree with those words, that the truth is the first casualty of war. Be true, be real, be human. And as usual, I finished this conference with our first video that we had in the very beginning. See you guys, and thank you for being with us. Bye, guys. See you.